Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 91, The Slate Festivals 9. The bay was more crowded upon their return to the capital than it had been when they had taken off. Most the group, with the exception of the two royals, had finished packing their belongings and they had gathered on deck as the ship drifted by the bay, all of them ready to enter the city as soon as possible. "I can't wait for all this fuss to die down," said Mai, with a sigh. "If there's a time of the year I hate, it's this one. The festivals are nothing but a bother." "Not true, they're real fun," Ty Lee exclaimed, clinging onto Haru's arm as the ship slowed on its way to one of the few available slots within the port. "It's too bad we missed out on most of them because of the slate." "Say, what are these festivals like?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "I was still training in Shujing when they happened last year, so I've never seen them for myself." "Oh, they're a blast," said Ty Lee, smiling brightly at him. "There are plays, parades, fire-bending displays, and there's the ball. It's amazing. Though there is Memorial Day, too." "That one isn't as upbeat as everything else Ty Lee is talking about," said Mai, raising her eyebrows. "A Memorial Day? Really?" Haru asked, surprised. "Well, yes. You've been around a while, Haru. Didn't you ever attend the festivals with your old sponsor?" Ty Lee asked, and Haru grimaced. No. He wasn't the festive type, as you might remember. He wouldn't come to the capital unless it was for business, so." "Oh, my poor dear, you had such a hard time back then," said Ty Lee, sighing and dropping her head on his shoulder. The earthbender blushed, despite being used to Ty Lee's random displays of affection by now. Sokka smiled a little at them, though Mai seemed somewhat uncomfortable by Ty Lee's spontaneous emotional reactions. The other person on deck with them didn't seem to be paying much attention to what was going on, though. She had remained silent and unresponsive for the last stretch of the trip, sadness dampening her features. "How about you, Suki? Did you ever see these festivals before?" Sokka asked Suki, startling her out of her daze. Yeah, but I never cared much for them," she said, with an apologetic grin. "I was busy training for fights and such." "Makes sense. We gladiators have no time for petty festival nonsense," Sokka stated, folding his arms over his chest and earning himself a reproachful pout from Ty Lee. "Petty festival nonsense. As if. You'll be eating your words at the ball, I'm sure of it." "Eating my words? Heck, they'd better serve actual food there. I'd rather have something real to eat," Sokka said, chuckling, and Ty Lee's pout intensified. "Oh, you funny smart mouth, you. No wonder you get along so well with Azula," she said, rolling her eyes and folding her arms over her chest as Sokka chuckled. Suki looked at the blue wolf, a weak sigh escaping her lips. Yes, Sokka got along incredibly well with the princess, especially considering that barely anyone else did. The group had met for dinner during the 2 days of the return trip to the capital, except for Zuko, who had remained locked in his room. The camaraderie between Azula and her gladiator was out of the ordinary, Suki found, even though she had known they were close since long ago. But it seemed as though Sokka's triumph in the slate had warmed up the princess to him even more. Nobody else could make her laugh like he could, and she didn't spend half as much time with anyone as she did with him, be it in public or in private. Suki couldn't help but think something was genuinely brewing between them, at least, it looked that way. She didn't miss out on the way Sokka's eyes glowed whenever he saw the princess, nor how Azula's smirks were somehow softer towards the gladiator. They always held a hint of complicity in her eyes, as though the two of them were keepers of a secret that nobody else could know about. If that wasn't love, Suki certainly didn't know what else it could be. Still, she wasn't entirely sure she understood love either way. Not after Zuko's confession, anyhow. She had given up on her efforts to reach him, knowing he would keep his door closed to her for as long as the trip lasted. He was shutting himself out in more ways than just physically, though, and Suki knew it. Suki dreaded it. She wanted to stop that from happening, but she had no idea how to go about it. Why couldn't they have what Sokka and Azula had? That complicity, that bond that seemed to surpass that of friends, perhaps even that of lovers. She knew why they couldn't, though. It was, on great measure, her fault. She had left him hanging, and he had mistakenly assumed her silence meant rejection. It wasn't that she didn't want him, but she wasn't entirely sure how to have a relationship with anyone at the moment, especially not with a prince, of all things. She wasn't sure of what she felt, regardless of how comfortable she was with him. But he had to understand they belonged in different worlds. She couldn't simply agree to becoming his slave over his blooming love for her. He was bound to marry a high-born woman, wasn't he? Liked it or not, he was the prince. And Suki was nothing but a common slave, no matter how he might want to romanticize her. It was but the truth of it. You okay? Suki? Suki. She was startled again out of her contemplations by Sokka. Haru was now asking Ty Lee about her favorite celebrations in the festivals, which had cheered her up again, while Mai merely sighed, whispering that Ty Lee was exaggerating most of what she was talking about. But Sokka wasn't listening to them, but rather, looking at Suki with confusion. You alright? You look worried about something. You have for the past few days, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Everything okay? Oh, yeah, everything's fine, she lied, knowing Sokka could see through her dishonesty, but hoping he'd understand that her lie meant she didn't want to discuss the matter. I should be asking that to you, though. How are the wounds? The burns. Getting better, said Sokka, smiling a bit. My hands still hurt a lot, but I'm pretty sure the wounds will be well healed sooner than later. Or at least I hope so. Good. That's what's important, said Suki, smiling. Still, I'm somewhat worried about my hair. Sokka said suddenly, and Suki looked at him skeptically. You have horrible burns on your hands, a nasty bruise on your face and who knows what else on the rest of your body, and you're worried about your hair. Well, it's just not nice for it to have been burned, you know. Sokka squeaked. I'll probably need a haircut. Granted it was getting kind of long, but still, I'd rather I didn't have to do it because it got burned. Of course, said Suki, smiling sympathetically now. Well, if you need any help, maybe I could cut it for you. I've done it before. Said Sokka, blinking a few times as his gaze left Suki and instead focused on someone who had just entered the deck, his bags slung on his shoulders. Zuko looked at them with bitterness, Sokka thought, but there was mostly sadness in his eyes. And Sokka was quick to suspect that his sadness stemmed from overhearing what Suki had just told him. Sokka gulped and looked away from Zuko as the sailors fussed on deck around the prince, rushing onto the docks to tie down the ferry. Well, I'd take you up on that but I don't think I'll have to, said Sokka, with a weak grin. Song could do it for me, you know. She's my cook and healer. Oh, that's great then, said Suki, smiling. She had yet to notice Zuko was on deck right now. It's just going to be much easier to ask her to help out with this than crossing the city to Ty Lee's just for a haircut, said Sokka, with a weak grin, as the last person of their group entered the deck as well. Sokka's eyes instantly darted towards her, to find her looking at him skeptically. Don't tell me. Are you complaining about your burned hair again for the umpteenth time? Azula asked, surprising Suki by her sudden intervention in their conversation. Well, I'm just saying I'll get it cut, that's all. Sokka exclaimed, blushing a little as he lifted his bandaged hand towards his hair. Azula smirked derisively at him and Suki smiled. It's not nice, getting my hair burned. I didn't say it was, but I have to say it's the first time you've kicked such a ruckus about anything of yours getting burned, Azula said, raising an eyebrow. Well, I happen to take pride on my hair, woman, Sokka said, pouting. If you'd ever burned it, I probably would have freaked out just as I have this time around. Now that's a thought, said Azula, a hand on her chin. How come have I never burned your hair despite all we've trained together? That's just not right. What, are you planning on setting my hair on fire the next time we spar? Sokka squeaked, his hands going to his head in panic. It sounds like it would be fun, but I'd rather not put up with your whining about it afterwards, so I guess I'm not going to do it after all, Azula said, and Sokka breathed out in relief before glaring childishly at her. He should stop complaining once he gets his haircut, though, don't worry about it, said Suki, smiling at Azula reassuringly. The princess raised her eyebrows. Oh, I doubt it, but I have no choice but to hope he'll grow out of it, Angela said, with a weak grin. Sokka pouted again and folded his arms over his chest, flinching when his hands came into contact with his skin. It was surprisingly easy for him to forget about his wounds whenever Angela was around. Angela stepped away after that, though, leaving Sokka to stare after her longingly before he could stop himself. The curtain of black hair swaying as she walked had mesmerized him, as it often did. She had walked off to give orders to several palace servants, Sokka noticed, who had been waiting eagerly for the ship to arrive to port. Guessing they would be parting ways for now, Sokka sighed and unfolded his arms. He was being greedy, and he knew it, but he couldn't help it. Despite they had spent lots of time together on the trip back from the Slate, it wasn't enough. It couldn't be enough. It especially wasn't enough when Angela was in such a good mood. Her happiness made him happy in turn, regardless of his wounds. To his delight, Angela turned back towards them as the servants climbed aboard after her, but they headed inside the ship instead of staying on deck. "They'll be taking my luggage back to the palace," Angela said, simply, as a short explanation. "And I'll be off as well now. I probably have a lot to deal with after disappearing for 5 days right after the ceremony. Surely lots of people still want to congratulate you for it," said Ty Lee, giggling. "Well, we can give you a lift to the palace, I think. We were all going to take a carriage, so." "No need, I already have my ride," Angela said, with a smile. A light shadow above the ship grew darker and smaller as Xian Long descended rather dramatically on deck, to Angela's amusement. The dragon seemed to smirk proudly, just like his rider, as Angela stepped towards him. "No surprises there," said Sokka, chuckling. "Well, I hope you guys have a nice flight." "We shall," said Angela, with a grin. "I hope you have a nice carriage ride, I guess. Anyways, thanks for everything you did to train Sokka, all of you. I'll try to figure out some way to repay you somehow." "No need for that, Angela," said Ty Lee, smiling. "We're friends. We didn't do it so you'd owe us anything." "Heh. Well, if that's how it is." Angela mused approvingly, as she climbed on the saddle. Ty Lee frowned now, though, possibly thinking that she shouldn't have refused Angela's offer to pay back for their help so quickly. Having Angela owe her one, for a change, could have been a nice thing, but alas, it was far too late for regrets once the dark dragon took flight. Sokka watched them go wistfully, regretting parting ways with Angela. If only he had asked her to give him a lift, but he had to bring his stuff with him, and he didn't want to burden Xian Long with his luggage. He'd have to bunk in the carriage with everyone else. Or at least, with most everyone else. As Sokka gazed at the deck he only found the servants who were already bringing back Angela's luggage and the ship's sailors. Zuko was nowhere around. He frowned and searched through the crowded port, wondering if he'd climbed off the ship without them noticing. Xian Long groaned at Angela, startling her as she clutched at his reins, and he pointed down at the busy port with one of his paws. Angela raised an eyebrow as she noticed what had caught her dragon's eye. Well. We're more dramatic than ever as of late, aren't we?" she said, ushering Xian Long to descend again. People scrambled out of the way when they noticed a large, dark dragon was about to drop atop them. Zuko noticed their nervousness before he saw the dragon's shadow hovering not far above him. He stumbled back, nearly dropping his only bag as he looked at Angela with confusion. "What are you doing?" Angela asked, and Zuko blinked a few times. "I think I should be the one asking that," he said, staring at her warily. Why did you stop to talk to me all of a sudden?" "Maybe because it seems you've decided, all of a sudden, to return to the palace on foot?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. "The exercise won't be bad for you, of course, but you're bound to get home by sundown at this rate." "You want me to go back and take the carriage with them?" Zuko asked, frowning. "Thanks for your concern, but I'd rather not." "Well, then fine, don't go with them," said Angela, sighing and shrugging as she sent a thought in Xian Long's way. Zuko was staring at the ground with set eyes when he noticed the dragon was leaning towards him, the saddle hovering right in front of Zuko. The prince was startled, and he looked at Angela with confusion as she raised her eyebrows. "Get on before I come back to my senses, dum-dum," she said, with a teasing grin. Zuko blinked blankly a few times, but he gulped and stepped forward. Azula extended a hand towards him, and Zuko hesitated slightly before taking it. His sister pulled him up and Zuko settled on the secondary seat of the saddle, unsure of what to make of his sister's display of generosity. "It's a bit like riding a mongoose dragon, huh?" he said, and Azula smirked as Xian Long took flight. Zuko clutched at the metal railing of the saddle and gazed at his surroundings with wide eyes as the dragon started to put distance between them and the ground. His eyes darted around as he panicked ever so slightly, having never been airborne in his life until this moment. "As you can see now, it is in fact nothing like riding a mongoose dragon," Azula said, turning to smirk at him as Zuko blushed a little. "Q quit that. I've never flown before," he exclaimed, before the realization sunk in. I've never flown before. I'm flying." "Why, you are indeed," said Azula, smiling. "It's quite liberating, feeling the breeze in your face like this." Zuko would have agreed, but Xian Long sped up as he flew upwards, and Azula's long hair was flapping against Zuko's face. He had to inch back to avoid it. "It sure is," he said, with a thread of a voice. At last, Xian Long stopped speeding his way through the sky and merely hovered below the clouds. Zuko swallowed hard. He had never been up this high in his life. He had never expected to be, either. He had approached Xian Long a few times, but he had always kept in mind it was his sister's dragon, always sure he would never have a chance to so much as touch him, let alone ride him. That Azula would show him this sort of kindness was somehow strange, but was it really? Thanks," he said, awkwardly. "Why, you're welcome," Azula said. "It's better than wearing yourself out walking, isn't it?" "Why yeah, though, why did you do it?" Zuko asked, frowning a little. "I mean, does there have to be a reason?" Azula asked. "Well, with you there usually is. And not saying you can't possibly do something nice out of wanting to, I mean, you could, I just..." Zuko mumbled, the words spilling out of him clumsily. "If you must believe there was a reason for it, take it to be payback for your little gift on my birthday," Azula said, and Zuko blinked a few times. "You did it for no reason back then, apparently, so you should be able to believe I did this for no reason as well." Well, if that's how it is, then thanks again," said Zuko, smiling a little. He gazed down at the city from above, amazed by how small everything looked from a distance. The large crater that hosted the capital was remarkable. The city was boisterous and beautiful from up here. The palace rose at the very center of it, and behind it was the temple, where beacons of multicolored fire were still lit today. "Though I suppose there might have been a reason, after all," Azula muttered, startling Zuko. "There was, then?" Zuko asked, frowning. "She wasn't going to prank him, by having the dragon twirl in midair to drop him from this height, now, was she?" "Well, you were only going to make a fool of yourself in the long run," Azula said, and Zuko frowned. "See, there's only one way into the city. And naturally, a man on his 2 feet wouldn't possibly outrun a carriage even if he has a head start, no matter how crowded the port was. So, trying to avoid them wasn't going to work out for you if you walked. Giving you a ride was the only way in which you might succeed to avoid them, and since we're both headed towards the same destination, you were trying to help me avoid them." Zuko asked, astounded. Out of any reasons he had expected Azula to explain her actions, that would have been the very last of them. "In a sense, I suppose, though I can't say I understand what your problem is," Azula whispered, despite she had her suspicions. "But seeing how you're isolating yourself, and how you were set on not taking that carriage with them, I figure you're having trouble of some sort with one of them." Well, it's something like that, I guess," said Zuko, his mood dampening again. Even the thrill of flying for the first time wouldn't make him forget his grief completely. "Oh, well," said Azula, shrugging. "This way you don't need to worry about it. Bask in being far above them all and realize just how tiny and petty your problems used to be." "They don't look that petty even from up here," said Zuko, with a sigh. Azula rolled her eyes. "Always sucking the fun out of everything. You need to lighten up, Zuzu. It's just..." He started, gritting his teeth. Do you know what it's like to feel that the one thing you thought made you happy is completely beyond your reach? When you put your best out there, and it turns out you just messed up completely without realizing it until it's too late. Heh. I suppose I do, Angela muttered, her mood also growing somewhat darker now. Zuko's words brought back unpleasant memories of times she wished she could forget, but that she knew she couldn't leave behind, not even now. Despite how much her relationship with Sokka had progressed, it wasn't so easy to ignore its troubled beginnings. Wait, you do? Zuko asked, and Angela cringed. Really? Weren't we talking about you, Zuko? She asked, cuttingly, and Zuko gulped. Right. Right. He muttered, before sighing again. I just feel like nothing I can do will fix this. I just have to let it go. Don't I? Maybe you do, Angela said. Though if you really care about it so much, I wouldn't recommend that you just give up. You're usually stubborn to no end when it comes to the things you want, aren't you? Well, maybe. Then perhaps you should just think about how to fix it, if that's what you want to do, said Angela, simply. If you don't want to fix it, of course, then you can just leave it as it is. It's your decision in the end. I guess it is, said Zuko. It's just, it really feels like there's no solution. Maybe it feels that way, Angela said. But if something as ridiculous as Sokka defeating the Millennium Dragon in the slate could happen, maybe your problems can have a solution too. I don't know for certain, it's true. I barely know the girl as it is, so I can't quite read her as well as I'd wish, but... I didn't say it was because of... Zuko started spouting, blushing. You didn't say it, but it's obvious enough. Sorry to burst your bubble, she said, looking at him over her shoulder with a sly grin. In any case, though, even if you're having any sort of issues with her, Zuko, you shouldn't isolate yourself from absolutely everyone because something went wrong with her. I know, said Zuko, gulping. It's just, when stuff like this happens I don't know what else to do. I'm not good company for anyone when I'm like this, and don't you say I'm never good company. Well, now, I wasn't the one who said it. Angela said, with a malicious grin. Oh, but you thought it, didn't you? Zuko asked, scowling, and Angela laughed. In any case, Zuzu, I'm never good company for you yet here I am. Listening to your girl problems regardless of whether you're good or bad company. And as it happens, some other people would be willing to do the same for you, not just me. I wouldn't mind talking to you about these matters, I believe. She hasn't so far, it's true. Said Zuko, sighing. Still, my point is that you shouldn't pull away from everyone and everything just because of whatever's wrong between you and her, Angela said. And you shouldn't try to carry all burdens on your own like that. You will have to learn how to delegate if you hope to become Fire Lord one day. If you isolated yourself whenever something went wrong, you'd send the Fire Nation spiraling into ruin without meaning to. Well, I wouldn't do that if I were Fire Lord. Zuko said, frowning. No doubt you shouldn't, said Angela, smiling a little at him. But you should start breaking that habit of isolating yourself as early as possible, don't you think? Still, it's not like I can ask someone else to deal with this for me. It's my problem, and mine alone, said Zuko, looking at Angela in confusion. True, but you could still ask others for help. It's not going to kill you, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. It didn't kill me to have you guys helping Sokka prepare for the slate, and things worked out quite well, didn't they? Could have been better, said Zuko, smiling a little. But I guess you're right. Of course I am, Angela said, simply, before smiling back at him as Xin Long started his descent on the Fire Nation Palace. Thanks, Angela. For the ride, and, for the talk, Zuko whispered softly. Angela grinned, not with the same malice as before, but said nothing. Zuko smiled as well, his heart lighter than before. She was right, he had needed to talk, even if he hadn't explained everything to her at leisure. Regardless of how much better their relationship felt by now, he wasn't sure if he wanted to tell his sister about how he had blurted out a love confession at the worst possible moment. There was someone else better suited to hear that story, after all. Xian Long entered the refuge and descended slowly on the ground without a hitch. Angela and Zuko leapt off Xian Long's back, and afterwards the princess asked her brother to assist her in relieving the dragon from the saddle. Xian Long groaned once they were setting it down, and Angela recognized the sound as a greeting. She turned quickly to the door to find the captain walking through the refuge's entrance with quick strides. "Captain, good to see you again," Angela said, sounding confident despite being slightly nervous upon meeting him once more. "Likewise, Princess, Prince Zuko," said Ruishi, making a reverence towards them. "Hey," Zuko said, awkwardly, nodding at Ruishi. "I trust your voyage and your flight were fine," the captain asked Angela, who nodded. Their interactions were often stiff, but somehow she felt far more uneasy about them today than ever. Surely it was because of her last serious conversation with the man, and because, after claiming that she wouldn't make mistakes she couldn't take back, she had gone and made them anyhow. She hated feeling guilty about it all, but the captain had been right about assessing she wouldn't resist her attraction to Sokka for long, no matter how hard it might be to acknowledge it. Everything was perfectly fine, yes. "The fight went well, surprisingly my gladiator even won," Angela said, with a dry grin. Ruishi nodded again. "Word of the fight's result reached the capital yesterday. Remarkable that he would defeat the second best gladiator of the league," Ruishi said, and Angela smiled. "Remarkable indeed. I'm quite pleased, truth be told," she said, as someone else entered the refuge. "Ah, Angela, you're back," Iroh exclaimed. Welcome home." Thanks, uncle," said Angela, raising her eyebrows as he approached. "Good for you to be back. Say, when do you think Zuko will return? I have a new batch of tea that..." The old man's sentence was left unfinished when he noticed Zuko standing a little further behind Angela. Iroh blinked a few times, not used to seeing the two siblings together, let alone like this. Had Angela given Zuko a ride back to the palace, on her dragon? His eyes widened as it hit him that she really had. That wasn't normal. "I'm here already, uncle," said Zuko, with a smile as he made his way towards him. "Good to see you too." "Why, yes, it's good to see you, yes," said Iroh, beaming and clasping Zuko's shoulders with his hands. I've just brewed a new kind of tea, I think. I found these plants in the garden and I'd like for you to try it out with me." "Are you sure that's a good idea? My father won't like it if you're ripping plants out of his garden, you know." "Oh, never mind Oze. Come on, you need to try it," Iroh exclaimed, beaming and leading Zuko out of the refuge. Fine. I have something I want to talk about anyways," Zuko said, smiling as they both disappeared from sight. "As ever, uncle and his tea?" said Angela, as she patted Xian Long's snout. "Indeed," said Ruishi, before turning to face Angela. "In any case, Princess, the Fire Lord requests your presence. He asked for you to see him as soon as you arrived." "No surprises there either," Angela said, simply, before whispering a small goodbye to her dark dragon. The two of them left the refuge through the same door Zuko and Iroh had used. They entered the palace together, taking the long hallways towards the Fire Lord's study. "The voyage was pleasant, then?" Ruishi asked, with a little hint of accusation in his voice, subtle enough that it wouldn't have meant anything to anyone else. But just the wording of his question seemed intended to make Angela uneasy. "Pleasant enough," she said, curtly, and Ruishi hummed with interest. "If you must know, the situation hasn't changed. You're not bound to suffer consequences for letting me out of your sight for so long." "Good to know," said Ruishi, with actual relief in his voice. Angela gritted her teeth. He had definitely expected her to sleep with Sokka on the trip. She would have taken offense to that if only it hadn't almost happened. "I do want you to understand, though, Captain, that I don't mean to cause you any more trouble than I already have. You've been a loyal guard, more than most could possibly claim to be. And I understand your concerns, truly. You understand them, yet you will not heed my counsel when it comes to this, will you?" he asked, and Angela sighed. "It's not that simple. I want to, despite you might think otherwise, Captain," she said, looking at him apologetically. But it's not quite as simple as wanting. It isn't? Ruishi asked. I was under the impression it actually was. You're not fully aware of what's happening then, if that's what you believe, said Angela, matter-of-factly. I mean no disrespect, princess. Ruishi whispered, afraid he might have stepped over a line with that. I know you don't. I understand you're trying to do what you think is best, and I'm the reckless one here, no doubt, said Angela, shaking her head. If it's any consolation, I'll try to be more careful from here on out. I can't promise it will pay off, but you will make an effort? Ruishi asked, surprised. After being so determined, now you mean to resist this? Truly. Here I thought that would make you happy, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. Is there no pleasing you, Captain? It's merely that, why? He asked, as they reached the hall that led to Ose's study. Did anything? Perhaps I had taken a leave of my senses when we last spoke and I'm finally rational once again, Captain. Is that such a far-fetched idea for you? She asked, looking at him sternly. Not at all, he said, gulping and nodding. Well, I'm pleased now, if nothing else. It's good to know you will try, regardless of what the outcome might be. The outcome should be obvious enough, Captain. It's me we're talking about, she said, lifting her head and stepping forward. The two Imperial guards at the door bowed before her and allowed her inside Ose's private study without a word. The princess stopped before the door, though, sensing something strange as she readied herself to enter the room where her father waited. She had felt this eerie feeling before, though, but she couldn't quite place the sensation right away. Angela gave Ruishi one last look, hoping that would continue to reassure him. His body language seemed to say he was relaxed now, and it remained that way as Angela closed the door behind her. She had been rather convincing, it seemed, enough to soothe the man. His loyalty was truly unquestionable. And it was true that the outcome was obvious already, but it wouldn't be what Ruishi wanted it to be, regrettably. Angela gritted her teeth, wishing that for once her willpower wouldn't give out on her, but she knew she was only going to succumb to her attraction to Sokka sooner than later. She had always known it, but every day that went by made it clearer still. That one taste of the forbidden fruit, as it had been with their first kiss, wasn't enough. It couldn't be. The memory of how his hands had explored her burned into Angela's very soul. It had been shocking, thrilling and frightening at once. And while on the next day she had been uncertain, by now she could recall the way her body had reacted lustfully upon his touch, and this, in turn, filled her with the urge to feel him once again. It was a raw, potent desire of a different nature than what she was used to. And it was frankly terrifying. Fire burned in her veins as she longed for Sokka desperately, in ways she wasn't sure she was ready to take him just yet, but would she ever be? Ah, Angela. At last you return, my daughter. Ose's voice startled Angela. She had kept her hand on the doorknob, her eyes fixed on it as her mind drifted into thoughts she should have kept at bay. She couldn't think about her longing for Sokka, not right now, at least. She knew that she needed to be the very picture of perfection before her father, and she would fail to accomplish it with Sokka at the forefront of her thoughts. I have indeed, father, said Angela, turning to face him and smiling confidently. Ose grinned back at her, his features brightened by pride. He was clad in a lighter outfit than his usual Fire Lord tunic, sitting at his desk as he regarded his daughter with evident pride. Word is you also triumphed in your battle, as expected of you, he said, as Angela took her seat across his desk. Not only did you successfully perform the most memorable ceremony of the Sun in Fire Nation history, but you've won in the most iconic gladiator fight of the League, or so I was told. Indeed, somehow we won, Angela said, with a weak smile. To be perfectly honest, it was mostly on a technicality. I genuinely didn't expect my gladiator to win. His opponent was far superior in battle prowess, but fortune was on our side, it seems. All the more reason for you to be pleased with the outcome. Brute strength isn't the only way to win a fight, said Ose. But it's rather clear you already know so. Else you wouldn't have chosen the gladiator you did. Naturally, said Angela, nodding. She had chosen Sokka for his cleverness in the fighting pit. It was true, she couldn't recall having ever met such an inventive fighter. Granted, not all his improvisations worked out, but it seems they did when it mattered the most. But your accomplishment in the slate, while remarkable, seems to pale next to your ceremony, said Jose, with a malicious grin. Even the head sage, that pompous, witless fool, is in awe over your prowess. Yes, even him, said Angela, with a small grin as Jose chuckled. He was quite amazed when I first showed him what I could do with the gold flames. Naturally. He should be. Truth be told, I'm quite amazed myself still, said Jose, frowning a little. It is a brand new skill, rather different from your blue flames. Granted that their combination allows an extraordinary fire to be born, but it does make me wonder, how did you accomplish the gold flames? Why, it was, through a lot of studying, truth be told, said Angela, hoping to imprint as much sincerity as she could to her words. I read old writings, and I found that I ought to unleash my inner fire for this ceremony. We have always fire bent without quite unfolding our full potential in this way, Father, so I merely sought a way to release my inner flames. And such was the result. Remarkable, said Jose, nodding. And to hear this from a child who hasn't spent her entire life studying on these ancient writings, it's the perfect slap across the head sage's face. Well done. Is that what you hoped I'd accomplish? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. You believed that having me performing the ceremony would be a blow to the head sage's ego. Not quite. At first, I only wanted to spite him, said Jose, smirking. But your absolute success has left even him silenced in utter amazement. Even Zhao was astounded when he gazed upon the torches in the temple. So, he's back now? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. For good. At least for some time, yes, said Jose. He needed a break direly after spending such a long time at the North Pole. He's not at the palace today, he's currently handling certain matters regarding his household, but he's certain to be here for the ball. He rather looks forward to seeing you again, especially after witnessing the flames at the temple. Needless to say, he was quite impressed. As everyone was, Angela said, simply, and Jose chuckled. Indeed. Somehow you always manage to prove yourself above everyone's expectations, my daughter. It's remarkable. No longer will anyone speak against your qualifications as future Fire Lord, I'm certain of it. Well, I'd hope so, said Angela, her eyes widening a little. With everything I've achieved so far. Indeed, your track record is spotless, said Jose. Well, nearly. You still refuse to take a husband, but everything else seems to compensate for it at this point. Your capture of the rough rhinos and eventual dismantling of a brewing rebellion in Ba Sing Se, the endangering of your life in order to capture those White Lotus criminals, and now with these two new fire-bending techniques, and that's without speaking of all the recognition you've earned through the Gladiator business. You're certainly a rising star in the Fire Nation, to say the least. I suppose I am, Angela said, without being able to hold back a small smile. Regardless if Zhao was here or not, which would usually serve to ruin her mood easily, her father's words were uplifting. And if even the head sage acknowledges you now, then the most irritating obstacle in your path has been cleared, said Jose, at which Angela frowned a little. Well, he acknowledges my fire bending, certainly, but there might still be certain noblemen who would believe I'm not suited for the task of ruling, such as the Millennium Dragon's sponsor and Quan, to begin with. Their opinion matters little, said Jose, smirking. Especially when you have the support of most military leaders, the sages, and the people. And, mainly, the Fire Lord's favor. So noblemen are of no consequence? Angela asked, and Jose shook his head. The ones who oppose you aren't worth your concern. They are merely old-fashioned, narrow-minded fools, said Jose. Their priority isn't the progress of our nation, but that of their own families and their wealth. But they're not strong enough to oppose my will. That's quite fortunate, said Angela. But still, even if you do want me to succeed you, Zuko is still around, father. Are you just going to ignore him? Well, haven't I been doing that splendidly so far? Asked Jose, smirking and signing a paper on the desk, something he had been working on before Angela's arrival. So, you're just going to? Angela asked, looking at him with unease. I am just going to declare you the Fire Nation's official crown princess, Angela, Ose said, his voice somewhat teasing at first, but as he spoke it shifted into nothing but utter pride. Angela's eyes opened wide as she heard those words, her lips parting. She had been waiting to hear them ever since she was a child, when Ose had first told her she would succeed him as Fire Lord one day. Back then she hadn't even understood how her father would become Fire Lord to begin with, but she had chosen to believe in Ose's ploys fully. And now he finally meant to make this element of them a reality. Do you mean that? She said, her voice trembling. I will be Crown Princess? For good this time. For good this time, said Ose, smirking. No longer will your status as my heir hinge on Zuko's banishment. You have already proven yourself more times than any other prince or princess before you ever had to. Everyone in the Fire Nation will celebrate by now upon knowing you are next in line for the throne. Is that what you're signing there? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Indeed. A document I will have my council sign during our next session, once the festivals end, said Ose, nodding. Though I mean to have you proclaimed as our new crown princess before making it fully official. I'm certain the ball will prove to be the best occasion to make such an important announcement. What, so quickly? Angela asked, her eyes widening more. But, that seems rather hasty, father. Don't you think that maybe it would be convenient to wait at least another week? You should have the signed document first, right? Not necessarily. Do you think I'm a commoner trying to get a permit to have a farm? Ose mocked her, smirking. I'm the Fire Lord. I have every right to do this, or anything else I might want to. It's that simple, Angela. Still, said Angela, frowning a little. Why was it that she wasn't rejoicing to see her biggest wish fulfilled? She should be. She would be the best Fire Lord in history, or at least she meant to be. She had been so disgruntled and tense when Zuko returned, worried about what his presence in the Fire Nation would mean for her in the long run. She had treated him as the threat he was, not to her personally, but to her claim to the throne. She had taken his gesture on her birthday to be misleading, a cover for an attempt to win one over her. It hadn't been that, though, not at all. Her subsequent conversations with her brother had led her to see that. The man was too righteous to try to deceive her in any way, after all. But he was quick to anger and frustration, especially when things didn't go his way. And even more so when things didn't go his way because of his sister. Is something the matter? Ose asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not certain if announcing this during the ball is a good idea, father, said Angela, breathing deeply. It's too soon, and the news might not be well received. Are you worried about your brother, by any chance? Ose asked, skeptical. Or about your uncle, perhaps. That would be most unlike you. I'm sorry, father, said Angela, with a weak grin. But I do find them to be reasons for concern, and not because of some sort of sentimentality, if that's what you thought. Why, though? Asked Ose, resting against the back seat of his chair. You're renowned throughout the Fire Nation for heroic deeds, your brother for being banished. Even if he wanted to kick up a ruckus over this matter, I'm certain most everyone would side with your claim rather than his. Quite possibly, but wouldn't you prefer it if he didn't kick up a ruckus at all? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. I'm aware you enjoy humiliating him in public, but I'd think you'd rather he doesn't cause a scene in the middle of the ball. Wouldn't it be better for the festivals to end without a hitch? And when would you want me to announce you as the crown princess then? Ose asked, frowning. Regardless of when I do it, your brother will likely react explosively. It's what he does best, after all. Then perhaps you should let him know before announcing it publicly, said Angela. I could do it myself, if you're unwilling. Yes, he's still likely to protest this way, but less likely to set the palace on fire in a blind rage. I suppose you have a point, said Ose, rolling his eyes, ending the gesture with a disappointed sigh. Clever of you to think so. Still, he's going to make a fuss regardless of when it happens, and perhaps my brother will join him in the tantrum as well, though he just might sit back and chortle happily while drowning in tea instead. Seeing how he didn't so much as protest when I took the position of Fire Lord for myself. You had Agelin's last testament to support your claim, said Angela. and he was lost to the world for an entire year. By the time he arrived it would have been plain inconvenient to even try to stand up against you. Not quite. He could have challenged me to an Agni Kai upon his arrival to the capital, said Oze. He would have had the head sage's full support, for one thing. But he must have known he had no chance to win. Why fight me when I am and always have been the superior bender between us both? Naturally, said Angela, with a crooked smile. Oze returned the grin. Which is the case as well with you and Zuko, in case you have forgotten, he said. Your brother is incompetent compared to you. He stands little to no chance against you. So, if he did throw a temper tantrum. Another Agni Kai for him, said Angela, her eyes on the table. That might not appeal to him much, but it just might be the best thing to do in order to settle this matter without further complications. Well, that is, if he has the courage to accept fighting you while aware that he cannot possibly defeat you, said Oze, his eyes darkening a little as he spoke. Angela gulped at the expression on his face. Though it seems he might have found some courage while at sea, surprisingly. Zhao regaled me with the most amusing tale. Did he? Angela asked, frowning in confusion. I wasn't aware they had encountered one another while Zuko was banished. It seems it happened once. Zhao didn't want to disclose the full details, though, said Oze, a hint of amusement on his face. After a few taunts by our admiral, Zuko reacted as he often does. He challenged Zhao to an Agni Kai. Did he really? Angela asked, astonished. And the most amusing part of that tale is that Zuko actually triumphed, said Oze, chuckling. Angela's jaw dropped. How did he? Against Zhao. Angela said, aghast. Wasn't Zhao supposed to be some extraordinary firebender? I fear his skills might have dulled a little under the weight of all his promotions, said Oze, laughing with malice. Angela wasn't surprised at all to hear Oze taunt his lifelong friend in this way, and as she held few sympathies for the man, she actually laughed softly as well. He must have dropped his guard foolishly. Clearly he takes no pride in what happened, but I didn't allow him to keep the truth from me. Naturally, I mean to tease him for it until he begins training more seriously. In our younger days he used to be the most dangerous firebender there was. I suppose I'll have to drag him to the training grounds again, get him in shape once more. It would be convenient. We can't have one of our most prominent military figures slacking off in his firebending, said Angela, smirking. I'll see to that, said Oze, smiling. Well, then, I shall hold out on announcing you as Crown Princess until your brother poses little to no threat to your claim. Once he's no longer a complicating factor, the entire Fire Nation will know you are my one and true heir, and the future Fire Lord of our rising nation. Very well, said Angela, nodding. I shall prepare for the occasion. Indeed you should, said Oze, grinning, as Angela stood up and bowed before her father. This is what we've been working for, my daughter. Rejoice. I shall, once everything is finally in place, Angela said, with a satisfied grin. Until then, I need to keep weighing every single step we take, father. At times it feels like you're far wiser than I can ever hope to be, said Oze, and Angela's smile became more genuine now. Why, that certainly flatters me, father, she said, bowing again. I shall see you soon, then. At the ball, if not sooner. For certain, said Oze, nodding, as Angela turned to leave. She crossed the palace at a hasty pace, led by necessity towards her room. Only when she closed the door behind her did she allow her mask to crumble. A hand went to her forehead as she shook her head in disbelief. Why now? Why, when she wasn't ready for this title, even though she had been for all her life? It was too much, too fast. She wasn't the kind of person who ever felt like she was in over her head, but right now she was overwhelmed by the new predicament her father had forced upon her. Yes, she wanted to be crown princess, there was no questioning that. But it was incredibly unfortunate that her father would finally do this when she was starting to get along better with both her brother and uncle. The two alliances she had forged with them would shatter instantly once they knew of this. And there would be no going back, not anymore. Zuko would surely be outraged, after finally trusting her, opening up to her. He would assume she had been plotting just how to get to his good side in order to strike at him when he least expected it. And clearly, her uncle would think the same thing. She had no doubts she could beat Zuko in an Agni Kai, but at what cost? Just how likely was it for him to fight toe and nail for the throne he had always regarded as his? Quite likely, as a matter of fact. If this conflict escalated into a civil war, it would hardly come as a surprise. She believed that she was well known and supported throughout the Fire Nation, but she had no doubts that there were many who would only see Zuko as Ozay's true heir, regardless of what he did wrong or what Azula did right, her uncle amongst them. Azula sighed and continued to shake her head, settling on the chair before her own desk. To make matter worse, becoming the indisputable crown princess had been beyond appealing long ago, when she'd had less to lose, but the already horrible consequences of being entangled with a slave would only worsen if she became crown princess. Her father believed he was doing her a great favor, and it should have been that way, but Azula had played more games than she should have for the past year. She had formed new bonds with many people, bonds her father would never approve of. Bonds that were likely to destroy her one way or another if Ozay's plans came to fruition. Because, if word of her relationship with Sokka was spread through the city, Zuko wouldn't need to do anything for Azula's credibility to disappear. Who would approve of a Fire Lord who trampled around with slaves? And with a Water Tribe slave, to boot. Of all the people I had to fall in love with, I just had to pick you, damn it. She whispered, slumping over the table and striking her head against the wood softly. She shouldn't have expected for this strangely balanced status quo to persist. She should have known something would shatter that balance eventually, whether she liked it or not. The only question left to ask was, what was she going to do about it? Would she let her father do as he pleased, or would she find a way to stop his ambitions, as she had during her birthday? It was far too risky to try that move once again, though. The consequences had already been unpleasant enough the first time. Losing her father's goodwill simply wasn't an option now. She shook her head, rubbing her forehead with her fingers as a headache started to pound within her skull. It seemed her body was reprimanding her for being far too pessimistic. With some luck, or rather, a lot of luck, this would turn out to be a good thing. Perhaps she could still find a way to get everything she wanted, without losing everything she cared about in the process. He combed his hair back, the wetness of the strands making it even more manageable than usual. Sokka was quite fortunate to have such easy hair to brush, and he was aware of it. Katara had expressed jealousy over his hair often while they were growing up, for hers would get tangled easily if she didn't brush it often. Sokka knew he ought to appreciate his hair quite a lot, which was why the burned tips of his wolf's tail had bothered him as they did. Song had helped him cut the ends of his hair once he had arrived home, and Sokka had stressed slightly over if his hair might end up too short to tie up in his proper wolf's tail by now. Fortunately, his concerns had been unnecessary, and he found he still could pull his hair up as he liked to. But despite the good news, he made the decision to keep it loose for tonight's great event. And thus, he was combing his hair back with the aid of some water and a comb, hoping to make himself look presentable enough to attend the ball everyone was so excited about. He had mostly rested ever since they set out from the slate, hoping to be in his best shape in time for the ball. But it was impossible to achieve a full recovery in a matter of 3 days. The bruise on his cheek, which had been dark purple during the trip, was now dark brown instead, so he chose to keep it covered with a bandage anyways, even if it didn't match his attire. His outfit was styled as a Changshan, like the ones he had worn during his time as Piandeo's apprentice. It was comprised by an indigo top and a pair of black pants. It wasn't an extraordinary outfit, but that was no surprise. He was a slave after all. He wasn't about to wear anything scandalous to earn himself unwanted attention. Okay. I suppose that's that, he said, studying his reflection in the mirror. His hair was perfectly in place, even though there was some risk of it becoming messy as the evening progressed. He took a deep breath and released it as a nervous sigh before standing up from his dresser and getting ready to leave. Well, you look pretty handsome, said Song, smiling kindly at Sokka as he reached the first floor. He grinned and laughed a little shyly, scratching the back of his head carelessly, but he stopped doing it upon realizing he was bound to mess up his hairdo if he touched it too much. I tried, he said, blushing a little. Seems it paid off, then, eh? It did, but, are you sure you should go to this ball? Asked Song, raising her eyebrows. You won't be able to eat that easily with your hands like that, Do you think I'm just going for the food, Song, really? Sokka asked, looking at her with disbelief, and she smiled. Well, it's you we're talking about, Sokka, she said, chuckling. Your first priority in life has always been food, or well, by now it must be the second one, surely. Say hi to the princess for me, will you? Sokka's blush returned at full strength at Song's insinuation. She giggled as he harumphed and turned to the door, clasping the knob and grimacing painfully as he touched it with his still healing hand. He was wearing his bandages, and Song had been helping him heal, but the pain was still bothersome. I'll see you in a few hours, Song, he said, before taking off. I'll bring some food for you. You'd better. Song exclaimed, as Sokka closed the door behind him. He started to walk to the palace, but he chose to call for a carriage once he was in a more transit area, not wanting to spoil his dress clothes with a long stroll. He waited eagerly on his seat as the wheels spun too slowly for his liking. He wasn't sure what to expect from tonight, at all. He doubted he would be the center of attention, but word might have spread about his success in the slate. Hopefully Angela would be pleased by the recognition they would gain by now. He was surprised when the carriage stopped altogether, not yet at their destination, and the driver told him this was as far as he could take him. The palace was still a few blocks away, but the streets were so boisterous and crowded that it would prove impossible for the carriage to make it through the masses. Sokka paid the man and climbed off the vehicle, and he started on his way towards the front gates. Never had he seen the city alight with so many colors, the streets packed with people chatting and laughing into the evening. There were bright lamps everywhere, fire-bending displays as Ty Lee had described, stands that sold masks and many other fun gadgets, though the stands that caught Sokka's eye, naturally, were those that sold food. All in all, he had never seen the Fire Nation capital as cheerful as it was today. I thought Fire Nation people sucked the fun out of everything, he said, with a grin. He was glad to have been mistaken about that. The entrance to the palace was packed, but mostly by onlookers who hoped to spot some of the prominent noblemen who were entering the palace at the moment. Sokka managed to slip through the crowd and reached the small line before the gates. Noticing that the guests were handing in their invitations for the ball, he didn't have one, however. So he had no choice but to smile awkwardly at the guards who had been tasked with checking the new arrivals. Invita oh, it's the Gladiator, said the one who had meant to check Sokka. He jerked his head towards the palace and Sokka grinned. Well, that had been simple, fortunately. The palace grounds weren't anywhere near as crowded as the rest of the city was, but many noble families were speaking quite amicably there instead of heading inside the main building, as Sokka was about to. He wondered if they really got along as well as they seemed to, or if it was just a front. Things were far less fun and natural within these walls than they had been outside. Still, he had to admit the palace was more upbeat today than ever. He smiled at the decorations, finding most of the colorful lanterns quite pleasant to the eyes. They afforded the palace a slightly less grim appearance, Sokka thought. People didn't seem to notice him, but at times he felt followed by their gazes. He had no idea if they were friendly stares or not, but he wasn't planning on staying in the gardens much longer to find out. He really wanted to see Angela and he hoped to spend some time with her this evening, even if at a certain distance. He didn't mean to put her in awkward situations, not tonight. He made his way through the halls, guided by a guard's directions towards the main hall of the palace, where the actual ball would take place. It looked bigger yet than the one where Angela's birthday feast was held, or at least the massive double doors that led to it suggested as much. Said doors were wide open as people came and went inside the great chamber, but Sokka didn't walk inside immediately. His footsteps slowed to a halt when his eyes fell upon a figure standing right before the doors. Once again, her dress was a hanfu, as the one she had worn on her birthday. The outer robe was long and sleeveless, of a gentle golden shade. The inner robe was wrapped closely around her body, her cleavage showing the very top of her breasts. This cloth was white, with red and gold flowers that resembled water lilies embroidered into it, and the sash wrapped around her waist had been made from the very same fabric, it seemed. The large sleeves were of a pale red, the cuffs gold. Her hair was up, as it had been during her birthday, but this time it was decorated with many small adornments that looked like bright red dragons to Sokka. Her usual golden hairpiece was perfectly in place before her top knot, her trademark bangs framing her face elegantly, as ever. Sokka froze where he was, unaware that his jaw had dropped as he admired Azula with absolute amazement. She was currently talking to a man Sokka recalled from Azula's feast, Zhen, who was accompanied by his family this time. His wife was a pretty woman, slender but short, her hair dark and held in a top knot as well. The two of them were flanking a young boy who couldn't have been older than 10. The child was gazing at Azula with curious and bright eyes as the princess addressed his parents as politely as was expected of her. Sadly, it was time for me to take the back seat for now. I've been dealing with that deadly silent behemoth long enough as it is, Zhen was saying, chuckling. Let the Admiral take him back already. I'd rather stop worrying about whatever the hell's going on behind that creepy stare of his. I told you many times that agreeing to sponsor the man was not a good idea, but you never listened to me, now, do you? The wife was saying. Azula's eyebrow twitched ever slightly at their bickering, and Sokka didn't fail to notice it, even at a distance. Well, woman, you couldn't expect me to just refuse Admiral Zhao, could you? Zhen retorted. They fight like this all the time, the child told Azula, who laughed a little at his declaration. The parents were startled out of their pointless argument by their son's voice. It's so annoying. It must be quite trying if that's so. I fear you'll have to bear with your parents, though, said Azula, chuckling as Zhen smiled and apologized. Now, Huiven, no need to embarrass us in front of the princess herself, said Zhen, patting his son's head. You know what? Let's fetch something to eat, yes. Come now, Huiven, Lan. Excuse us, princess, said the wife, Lan, smiling kindly at Azula. Do enjoy the festivities, Azula said, as the three of them finally moved into the large hall behind the princess. She sighed, not allowing the mask of perfection to crumble altogether, but still letting some of her frustration seep through. Greeting people was not her strong suit, and she would much rather not have to deal with it at all. As much as she could have a way with people, she was nothing short of exhausted after the 100th guest she'd had to greet. But her weariness was swept away quickly when she turned her gaze towards the hallway, finding that someone she knew all too well had been staring at her with his lips parted, his eyes wide and a subtle blush on his face. Sokka, she said, blinking a few times and willing herself not to blush under his intense gaze. Why yeah, it's me, he said, with an awkward grin as he stepped forward and tucked his hands into his pants pockets. Hey there. I didn't think you'd arrive so early, Azula said, wishing she wasn't feeling as pointlessly nervous as she was right now. Why would she be nervous at all? It was Sokka, the same goof she had grown used to for the past year. It didn't matter if he had combed his hair back, or that his clothes were fancier than usual, deep down it was still him. So why did she feel like a schoolgirl with a crush? How ridiculous, embarrassing, unbefitting of her status, but it was an unavoidable reaction. Her heart was racing, making her fear that her chest's palpitations might even be visible under this revealing cleavage, and that Sokka would notice just how anxious he was making her. I didn't have much else to do, said Sokka, with a grin. So, I figured, why not come down here already and start devouring all the food, I suppose it's the main reason you're here, said Azula, with a small smile. Sokka swallowed. No, it most certainly wasn't. He might not even care if he returned home with an empty stomach, not after seeing her like this. All thoughts of food were easily forgotten next to her beauty. You fixed your hair, I see. Oh, yeah. Finally, he said, with a goofy smile. It's a bit shorter than usual. Well, it looks fine to me, Azula said. It was ridiculous how difficult this conversation had been so far. It was as though they had absolutely no clue what to tell one another, despite conversations usually flowed easily between them. Why you look more than fine, though, he said, blushing deeper now. You're really beautiful tonight, Azula. Really? And I mean, really. No need to emphasize it so much, Azula said, as Sokka smiled clumsily again. But thanks. I'd better look beautiful, considering how long it took me to get ready. Well, mission accomplished, said Sokka, grinning broadly. I'm sure you'll be the prettiest girl in the entire palace tonight. Oh? Just tonight? Well, thanks for your sincerity, Angela said, feigning hurt at his words. Sokka grimaced and shook his head as he took back his previous assertion. And no. Of course not just tonight. I mean, all these girls probably took ages to get ready too, but they can't even hold a torch to your beauty. That's what I was saying, he said, flustered, as Angela chuckled. So that's what you meant, she said, smirking. I guess I can accept that. Anyways, you should probably head inside by now. I'll have to stand here and play the nice hostess for a little while longer. We're not bound to spend a lot of time picking on one another today, are we? Sokka asked, and Angela sighed as she shook her head. It's unlikely. But at least treat yourself to the food, if nothing else. Make the night count one way or another, she suggested, smirking. Sokka gulped again. Her devious grin seemed more alluring underneath the makeup she wore tonight. I'll try to do that, yep, he said, smiling foolishly as he stepped next to her. He deliberately brushed his knuckles against her hand, lightly enough so that it would seem a mistake to anyone who might have seen it. But Angela knew better than that. She fought back the urge to smile and she focused on the guests again, trying to put aside all thoughts of her gladiator. Sokka entered the hall, a delighted grin on his face as he gazed around himself. Lots of people were gathered in here, and the loud chatter made the elegant occasion appear slightly more casual than it was. Sokka suspected it was merely because the Fire Lord was nowhere to be seen just yet. He wouldn't be likely to show up until the revelry was in full swing. After scouring the area carefully to find where the food might be, he happened upon familiar faces, namely, Mai's family. Mai was dressed in a long-sleeved black dress with no cleavage to speak of, unlike Angela's. She was holding Uade, who was dressed in a bright red tunic, whereas his father wore a similar one but of darker color. The child was laughing happily as his hands reached for another person who had his back to Sokka, but even so, the gladiator recognized him easily. Zuko was wearing a Changshan like Sokka's own, but instead of blue it was of dark red and black, with golden highlights. His hair was carefully brushed into a top knot, a golden hair piece like Angela's own placed before the hair bun. It seems like he's having a good time so far, Zuko was telling Ruonjian and Mai by the time Sokka approached. Let's only hope he remains in good spirits for the rest of the night, said Mai, as Uade smiled brightly, basking in being at the center of attention. Hey, Sokka said, once he reached the group. He grinned broadly and patted Zuko's back and he was surprised when the prince smiled back at him. Been such a long time since I last saw you guys, huh? You're so very hilarious, said Mai, raising her eyebrows as Ruonjian grinned at Sokka. And so very upbeat, looks like. Yeah, well, I'm going to have a fancy meal at the palace. That's a good reason to be upbeat, said Sokka, smirking. Thinking with your stomach, that's new, Zuko said sarcastically, and Sokka poked his ribs with a finger, making Zuko squirm out of his reach. Hey! Stop being a spoilsport, let me enjoy my thing and you can enjoy yours, whatever that is, said Sokka, looking at Zuko inquisitively. Now I think of it, what is your thing? Zuko was about to snap at Sokka, to tell him he should stop prying into what didn't concern him. Why did he need to have a thing anyways? But the words got stuck in his throat when he heard a familiar high-pitched voice not far from where they were. He ventured a glance towards the doors to find that, as he had suspected, Ty Lee had arrived. It would have been impossible to miss the chi blocker, both because of her loud voice and the extravagant attire she wore, a sleeveless, strapless dress with pink, yellow, and white patterns that wrapped around her body so tightly that a lot of nearby noblemen were ogling her quite shamelessly. The girl was in the middle of greeting Angela, and she was flanked by both her slaves. Haru was wearing a hanfu of his own, though it was of a rather simple design, fashioned out of both light and dark green cloth. As for Suki, she wore a kipeo dress. The top of it was red, with green outlines. The sash was green, and the skirt was red again. A gold, red and green hair piece crowned her auburn hair. Zuko felt his heart sink upon the sight of her, and he felt compelled to shrink away before they could approach them. He didn't have a chance to do it, though, for as soon as Ty Lee left Angela alone again, she bolted straight towards their group. Oh, great. You're all here already. she exclaimed, as she hugged Mai as a greeting. Didn't expect us to stay at home when we can have palace food for free, now, did you? Sokka said, grinning goofily as Haru chuckled. Of course not, especially not you, said Ty Lee, giggling. Though I'm surprised you're not gobbling down everything you can already. Well, I just got here myself, said Sokka, glancing at the sides as he tried to find the buffet table. So I hadn't had a chance to fetch a plate yet. But, aha, there's the food. I'll see you guys in a bit. He hurried off cheerfully towards the tables without further ado, leaving the group to stare after him in amusement. To think Azula chose that moron for her gladiator, said Mai, smiling a little. Well, he has a point, said Haru, smiling a little. I could use some food myself. The conversation, so very casual, did little to deflate the tension between Zuko and Suki. He had averted his eyes from her, despite feeling compelled to admire how pretty she looked, but he could feel her gaze insistently fixed upon him. Azula had been right to tell him not to isolate himself, but even so, he wasn't sure he wanted to talk to Suki just yet. I'll just go get some food as well, Zuko whispered to no one in particular, suspecting none of them had heard him anyways, but someone did. Zuko! Suki called out, but he turned on his heels and walked off without another word. She watched him leave, her chest aching as he kept putting distance between them. Should she just leave him be, then? Was he going to avoid her forever? It pained her to see him acting like this, and it made her wonder if perhaps it would be best, for both of them, if she actually left him alone. But the food's the other way, said Ruan-Jian, innocently, frowning as Zuko disappeared through another door in the large hall. Suki, Ty Lee said, looking at her worriedly and taking her hand in hers. Don't feel bad, he'll get over it. I doubt it, said Mai, cuttingly, making Suki flinch. Not on his own, he won't. You mean? Said Suki, blinking a few times. What I mean is, go after him. Set things right, Mai said, looking at Suki with a small smile. Yeah, whatever's broken, you two can fix it together, said Haru, smiling gently at Suki. I'm sure of it. Suki looked at her friends with amazement before smiling and nodding. She didn't wait for more encouragement, she set out after Zuko, her determination to settle matters growing stronger with each step she took. Let's hope things work out now, said Mai. Yeah, let's hope so. Ty Lee nodded and sighed dreamily, until she frowned and looked at Mai with accusing eyes. Wait a minute, you just want to win our bet, don't you? Mai actually laughed at that, surprising everyone nearby, and as she dealt with Ty Lee's accusations, Suki sped through the palace's halls, searching for Zuko frantically. At long last she found him, strolling down a solitary passageway, his head hung. Zuko! She called out again, startling him. He turned to look at her, his eyes somewhat wide with panic. Suki! He whispered. She breathed heavily as she reached him, staring at him insistently. Zuko withdrew slightly, his demeanor that of a frightened child. Why was he acting like this? It was nearly as though their roles had reversed from when they had found one another once again, Suki thought, which made no damn sense. Stop turning away from me already, she said, gritting her teeth. Do you want to have me chasing after you forever? I didn't. I don't, he said, frowning. I'm not turning away from you. I'm just sparing you the trouble of bearing with me, is all. Could you not be so hard on yourself? Suki asked, looking at him earnestly. I just want to talk about this. I understand that you thought that I was rejecting you back in the slate, but You heard what I said and just fled when you had a chance, said Zuko, dropping his gaze. If you weren't trying to reject me, you did a poor job at showing it. I was worried about Sokka, she said, frowning. Zuko, did you have to pick that moment to say what you said? It was just not the right time. And when is the right time? Zuko asked, looking at her sternly. You want me to say it again now? Do you really think that's going to change your response in any way? Zuko. Look, I get it, all right. He said, sighing and shaking his head. It's fine. It wouldn't be the first time I misunderstand something, and it sure won't be the last. So just, forget it. I know it was inconvenient and it was wrong, I shouldn't have said it, and I'm sorry. You're sorry for saying it? Suki asked, gulping. Or for feeling the way you feel? Well, if I hadn't said it I'd be able to still think we'd have a chance, even if we won't, said Zuko, his eyes flickering towards her quickly before dropping again. As for how I feel, I don't think I could have avoided it. I started loving you from afar, if just for reasons that seem rather shallow now. Even if I'd known back then that nothing would happen between us, which is what I believed anyways, I still would have felt how I did. I can't change that. Suki sighed, her heart beating faster than ever. You have to understand, Zuko, she said, looking at him imploringly. You're a prince. I'm just a common slave, and it doesn't matter if you could help it or not, I'm not someone you should have fallen in love with. You're supposed to marry someone of high birth, right? You're meant to rule a nation one day. I'm nobody next to you, even if your feelings have blinded you to the truth. You're being ridiculous, said Zuko, gritting his teeth and approaching her. You're not nobody. You're Suki, you've touched thousands of lives through something that should have only been gruesome and horrid, by bringing out the beauty in it. You're amazing. Don't belittle yourself. Well, then, don't belittle yourself either, you idiot. Suki snapped, startling Zuko. Stop acting like you're a burden or a bother for me, because you're neither. She was the one gritting her teeth now, her hands pressed into fists as she lowered her gaze. Zuko looked at her worriedly. I don't know what I feel, she admitted, closing her eyes. Everything I've ever held dear has been ripped away from me before I knew what was happening. Even little things I didn't know I held dear, like the apartment I used to share with Oyoji, like the smell that always came before rain started to pour over Kyoshi Island. So, I don't know if I'm ready to feel this now, Zuko. It's too terrifying to think I might lose you. Suki. But if I do nothing, I'm going to lose you either way, she said, looking at Zuko with sincerity. I'm really honored to know you love me, Zuko, and I think I would be lying if I said I don't feel the same way. But it's... Her words got lost as his set eyes shifted quickly, growing clearer and brighter all of a sudden. The tension in his jaw disappeared as it dropped, as he stared at her in disbelief but also relief. It's impossible, Suki finished at last, and she feared he would be upset again, but to her surprise, he looked at her with determination. No, it isn't, he said, firmly. Suki held her silence, listening to his words with uncertainty. I don't, spirits, Suki, I don't care that you're a slave. You could have been a palace servant, a sailor on my ship, I don't care. Because I know I would love you no matter what, as I already told you. Damn the circumstances, the consequences, none of that matters. You can say that now, Zuko, but that's not true and you know it, said Suki, shaking her head. Your father. My father hasn't even looked at me ever since I came home, Zuko snapped. My sister doesn't mind either, she even told me to go for it so long as I didn't do anything stupid. I just want to be with you, Suki. Screw what everyone else says, I'm pretty damn sure I'm never going to please them no matter what I do. So just, forget it. Forget I'm a prince, forget you're a slave. Just think about you and me, nothing else, and tell me, do you want to be with me too? Suki only looked at him for a moment, her mind telling her not to answer that question, her heart begging her to do so. She felt tears burning in her eyes, a knot in her throat as she finally decided to give him the answer he had asked for. Of course I want to be with you, she said, the tears rolling down her cheeks. It's the only thing I could want, Zuko, He leaned down, his face going to her shoulder as he embraced her tightly. Suki closed her eyes and gripped him tightly, her tears dropping on his tunic now. She thought she felt him laugh against her, and she inched away slightly, hoping to look at him now. Zuko held her face in his hands, tears gleaming in the corner of his eyes as well. Despite herself, Suki smiled. Even now, the consequences were to be feared, but seeing his pure happiness erased her doubts. The odds were against them, but now she wanted to take the risk. She wanted to be with him, and he wanted her, too. She hadn't been convinced before, but by now she knew that was all that mattered. She was the one who leaned in to kiss him deeply, her arms going around his neck as Zuko's surrounded her waist. The sounds of the ball drifted towards them, but they barely heard them, locked in one another's arms as they were, determined not to let anything tear them apart ever again. The evening progressed slowly as more guests arrived. The hall soon became boisterous and loud, though the noise died down slightly once the musicians were ready to perform. Sokka was quite interested in hearing their performance, and he even slid away from the buffet table for a little while just to judge the musicians' prowess once they started playing their instruments. To his disappointment, the music wasn't at all upbeat. He frowned and tilted his head to the side, thinking that wasn't dancing material whatsoever. What sort of ball could take place with such slow, sad, and dissonant music? Apparently, a Fire Nation ball could. Sokka grimaced as he watched how only one pair would take each dance, and how they never stood anywhere near one another despite being dancing together. The dancers kept their distance, their movements as slow as the music, their gestures as dispassionate as possible. It disappointed Sokka so much that he turned away from the dancing area and returned to the food, to find a certain acquaintance of his in the middle of picking the dishes she wanted to eat, or rather, picking through all the food as she sampled everything on the table. "What the, are you tasting every single dish, Toph?" Sokka asked, aghast. "I've got to find out which one I want to eat, right?" she said, simply, with a grin. Unlike everyone else, Toph's clothes were completely casual. She wasn't even wearing a dress, surely because she didn't want to. "Nice hearing you again, dog. Been quite some time, hasn't it?" "Yeah, actually. Since basing se, said Sokka. "Everything went well with your parents." "Well, they're still trying to make me behave as a lady, and I'm still rebelling against them with everything I've got," said Toph, grinning widely before chuckling. "So yeah, everything went well. I argued with them lots while I was back in jailing, but we needed that. It was nice going back, surprisingly." "Good to know," said Sokka, grinning now. "Stop poking every dish. I want to have some of this stuff too, and knowing you, you didn't wash your hands before touching the food." "When do I ever?" Toph asked, grinning, as Sokka's stomach sank. I actually was kidding with that." "Gross, Toph," he said, shaking his head as she laughed. "Learn to live life, will you?" she said, as Sokka reached for a dish that didn't seem to have been touched by Toph just yet. He was gulping down chunks of spicy hippo cow meat when he found, at long last, that something interesting was finally happening. Azula was done greeting guests, for it seemed Iroh had stepped in to relieve her from that particular duty, and now she had entered the hall, only to be busy again, engaged in more conversations with the people already within the room. Sokka's spirits dropped again as he glared at the crowd gathered around the princess. Aren't they ever going to give her some time to herself? He grumbled, and Toph chuckled. "Jealous much? You've got to learn to share your girl with the world, you know. She's really famous by now, you can't expect her to spend every waking moment with you." "I'm not expecting her to do that, though I can't say I'd mind if she did," Sokka whispered, before frowning. "And she's not my girl, Toph. Don't say stuff like that." "She's not? Really?" she asked, sucking off her fingers after finishing the muffin she had been eating. "Here I thought you two were finally getting it going." She seemed a little happier than usual, so I guessed that might be why. "Maybe not, then. I'm just saying, she's her own person." "I don't own her," said Sokka, pouting. "But she does own you." "In all possible senses," said Toph, smiling. "She owns your heart, body, soul, everything about you. It's the sad truth." "Heh, I guess, in a sense," he said, sighing as he watched Azula speaking to an elderly woman. A waiter passed by her with a tray of small Komodo rhino sausages, and Azula declined most politely, though she couldn't help but grimace slightly at the sight of Komodo rhino products, even now. There, said Toph, patting Sokka's shoulder. "She obviously likes you too, if that's any comfort." "I don't even know why she does, but it seems she does." At least that should make you happy, right? It does, but in moments like these I remember that she's completely and utterly out of my reach, said Sokka, sighing again. We're worlds apart. Well, if Prince Quickfeet can do what he's doing with his slave girl over there, maybe the distance between you and Spicy isn't that wide after all. Huh. Sokka said, frowning before scanning the rest of the room, tearing his gaze away from Azula for the first time since she reappeared in his eyesight. There was a couple dancing to the musician's slow beat now, and to Sokka's surprise, it was Zuko and Suki. He gawked at them, confused beyond belief, as many others whispered about who might be the woman dancing with Prince Zuko. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as he overheard some people whispering that she surely was a noble girl from the colonies. They've got no clue what's brewing with old Zuko over there, said Toph, smirking. Can't say I'd get that lucky, said Sokka, huffing. Unlike how it is with Suki, everyone knows who I am. Fair point, said Toph. Oh well. At least what happens behind closed doors is nobody's business, eh? Normally, said Sokka. But at times a sneaky earthbender likes to ignore the closed doors and she pokes into what's definitely not her business. Hey now, I did that because we had to get up early or else we wouldn't make it to our fight, snarky pants, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. Not my fault you two decided to build your little nest of love despite Iroh was snoring in the next room. It was no nest of, forget it, said Sokka, rolling his eyes and grabbing a drink from the table, downing it quickly. The fruity taste made him raise an eyebrow with interest. Maybe this was the lychee wine Azula had mentioned. You don't have to be such a sourpuss, you know, said Toph, smiling. Huh, looks like Zuko's round is over, eh? Zuko was now smiling at Suki, and she grinned back at him as they stepped away from the center of the ball. Suki chose to head off towards where Ty Lee was, giggling happily after watching their dance along with an excited Haru. Zuko, on the other hand, walked to the table Sokka and Toph had been watching him from. The smile on his face was like none Sokka had ever seen on it before. Someone's happy, said Sokka, when Zuko finally reached them. The prince's grin became shyer at that. He feels happy too, Toph said, nodding as she wiggled her toes. Only then did Sokka realize she was wearing shoes without solace. Yeah, well, said Zuko, awkwardly, as he reached for a glass of water. I guess I am. It was about time. You're always in such a bad mood, it's a nice change to see you cheerful for once, said Toph, grinning. Zuko's eyebrow twitched. Heh. Thanks for your, concern, he said, looking at her with slight irritation. I'm surprised you're here this time, though. I thought you'd be disgusted by a fancy celebration like this one. A fancy celebration where I can eat whatever the hell I want? Not at all, said Toph, grabbing another bowl of food. It's not like I'm expected to act like a flawless little doll here because I'm a buffoon, so it's not as lousy a party as the ones back home. Makes sense, said Sokka, as Zuko frowned in confusion. You're expected to what, now? He said. Who expects that from you? My parents, obviously, said Toph, sighing. One would think they'd already understand that I hate that crap, but nope, of course not. Wait, who the hell would expect you to be a flawless little doll? Said Zuko, frowning. You're not even wearing a dress tonight, why would anyone think you'd act any differently if you're always like this? Iroh never told you the truth about me, did he? Said Toph, raising an eyebrow. Here I thought you and the old man were real close. Oh well, as it turns out, Prince Zuko, I'm actually the daughter of a noble family from Jailing. I don't have a last name by chance, you know. You're, what the hell? Said Zuko, staring at Toph in disbelief. You're not a slave. Nope. Never was one, said Toph, simply, throwing more food into her mouth. Are you insane? Toph's relaxed demeanor disappeared in thin air now, and her brow drew into a frown. Had she been able to glare directly at Zuko, she would have. What? She said, simply. The dryness of her tone made Sokka flinch. He'd heard such a tone coming from another dangerous woman before and he knew it meant nothing good. Guys, maybe you should taste this. I think it's lychee wine, or something. he said, picking up a glass and smiling awkwardly. He was ignored. Did you just ask if I'm insane? Toph said, setting aside the bowl she had been devouring and crossing her arms over her chest. Really? Yeah, I did, Zuko said, without backing down. Sokka gulped. Maybe he should just leave these two to work their differences by arguing and just try to chat with Azula, even if she was so busy still. What the hell's wrong with you? You're not a slave, and yet you're a gladiator? You do it for the fun of it. You actually enjoy it. You're mad. You're fighting in a system that tortures people because you think it's fun. Oh, wait a second, are you about to give me a lecture on how dishonorable it is of me to enjoy fighting? Toph asked, raising her eyebrows. I'm not giving you a lecture, but, why the hell would you enjoy it? Said Zuko, looking at Toph with disbelief. You're a noble girl, for crying out loud, and you go breaking people's bones just because you find amusement in it. I mean, if you were a slave and you had no choice I'd get it, but this is just ridiculous. Oh, yeah, how bad am I? Said Toph, rolling her eyes. Maybe I enjoy it because I simply do, brainless. I've always liked fighting, it's what I'm good at. My bending is like nobody else's, and I'm damn proud of it. And if big burly guys can join the Gladiator League just to beat up people without having to put up with a prince's hypocritical speech for it, then so can I. Hypocritical? Zuko repeated, raising an eyebrow. The hell? Where am I being a hypocrite, Toph? I don't beat people up for fun. It's not because of the fighting, said Toph, gritting her teeth. But because you're acting so high and mighty, as though I should be ashamed of myself, as though you were above me because you'd never do something as dishonorable as what I do. And hell, you're the last person with any right to say anything about honor. You don't even know what the word stands for, you pompous moron. You, take that back, Zuko said, snarling at her. You have no damn clue of what I've been through. So don't you dare act like. I have every damn clue of what you've been through. Iroh regaled me with all the marvelous tales of your travels together, said Toph, sarcastically. And he also told me about why you ended up at sea for 10 years. And you know what I just noticed? That to this day you don't even realize why you got banished. Heck, Iroh probably doesn't understand it either. The hell are you talking about? Zuko said, with a low voice. Sokka started to fear he just might attack Toph. From being the happiest he had ever seen him, now Zuko looked the angriest instead. What else? You're Agni Kai with your father, that's what, said Toph, her brow furrowed. You don't know a thing about that, said Zuko, his fists clenched. You have no right to say anything about. Oh, no, my friend, said Toph, condescendingly. If you have a right to call me insane for enjoying fighting, I have every right to tell you whatever the fuck I want to, especially if you don't want to hear it. So, guess what? Your dear daddy? He didn't banish you because you spoke out of turn in some petty meeting. The banishment had nothing to do with that. Oh, really? And you know this how? Said Zuko, his heart beating fast in his chest as his anger increased. You spoke out of turn against some old general's ideas, said Toph. Or so Iroh said. And you were so eager to deal with the consequences of your actions, it's probably why your dad chose to fight you himself. To find out if you really were as willing to deal with them as you pretended to be. But as soon as you knew he would be your opponent, you cowered and shrank, begging him for mercy and refusing to fight him no matter what he said. Zuko shivered with anger at her words. Clearly Iroh had explained things to her. She couldn't have known the details of the situation if he hadn't, but hearing her say these things made him relive the single worst moment of his life. You thought you'd get special treatment because you were his son, said Toph. That he'd be permissive just because of that, that you'd get away with being disrespectful because of your position. Him fighting you regardless of all your begging was supposed to be a wake-up call for you, but you didn't understand that. It was my father, you idiot, Zuko snapped, angrily. Sparks seemed to ignite from his nose. I wasn't about to fight him. He knew I wouldn't go against him. It was even more disrespectful than fighting him. Yeah? Well, there you go. That's why you have no honor, Toph said, simply. Zuko's eyes widened. Why you said what? You went on a trip for 10 years and you never got it, did you? Said Toph. The fact that you were only willing to fight a fight you knew you could win is what made your father think you were dishonorable, Zuko. When you knew you stood no chance, you dropped all intentions to fight and let him do whatever he wanted just because you were frightened like a cub. But the whole point of that Agni Kai was for you to stand your ground and fight for your honor, to prove that, despite your mistake during the war meeting, you still had honor in you. That you still respected your father's military leaders and your father himself, even though you'd thought your ideas were more important than theirs. But when faced with a fight you couldn't win, you cowered. You dropped to your knees. And that's why he banished you. That's why he sent you to accomplish the unthinkable, so you'd go on a long enough trip to realize where you'd gone wrong. But of course, you just thought he really wanted the Avatar and that once you came back with him, he'd restore your honor. Like honor is something someone can give you. I've got news for you, honor is something you either have or you don't. It's that simple. You don't understand anything. Said Zuko, shaking his head and stumbling back. Yeah? Might be I don't understand. But maybe I do. Maybe you should go ask dear daddy what he has to say about what I just told you, said Toph, her raised eyebrows depicting insolence. If I'm so wrong, do come back and correct me. But if I'm not, then shut your trap and stop treating me like I'm some sort of inferior thing for being dishonorable, most unlike you. Based on all our evidence? Looks like you're as shitty as I am, Prince Zuko. Deal with it. For a moment Sokka feared Zuko would set the girl on fire. He lifted a fist towards her, and a speck of fire danced on it before he turned away, storming through the hall quickly as he headed towards the exit. Toph, what the hell, seriously? Said Sokka, looking at her in disbelief. Toph huffed, one of the chunks of her disorderly bangs swaying with her breath. Screw him. He's not going to act like he's above me. If he's going to treat me like I'm shit, two can play this game. But you didn't have to say all that stuff. Heck, you don't know if any of what you said is true. Said Sokka. Yeah, well, he deserved it even if it's not true. I'm not letting him drag me through the mud like that, and I like mud, she said, settling against the table, her legs crossed just as her arms. Sokka grimaced. She looked as mad as she had been when she'd had her arguments with Azula back in Ba Sing Se. Moron thinks he can get away with that, well, fuck him. He had no right. Well, neither did you, said Sokka, sighing. That's not a topic you should breach with Zuko. Then he'd better learn to shut his mouth about the things he doesn't understand either. Toph snapped, and Sokka cringed and shook his head. Hell, fine, then. You guys are impossible, he said, burying his face on a hand. He raised his gaze to find that a few of the nearby people had noticed the argument, but not the ones further away. Suki was still chatting amicably with Ty Lee, Mai, and Haru. She hadn't noticed a thing, and she looked as lively as ever. Sokka grimaced. Why couldn't Zuko have stayed in the same wonderful mood? It wasn't like Zuko's happiness was Sokka's top priority, but he had really come to appreciate how much nicer things were when the man was in high spirits. His gaze switched towards Azula again, finding she was alone at last. He felt tempted to approach her, hoping to find a way to stop thinking about what he had just witnessed, but he noticed she was staring at someone who had only just entered the hall, walking purposefully towards her. The first thing that caught Sokka's eye about the man was the fact that he was wearing a black and red armor instead of dress clothes. The second thing was the ridiculously massive sideburns on either side of his face. The third thing was his confidence, which poured out of his stance, his powerful strides, his smirk, and his brown eyes. Azula took a deep breath as the new arrival stopped before her, the complacent smile on his face sending shivers of the bad kind down her spine. My. It has been quite a while, hasn't it, Princess Azula? It has indeed. She replied, with a cold smile of her own. Admiral Zhao. The servants indicated him where to find the Fire Lord, though they seemed to have second thoughts about doing so. Whether it was because Oze wouldn't want to see him, even now, or because the rage in Zuko's features frightened them, it made no matter. Not so long as he could find him and settle this for once and for all. Albeit, so he could find out if he had really misunderstood everything for all these years. He stopped before the doors that led to the Fire Lord's private chambers, a heavy frown on his face. His fists were shaking as he steeled himself to do what he knew he should have done ever since he arrived in the capital after 10 years away from home. "I'm going to face you," he muttered to himself, regarding the wooden doors angrily enough that he could have set them on fire with just his glare. He stepped forward and, without even knocking, he pushed the doors open. Chapter 92, The Slate Festivals 10. The doors swung open brusquely, startling the servants within the room. They had only just finished readying their master for his grand entrance to the ball, and they weren't expecting anyone else to join them. Judging by the Fire Lord's reaction, a confused frown, he hadn't expected any intrusions either. The servants turned to the door, stepping away from the Fire Lord, who had been sitting before his opulent red and gold dresser as his hair was brushed perfectly, his 5-pronged hairpiece in place. His attire was a gold handfa that resembled his daughter's, though it was far more opulent and of a slightly darker shade. His sleeves were so wide that they would graze the marble floor once he was on his feet. Jose glared fiercely at the mirror on his dresser, as the unexpected intruder made his way through the Fire Lord's suite, stomping powerfully enough for everyone to hear him. He finally halted at about 10 steps away from where Jose sat. The Fire Lord raised an eyebrow. The mirror had revealed the intruder was none other than his son. It was almost a year since Zuko's return to the capital, Jose realized, and Zuko had stayed out of his way so far. Whenever they were within the same space, the brat would merely hang his head in shame, or just slink away from Jose as soon as he found a chance to do so. What could have possibly garnered this sudden change of attitude in him? He seemed enraged, too, but that was unsurprising. His son had never known how to keep his temper in check. Yet another reason why he would never accept him as his heir. Well. If it isn't Prince Zuko, Jose said, his voice dripping disdain. To what do I owe this honor? The sarcasm with which he spoke the last word made Zuko cringe. He couldn't contain a snarl towards his father, one that scared the servants nearby. You owe me explanations, father, he said, spitefully, hoping to emulate Jose's tone when he had spoken Zuko's title. And you're going to give them now, or else? Or else what, pray tell? Jose asked, standing up. His flowing robes dropped down magnificently as he turned to face his son. Will you glare me to death? That would be a most heinous crime to answer for, Zuko. Stop patronizing me. Zuko snapped. You know damn well why I'm here. I should have done this ages ago, but I didn't dare confront you. I'm curious as to what changed your mind, said Jose, with a teasing grin. But this is not a conversation that should have any witnesses. He waved his hands and stared down the servants that remained near him. They were glancing between the two royals nervously, completely out of place in the midst of their conflict. Leave us. Now, Jose commanded, and the servants obeyed immediately. Despite everything, Jose actually looked forward to this conversation. He had been imagining how it would unfold ever since Iroha's pathetic pleas to return home had been approved of by his council. Over time Jose had grown convinced that Zuko would never have the guts to approach him, and if he didn't, Jose clearly wasn't going to seek him out. He hadn't acknowledged his oldest child in any way in hopes he'd learn his lesson. He didn't deem Zuko worthy of so much as standing in the same room as himself, and he was sure he had gotten that point across over the past year. Whatever had infused enough courage into his son's feeble mind to finally face his father rather stirred Jose's curiosity. Well, then. What is it you want to say, Zuko? He asked, once the servants had left, closing the doors behind them. A lot. Too much, Zuko replied, glaring at Jose fiercely. But I guess I should start from the beginning. Why did you do it? Why did you banish me? Oh? And here I thought you understood, said Jose, crossing his arms. What did your behavior mean, then, if not that you had realized you had shamed yourself beyond repair? Were you only staying out of my way because my brother advised you to, perhaps? I stayed out of your way because I felt. Zuko exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he fell silent, his fists clenched. Because I thought you didn't want to see me. And I wasn't surprised. I had failed to bring you the Avatar. I thought you were shunning me because of that. Oh, please, said Jose, rolling his eyes and looking at Zuko skeptically. You truly were so naive, Zuko? Here I hoped your time at sea would have hardened you. Well, it hardened me enough. Zuko asked, looking at Oze with despair. I was only doing as you asked. I had meant to stay at sea until I found the Avatar, and I would have done as much if Uncle hadn't asked you to allow me to return home. You would have stayed at sea, you mean? Surely you don't mean you would have found the Avatar, said Oze, rolling his eyes. If you couldn't find him in 10 years, Zuko, how were you hoping to find him afterwards? Didn't you roam the seas throughout the world, searching high and low to no avail? I did, said Zuko, gritting his teeth again. Then, quite clearly, you weren't going to find him. You can't possibly find him, said Oze. Your grandfather and I both journeyed to search for him in our youth, but he is gone. The Avatar no longer exists, Zuko. There is no such entity in our world anymore. You say that, but... said Zuko. You can't know. You don't know. Maybe. Maybe? You still hope to find him, even now? Oze asked, raised his eyebrows. Even after seeing for yourself that he cannot be found? How gullible. I always guessed your mother had softened you far too much, but this is ridiculous. Zuko listened to him with wide eyes, aghast. He shook his head as he processed his father's words, but his hands were pressed into tight fists as he snarled towards his father again. From the start, you knew this. You knew I wouldn't find him, said Zuko. You sent me on some pointless mission in order to teach me some lesson, that's all you were doing. And sadly, you failed to learn it. Have you ever tried not to be a failure, Zuko? Said Oze, frowning. Surely it cannot be that hard to succeed at least at something small, if nothing else. Stop it! Zuko yelled, horrified. You did this all just to make me feel worse yet. Like burning me wasn't enough. You made a fool out of me in front of the entire nation, you shamed me before everyone I knew, everyone I cared about, and you have the guts to mock me for it. You. Oh, please, said Oze, rolling his eyes. You, Zuko, made a fool out of yourself without any coaxing. I didn't need to make a fool out of you. You interrupted that war meeting yourself, without any right, you pompous fool. You weren't even meant to attend the meeting to begin with, but my idiotic brother is even worse than you are, and you spoke out of turn, against one of my most respected officers, no less. Regardless of how foolish his strategy was, you had no right to dismiss him. None. And yet you did. And when the consequences arrived, you were too much of a coward to face them. So that's why you did it, then? Zuko asked, his stomach sinking. Toph was right. Everything she had told him earlier, she was right. Because I didn't want to fight you, you banished me. I'd thought you would have the courage to stand by your decision to speak against my officers, said Oze. But all that bravery disappeared as soon as you knew you were facing a battle you couldn't win. Had you known from the get-go that it would be me you'd face in the Agni Kai, you would have crawled at my feet and begged for forgiveness in that very throne room. Yet you wouldn't apologize to General Bujing, or would you? You made no move to do so. You were proud of your stupid intervention until I stepped forward to deal with you myself. So then acknowledging my mistake, as I did, was wrong. Zuko asked. I shouldn't have acknowledged I'd messed up, according to you. How the hell is it that I was supposed to have the courage to face against you, my father, my Fire Lord, when I'm also supposed to honor you, to serve you obediently with my life? How was I supposed to stand against you when I've been born and raised under the belief that I owe absolute fealty to the Fire Lord? You couldn't ask me to fight you. I couldn't do it. Doing it would have been treason. Treason? Said Oze, amused. For fighting as you were intended to? Of course not, you foolish boy. Surely you would have wound up with an entirely scarred body, rather than only your left eye, but at the very least it would have spared you the banishment. You're... said Zuko, staring at Oze with disbelief and taking a step back. You would have hurt me like that? You. I'm your son. Your son, damn it. All I've ever done in my life has been to please you. Nothing ever worked, nothing was ever enough, and yet I've still done every damn thing I could to prove myself to you. And yet all you ever wanted was... Zuko froze in place, looking at Ozai with disbelief before his brow furrowed slowly. The meaning of his father's words reached him then. Had he been burned to the extent Ozai had described, he surely wouldn't have survived. The corners of Ozai's lips curled slowly. That's right. All I've ever wanted, Zuko, was to get rid of you, one way or another, he said, simply. The banishment, well-deserved and justified as it was, truly was but the one way through which I could rid myself of the bother you'd become. Every little hope Zuko had left regarding this conversation slipped into oblivion by then. His entire body was shivering with rage as he glared at the Fire Lord, at the man whom he had admired in his childhood, the man who held no mercy for him, who only had ever seen him as an inconvenience. As less than a tool. As a pebble in a shoe. You're a monster, Zuko said, and Ozai smirked. Funny you'd say that, he said, before his eyes gained a slightly emotional quality, just briefly, as he whispered. It would seem your mother's influence shines right through you, Zuko. You're a bastard. Zuko said now, shaking his head. You've never so much as seen me as your son, have you? You've always hated me. Why? What the hell did I ever do to you? Those questions made Ozai frown. No, that wasn't right. He had seen Zuko as his son, at the start. And for several years, too. He hadn't always hated the boy, he wasn't entirely sure if he could so much as define what he felt for him as hatred, to begin with. No, it certainly wasn't hatred. The Fire Lord knew well enough what hatred was, and he knew it required a lot more energies and thoughts than he ever spared for his first child. As for what had Zuko done to him, though. You've done nothing, Zuko, said Ozai, with a sarcastic grin. That is, in fact, the problem. Like hell it is, Zuko snarled. So you wanted me to be perfect, like Angela? That's all you ever wanted, then? Because you know what? I'm damn sure that even if I had been, you still would have hated me. You still would see me as nothing but scum. Harsh words, boy, said Ozai, raising his eyebrows. But Zuko was right. It wasn't only that Zuko had never accomplished anything great, unlike his sister. It was more than that. It was the knowledge, as both his children grew, that the less talented, the less intelligent, the less capable would get everything, while Angela, the one who deserved all the opportunities her older sibling would get, was only doomed to shrink into nothingness under her brother's shadow. And it wasn't going to be that large a shadow, to boot. He had been there before. He knew all too well what it meant to be the second child. He knew far too well what it meant to be the first. And after Ursa was gone, after Ajalon was dead, he watched Zuko grew closer to Iroh, for the former general treated him as the replacement for his lost child. But it was more than that. Ozai wasn't blind to his brother's ploys, regardless of his seemingly inoffensive exterior. You don't give a damn about me, you don't. Said Zuko, shaking his head and glaring at Ozai. Regardless if honor is something I have within me or something I don't have, you never meant to give me a chance to find it. You've never so much as tried to guide me in the way you have with Angela, but you don't give a damn about her either. You just use her to your benefit because she's not the chronic failure I am, don't you? So now you seem to understand me better than I understand myself. Ozai asked, raising his eyebrows. I don't care for Angela, then. I suppose I must be that heartless a monster. You. Said Zuko, and Ozai laughed softly, smirking. You clearly don't have what it takes to become Fire Lord, he said. Worried about who I care for, what sort of world do you live in, you fool? You think our nation runs on emotions, then? That a Fire Lord should be guided by what his heart, rather than his mind, tells him to do. If you have no heart, you have no reason to do what's best for the Fire Nation, Zuko said, glaring at Ozai. You're just trying to win a pointless war, without caring about all the lives you're sacrificing in the process. You're going to destroy the Fire Nation all by yourself, but so long as you can stand at the top of the pile of ashes you'll be content. If I don't have what it takes to be a ruler, you sure don't either. Proving again that you understand nothing about ruling, said Ozai. But that's no surprise. Your incompetence never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, I bet it doesn't, Zuko snarled. Your incompetent son, who never realized all you ever wanted was for me to be dead. Out of the way. Gone. Zuko looked at him in disgust, shaking his head. Ozai glared back at him. I'm no son of yours, he said, and Ozai raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid that's not up to contest, he said. Would it be that we could choose our parentage, the world would be a far better place to live in. But alas, it is impossible. And indeed, I wish as well that I could deny our family bonds, but... You've never been a father to me, said Zuko, gritting his teeth. And all this time I just wanted to be loved by you, I wanted to be just like you, but for what? So that one day I'll treat my son as you've treated me. So that I can be as much of a horrible father as you were. Ozai's frown deepened. Without quite noticing it, his fists had clenched as well. The words were echoes of a past he had renounced, of memories long gone, of the thoughts of a young Prince Ozai that no longer existed. A prince who had only confronted his father in the very last moment, that father whom he had grown to loathe over time, who treated him as a deficient substitute for his perfect child. A prince who had come to understand that, in his father's eyes, he was nothing but a disappointment. You've hurt me in every damn way you knew how, and you take pride in it, said Zuko. You're pleased with yourself for it. You're not sorry, not for a single damn thing. Not when it comes to me, or Azula, or my mother. Don't speak of what you don't understand, Ozai snapped, and Zuko froze briefly. Oh? Huh. Yeah, I really shouldn't, should I? He said, challengingly. It's true, I don't understand what happened to her. But you do, don't you? You're the only one who knows, aren't you? For once, Ozai remained silent. His golden eyes gleamed with fury, but Zuko didn't care. He wanted to hurt his father. He wanted Ozai to feel just as miserable as he did now, and if bringing up Ursa was the way to do it, so be it. What did you do to her, then? Zuko asked, gritting his teeth. You were standing there, in front of the fountain. The very morning after she was gone. The day after Azula told me that you were going to kill me. She woke me in the night, and then she was gone. For good. Why? What the hell did you do to my mother? I did nothing, Ozai retorted, his teeth pressed together. Your mother made her own choices. Liar, said Zuko. Stop trying to trick me with this. You know what happened. You were there too, weren't you? Did you kill her instead of me? Did you? You fool, said Ozai, snarling. Of course I didn't kill your mother. Idiotic boy. Your mother did what she had to do to protect your worthless hide. And for what purpose? You're but an embarrassment of a son, nothing more, and even she would see that by now. Nothing more indeed, said Zuko, nodding. I'm just an idiot you can play around with, aren't I? All you needed was to rid yourself from me and her, so you could have the life you wanted. So you could have Azula, instead of me, as the next in line for the throne. That's it, isn't it? That's all you want. The schemes to make everything go your way are the only damn thing you care about. How insightful of you to notice, said Ozai, spitefully. Indeed, that's all I want, brat. To have my way. I am Fire Lord, and eventually I shall rule this entire world. Every nation will bow to me as they were intended to, and you miserable, ungrateful weakling, won't stand in my way. I will do as I wish, for I am Fire Lord. And I do not owe you, or anyone else, any answers pertaining what I've done in my past or what I'll do in my future. You are beneath me, and you will always be, you miserable boy. I'm no boy anymore, father, said Zuko, uttering the last word spitefully again. I'm done being gullible. I'm done believing in the best of you because I know there's nothing good within you at all. You've got some nerve, trying to teach me lessons about honor and respect when you have none of the former and deserve none of the latter. You, said Ozai, his eyes blazing now. For a moment Zuko feared he would attack him. He didn't flinch, regardless. You dare speak like this to me? You dare. I dare. Zuko shouted. I should have dared from the very start, but hell, I'm doing it now. Because I'm done being your stepping stone, I'm done being the idiot you look down on as though I were some sort of inferior thing. I'm done being your stupid faithful son. If you don't owe me any explanations, I sure as hell don't owe you anything either. You owe me your very life, you pathetic idiot, said Jose. You owe me your allegiance, your loyalty, your titles, everything. You would be nothing without me. I'd rather be nothing than your fool, said Zuko. I'm through with this. Oh? You're through with this? Jose asked, amused within his anger. And what is that supposed to mean, Prince Zuko? What it means is that I'm done with this stupid pretense. Zuko shouted. I'm not ever going to amount to anything in your eyes, so why even bother at this point? Why keep trying to mean something to you? You're only forcing Angela to follow on your footsteps, and you know what? She won't even do that. Because she's going to be 10 times the Fire Lord you could ever be, and you know it. Only because I made her what she is. You made her what she is, and you understand nothing of who she is, Zuko growled. You don't see people for who they are, you see them depending on what you can gain from them. And since you're never going to gain a damn thing from me, why not spare us both the trouble? I should just get lost, so you can have everything you've always dreamt of. My, is this supposed to mean you're banishing yourself? Jose asked, now smiling again, despite wrath still burned brightly in his eyes. You foolish idiot. You're going to abandon your position, then? You'll leave the Fire Nation again? Are you going to find the Avatar now, perhaps, despite having wasted 10 years of your life in the same pointless endeavor? I'd rather die of old age trying to find someone who doesn't exist than to stay in this place with you another second, Zuko snarled, and Jose huffed. I've had enough. You're no father, you're just a monster. You're going to fail, damn you, the world's never going to follow you. When you least expect it, everything will turn around on you, and you're going to pay for every damn thing you've done to all of us. To everyone. Divine retribution? Jose asked. Do you truly believe in such petty notion? I'll see to it myself, Zuko growled, and Jose laughed. You think it's so funny, don't you? The child of failures, claiming he will succeed at destroying me. Jose inquired. Forgive me if I don't tremble in fear. What sort of an idle threat do you think you pose to me? Zuko held no answer for that question, despite himself. He spoke spirited words, but he had no way to ascertain they would come to pass. Perhaps they wouldn't. They most likely wouldn't, it was true, and yet. Begone, Jose said, frowning as he glared viciously at Zuko. Head into the seas again if you will. Take your old ship once more, gather whatever crew you can muster, and leave this city. I will not suffer the presence of a treacherous, disloyal, disrespectful buffoon within my palace any further. You won't suffer a damn thing. You can't suffer, Zuko snapped. You've never lost a thing you care about, because caring, that's beyond you. But don't worry, Fire Lord. I'll be gone. For good this time. Good riddance, then. If you do find the Avatar, though, make sure to bring him back to me, he said. Though by now, even such an impossible feat would not serve to amend your tainted honor. Like I even care, said Zuko, stepping back and looking at Jose with contempt. If I find the Avatar, I'd rather help him defeat you than bring him back to you. You. Zuko gave his father one final glare before turning on his heels and storming off. Jose watched him depart, his brow furrowed. He felt sorely tempted to send flames rushing after his son, to set him on fire for good this time, so his foul threat wouldn't be ever come to fruition. But common sense stayed his hand. It had been rather convenient for Zuko to confront him during the ball, when all sorts of noblemen and military leaders would hear the commotion in case things turned violent between them. Surprisingly, his son had made a clever move for once, for Jose was already subject to enough questioning as it was. He knew nobody spoke words against him aloud, but his quick ascent to the throne, accompanied by the death of his father and the disappearance of his wife, had been rather suspicious. If he dared murder Zuko now, his name most certainly wouldn't go down in history the way he intended it to. So instead of succumbing to the urge, Jose breathed deeply and calmed himself. There were better ways to teach his son a lesson. Fire clearly hadn't done it the last time, or else this entire conversation wouldn't have happened in the first place. But fortunately, he had another idea in mind. One that would prove to Zuko that his words had consequences he could not evade, for no apology as the one he'd given him on the Agni Kai grounds could make amends for what he'd done now. Zuko would realize, for once and for all, that there was no place for him within this palace, within the royal life he had been born into. He wasn't worthy of it. He never would be. With another deep breath, Oze's resolve was solidified. He was ready to deliver the finishing blow to his relationship with the man he would no longer think of as his son. He was barely any different from the man she remembered. The same thick sideburns, the same smirk, the same dark eyes, though his hair was slightly lighter now, Azula noticed. The graying strands on his temples testified how stressful the war against the Northern Water Tribe had become. Nevertheless, it seemed his spirit hadn't been broken while battling fruitlessly against the only nation that remained a threat to the Fire Nation to this day. He carried himself with the very same confidence that had impressed her so easily when she had been younger. "It really has been far too long," Zhao said, smiling and narrowing his eyes a little. "You are definitely no longer the child I remember from before I set out to the North Pole. How you've grown, Princess Azula." "It would seem you've grown older as well, I must say," Azula replied sharply, raising her eyebrows. Zhao's hand moved instinctively to his temples, and the princess allowed herself a malicious smirk. Getting the better of the man was nice, even if it was over something as ridiculous as graying hair. "No need to be ashamed, if anything, your hair is evidence of your hard work up north. You should feel accomplished, Admiral." Zhao didn't miss out on the undertone of her voice. He allowed himself a small smirk regardless, even though he could tell she was mocking him. Her praise to his hard work would have been accompanied by irritation had he succeeded in conquering the Northern Water Tribe, yet it was accentuated by malice and amusement instead. It barely surprised Zhao that she would act this way, but he certainly hadn't expected her to be so antagonistic towards him right away. She had been rather clever as a child, but her intellect seemed to have sharpened further over time. It was something to be cautious of. "I would be, if only I had triumphed," said Zhao, sighing. "Nevertheless, I'm certain your father will grant me another opportunity to return north, this time with a much larger force to command." "Oh? Did he promise you that?" Azula inquired, frowning a little and looking at Zhao with curiosity. Oze had failed to mention this to her in their last encounter. "He understands that, at our current strength, the fight up north isn't favorable for us," said Zhao. "But you needn't fret, I have no doubts that the Fire Nation, the nation of progress, will be able to produce new weapons to aid us in the complete annihilation of our enemies." "Naturally," said Azula, folding her arms over her chest as she frowned a little more. She didn't miss out on the fact that Zhao was taking in her figure now that they had fallen silent. A subtle smirk danced on his lips and Azula felt the urge to strike him. He had no right to look at her in any way. "You are truly a woman grown, princess," he pointed out, smiling. "The spitting image of your mother, if I may say so. You already have, regardless if you should or shouldn't have." To be honest, the words seemed to have lost all meaning by now, since every single nobleman has made sure to repeat the same phrase through the night, said Azula, with a dry grin. "Quite surprisingly, I cannot remember my mother ever wearing her hair as I have mine tonight, let alone wearing a dress like this one." "It suits you, I must say," said Zhao. Azula raised an eyebrow. "Thanks, I suppose," she said, not knowing how to reply to his compliment despite having spent the entire night thanking everyone else quite politely when they praised her. "I'd like to extend you the same courtesy, but for some reason you chose to wear your armor instead of clothes befitting the occasion." "Oh, I would have worn something more adequate, but my return home has been rather hectic," said Zhao. "Settling down again has proven more complicated than I anticipated. I had trouble finding proper clothes through everything I owned and everything I brought back from the front lines. But seeing how I'm a military figure, wearing my armor to these events is perfectly acceptable regardless." "Of course," said Azula. "It is quite good to see you, though. I hadn't known if we would cross paths again any time soon," Zhao said, smiling again. "Upon my arrival to the capital you were nowhere around, away on a journey, from what I heard." "Indeed," said Azula, her heartbeats picking up speed suddenly. She looked at Zhao carefully. The topic of the gladiator business was something she was rather wary to approach when it came to him. "It's a pity I took longer at sea than I planned," he said, changing the subject to Angela's surprise. "Else I would have reunited with you before you took off, and perhaps witnessed your ceremony myself. Your father is most proud of what you accomplished. Flames of multiple colors, it's unprecedented, isn't it?" "As far as I'm aware of, it is," Angela said, her head held high. "It mustn't be all that complicated for you, though, a fire-bending prodigy who already could bend blue flames," said Zhao, chuckling. "Surely the rest of the colors came just as easily." "It doesn't quite work that way, actually," said Angela. "You'll have to demonstrate it to me one day, then," he said, with his usual smirk on his face. The time she had spent far from the man had driven her to think that maybe she had exaggerated things when it came to Zhao, that she was making an unnecessary fuss over what she'd overheard, but the tone of his voice was as infuriating as she remembered it. It was just as demeaning, just as mocking, just as condescending, just as unnerving. And perhaps it was even worse by now. Back when he had left she had only been a child, it was true, barely 13 years old. He had looked down on her for that reason as well, but now he might see her differently. He wouldn't treat her as a child anymore, it seemed, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing, despite how direly Angela had wanted to see that change back in her younger years. The fact was that she had been subjected to leers of this kind before, and that it would be Zhao doing it now, was more disturbing than she expected it to be. "No need to look so apprehensive, princess," said Zhao, amused. "You're looking at me as though I were a stranger to you." "It has been a long time, Admiral," she said, curtly. "I'm afraid we're practically strangers at this point in time." "You could say that, I suppose," said Zhao, smirking. "But in truth, I doubt either of us changed as much as you think, princess." "You'd say that," she said, reflecting his grin now. "But from what I heard, the powerful Admiral Zhao actually lost an Agni Kai against my brother while at sea. The Zhao I remember wouldn't possibly have failed to beat my brother in combat, now, would he?" Zhao's confidence seemed to freeze for an instant as his grin grew a little stiff. Angela's own, on the contrary, became more sincere upon his reaction. "I should have expected Oze to tell you about that," he admitted, as Angela laughed softly. "It seems you are as close to your father as ever." "Closer, if anything," Angela said. "Since you were at sea he needed someone else to serve as his confidant." "And you earned the role, it seems," said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. "Why, congratulations, I suppose. Fortunately, you can rest from that tiresome role by now, since I'm back." "I'm fairly certain my father can have two close advisors, Admiral," said Angela. "Or is this some sort of unspoken competition for my father's attention?" "Of course not," said Zhao, chuckling at that. "I only meant that you have been rather busy the past years, from what I've heard. I thought you would be grateful to have one weight lifted off your shoulders." "It's no weight whatsoever, Admiral," Angela stated. "Being trusted by my father is an honor, not a bother." "I did not say otherwise, Princess," said Zhao, his defensive behavior making Angela smirk slightly. "Wouldn't dream of it. But seeing how you were tasked with capturing the rough rhinos, performing a fire-bending ceremony and dismantling a potential conspiracy in Ba Sing Se, you clearly deserve some time to yourself." "How very thoughtful of you," said Angela, smiling. "But that is for my father to decide and not me. I would most certainly put my very life on the line for the Fire Nation if he asked me to." "Let us all hope he doesn't demand something so unreasonable from you," said Zhao, smirking. "Leave such matters to the lesser soldiers, Princess. A leader of your category shouldn't ever consider giving up her life so readily." "Ah? Shouldn't I?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Again, she sensed that hint of condescendence in his voice. "Of course not. You may think it's noble, but it's foolish," said Zhao, smirking. "There is no need for you to put your life on the line as you did during that ridiculous scuffle with the White Lotus." "It seems my father got you up to date with everything," Angela said, frowning slightly. Just how much did Zhao know about that occasion? Had her father disclosed who had been the actual hero of that night? "I'd hope so," said Zhao, chuckling. If he has missed out on anything, I'll have serious trouble keeping up. Clearly, nobody in the Fire Nation has been as busy as you, Princess. It seems so, said Angela, with a small grin of satisfaction. Your father is rather proud of the woman you've become. He has reason to be, of course, said Zhao, nodding. Your achievements are remarkable, truly. Thank you, Admiral, Angela said, bowing her head towards him as she reminded herself not to take the man's compliments seriously. Welcome home. It is my pleasure to be back, he said, smiling at her just as someone cried out his name. Ah, Admiral. There you are. Zhen exclaimed, approaching them through the masses of people assembled in the room. It seemed he had separated from his wife and son for the time being. I wasn't sure that you'd arrived, sir. Well, now you are, Zhao said, turning towards him. And we happen to have certain matters to discuss, Zhen, pertaining the properties you managed during my absence. Oh? Is anything amiss? Zhen asked, surprised. It's precisely what I hoped to find out, said Zhao, with an unpleasant grin. Zhen raised an eyebrow and Angela shrugged towards him. Well, since you two seem to have matters to discuss, I shall be taking my leave from you, Admiral, she said, and Zhao nodded. May you have a pleasant evening, Princess. Hopefully we'll have more chances to catch up through the night. Don't have high expectations for that, Admiral. Balls tend to unfold in unexpected ways, Angela said, smiling and walking off without another word. She felt Zhao's gaze following her as she left, but it didn't matter much. Despite her fears, it hadn't been as bad as she had initially expected. She had handled the situation well enough as it was. Of course, the Admiral's comments and condescending behavior had been as bothersome as ever, and the way he had gazed at her was disturbing, despite she had been looked at in the same way by all sorts of men throughout the night. Yet it was Zhao, it was different altogether just because of this. He wasn't just any ordinary man, for better or for worse. Though what bothered her the most was the way he had avoided the topic of the Gladiator League altogether. If her father had boasted about everything she had accomplished to date, surely he wouldn't have forgotten to mention her success in the Gladiator League, especially when her participation in it was the very reason she had been away when Zhao arrived. He had avoided it far too carefully for it to be an accident. He surely knew of it. Why didn't he say a word about it, though? It was ominous, to say the least. She sighed deeply as she approached the food table, hoping that perhaps a bite or two would ease her growing anxiety. Perhaps a drink would help too, but surely not one of the same quality as the one she'd had a few days ago. Even saying there had been any quality to it afforded that Beiju far more credit than it deserved. She wasn't surprised when she noticed someone in black and blue clothes approach her just as she reached the table. She would have smiled at him, but she couldn't bring herself to do it after the conversation she had just had, or rather, the part of the conversation that had gone amiss. It seemed that what she had dreaded, the very reason why she had stopped looking up to Zhao in the first place, was still exactly as it had been since before the man had left to the North Pole. Hey, finally free from all the salutations, are you? Sokka asked, trying to sound casual and failing to do so. Angela raised an eyebrow. Probably not, but I'll take a break from it while I can, she told him, with a curt smile as she looked at the dishes with surprise. I'm amazed, I must admit. I'd have expected you to have eaten everything by now, table included and everything. Hey, now, why would I eat the table? Sokka asked, looking at her in utter confusion as Angela smirked. Of course that's what you'd object to, and not to the fact that you're enough of a glutton to finish all these dishes. She said, though she frowned now as she detailed the food on the table. Or maybe you actually decided to just stick your fingers into them to sample all the food. Wait, no. You've got it wrong. Way to prove you're civilized, huh? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows judgmentally as Sokka blushed. I didn't poke everything, she did. He exclaimed, pointing at Toph, who was currently in the process of licking a plate clean. Angela flinched at the sight. So if someone's not civilized, it's Toph, not me? Well, that's an understatement, huh? Said Angela, looking at the girl with disgust. Could you please stop being revolting, dirt worm? Only if you quit being stingy, spicy, Toph retorted, surprising Angela with the harshness in her voice. "It's not like you're going to be eating off this plate anyways." "I don't think anyone else will be, in fact," Angela said, skeptically. "I'll have to order the servants to get rid of it after what you've done." "Pfft, quit overreacting. You royals are all the same," said Toph, and Angela frowned. "What exactly is that supposed to mean?" she asked, and that was Sokka's cue to jump between them. He certainly didn't want another crisis to arise because of Toph's bluntness, especially not between the Earthbender and Angela. "Say, who was that guy you were talking to?" he asked Angela, blurting out the first thing he could think of. And he successfully changed the subject, for the princess froze at the question, to Sokka's surprise. Him?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. "Well, that was Admiral Zhao, as a matter of fact." Sokka blinked a few times and Angela simply stared back at him as he looked at her blankly. "Sorry, is that supposed to mean something to me?" he asked, and she snorted. "I never did tell you much about him, now, did I?" she said. "Should you have?" he said, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, I think I've heard the name before, maybe, but I can't remember when." "Well, you're bound to hear it more often from now on," Angela said, staring at the table pointedly as she sought a dish of any kind that had escaped Toph's claws. She spotted the drinks soon enough, though, and that seemed an even better idea now that Sokka was asking these questions. It seemed ominous that Angela would choose to have a drink instead of answering him, especially considering how her last drinking session had developed. Sokka raised an eyebrow, but he soon smiled when she picked the very drink he had enjoyed before Toph's spectacular bout with Zuko only brief moments ago. "Oh, I had one of those just a while ago," he said, as Angela lifted the drink to her lips and closed her eyes in sheer bliss. "It was pretty nice, I'll admit. Has a nice taste to it." "I'm not surprised to hear you say that," said Angela. "As I've discovered, you'll drink just about anything." "Hey, now, you had the Beiju as well. I didn't press you other than with the first round," Sokka clarified, but Angela's glare was harsh enough for him to shut up with an awkward smile. "But I know this is much nicer. Yeah, it's the lychee wine you'd mentioned, right?" "That's right," she said, finishing the drink and sighing as she felt its smooth rush flowing within her. It was a liquor on a completely different league from what they'd had on the ship. "So, you're just not going to talk about that guy?" Sokka asked, and Angela's eyebrow twitched. "I mean, if you don't want to, it's fine. I'm just curious. You seemed to spend longer talking to him than everyone else, so I just thought." Hey, guys." A shy voice interrupted him, making Sokka fall silent immediately as Angela turned to look at whoever had spared her from talking about Zhao just now. To her surprise, it was no one other than Suki. "Have you seen Zuko?" "Not really," Angela admitted. "Not since the ball began anyways." "Zuko?" Sokka repeated, a knowing grimace spreading over his features. Toph huffed not too far from where they stood. "Yeah, I thought I'd seen him come here just a while ago," said Suki, smiling a little. "Do you know where he went?" Where he went? Well, that's a bit hard to say, you know," Sokka said, his eyes widening slightly as he scratched the back of his neck. Both Angela and Suki looked at him in confusion. "Hard to say why?" Suki asked. "Do you or do you not know where he went?" Angela asked simply, looking at him skeptically. Sokka gulped. "Actually, I don't, but he was here a while ago, sure thing," he said, gulping. "It's just..." "What happened?" Suki asked, smiling awkwardly. Perhaps there had been a mishap of sorts. She didn't think it was unlikely for Sokka and Zuko to have argued over something foolish even in the middle of such a fancy event. It was easy to imagine that things could have escalated, that perhaps Sokka had flung a dish at Zuko and the prince was now in his rooms changing. The thought sent blood rushing up Suki's cheeks as her imagination went wilder than it should have. She definitely hadn't expected to think of any man in this way again, not after what she'd been through, but Zuko was different from everyone else she had ever known. She wasn't sure she was ready to call this love yet, but so much as thinking about the man was enough to bring a smile to her face. She couldn't wait to have another chance to be with him in private, especially now that things were working out for the best between them. Well, truth to be told, things were just fine, but then he had an argument with me, Toph declared, surprising both Angela and Suki. And so he stormed off because he can't take it when people bite back, fart brain he is. Fart, said Suki before shaking her head and frowning a little. Well, where did he go, then? If you two argued, then. He left the hall, no idea where he went next because with all these people it's hard to keep track on the vibrations of whoever I'm familiar with, Toph stated. But at least he stormed off towards the door, if that's any use for you. I guess it's some use. Thanks, I suppose, said Suki, though she frowned anyways. It seemed strange for Zuko to get into serious arguments right after what had happened between them. You're going to look for him? Sokka asked, and Suki nodded. I'll find out where he ran off to, she said, smiling a little. Thanks anyways. I'll be back in. The girl's words were lost in the sudden wave of silence that took over the room, startling the four at the food table. The people within the hall backed away from the door, the musicians stopped playing, and the couple that was dancing stopped on their motions immediately and scrambled out of the way. Introducing Fire Lord Ozai, sovereign of our glorious nation, and host of the royal ball. A herald called out, and on cue, everyone within the crowd bowed down, fist in hand, as they performed the appropriate reverence for their lord. Unsurprisingly, the only one who had enough common sense to bow down just as everyone else had, amongst the three slaves near Angela, was Suki. Toph merely set her licked plate aside and Sokka watched with a raised eyebrow, staring at Ozai and detailing the man's fancy get-up before he felt a hand on the back of his neck, pushing him down brusquely. Ow! He exclaimed, glaring at Angela, who returned the glare as she pulled Toph down as well with her free hand. What the hell? Just shut up and stay down for like 10 seconds, will you? Angela snapped. Damn it, Jewel. Toph growled, struggling slightly against Angela's grip, but the princess proved strong enough to keep the earthbender in place. Sokka pouted, knowing well enough that Angela was forcing him to bow to avoid trouble, but he didn't feel like bowing before Ozai regardless. He took pride in never being the compliant and obedient slave that could be kept in place by any Fire Nation traditions, so while he understood Angela's reasons, he couldn't help but feel slightly angry. The next time a gathering of the sort happened, he would make sure not to be around when the Fire Lord showed up, if that was what he needed to do to avoid performing reverences the man didn't deserve. Rise, Ozai declared, and everyone within the room stood straight again. Angela released both Sokka and Toph from her grip and breathed out in relief. At least she had avoided a potential problem from brewing over these two and their lack of common sense. The Fire Lord progressed through the room and now stood close to the dancing area. Everyone watched him, naturally, expectant of the speech he was bound to deliver. Sokka folded his arms over his chest and glared in Ozai's direction, an eyebrow raised. Toph huffed and rested against the table, wondering whether Zuko had talked to his father about what she had told him or not. Suki was stunned by the sight of the regal man, though, she couldn't help but notice just how much he resembled his son. Perhaps it wasn't until that moment that she acknowledged, fully, that the prince she had become so attached to was the Fire Lord's firstborn. Yet where Zuko's skin was damaged, Ozai's was flawless. And where Zuko's eyes were often warm, his emotions plain to see, Ozai's own were cold, arrogant, and unreadable. He stood amongst his subjects proudly, his head held high, his golden, five-pronged hair-piece before his small bun of hair, the flowing robes he wore opulent and elegant just as his daughters. But even Angela was humble next to this man, Suki thought, and humble was an adjective nobody would ever use to describe the Fire Nation princess. Ozai's countenance showed superiority, pride, he was terrifying, Suki realized. She was shivering before she knew it, just by being in the presence of the most powerful man in the world, the man that ruled the Fire Nation, the man responsible for the destruction of the Earth Kingdom and the attacks on Suki's very own hometown. Welcome, everyone, to this royal ball, Ozai said, each word echoing powerfully through the room. The steel in his voice seemed to suggest that he wasn't quite in a welcoming mood, but he carried on with his speech all the same. As it is every year, I am pleased to host this grand event for the nobility, as the closing event for our nation's grand festivals. You honor me with your presence here tonight. Sokka raised an eyebrow, wondering if anyone in this room would believe those words. Something in Oze's attitude right now made him think that the man actually just wanted everyone else to disappear from sight as soon as possible. It has been a most fruitful week, full of delightful surprises for us all, he said, with a smile that seemed ironic more than anything. Amongst them, the return of our esteemed Admiral Zhao, who has sailed back from the north. He has been relieved in the warfront by General Bujing, who shall take command of the navy up north while the admiral takes a well-deserved respite from his duties. A polite round of applause followed Oze's words, and Zhao, who stood out at the center of the room right now, smirked and bowed his head in Oze's direction. Angela watched him pointedly, wondering just what he planned to do with this break he had been granted. It was unlikely that Bujing would succeed where Zhao had failed, but was Zhao really hoping to gather more weapons in order to attack the north? The idea ate away at Angela, for she wasn't too sure of what that idea entailed. Busy as she was staring at Zhao, she lost track of what her father was talking about briefly, and she was caught completely off guard when she focused on his speech anew. For outstanding deeds may seem their own reward, but they shall not go ignored as long as I am Fire Lord, he said, smirking. After having served our nation in ways that no other prince in history could have boasted of, after successfully thwarting threats to our powerful nation and after proving capable of bending in ways unrecorded so far in history, it is my utmost honor and pride to call Princess Angela my daughter. It took Angela every bit of her willpower not to let her confusion show in her face. Just why was he talking about her in this manner? That did not seem right at all. She kept a straight and stern face as she noticed people were turning to stare at her. She couldn't afford losing her mask of perfection just now, regardless of how puzzled she was by her father's actions. Yet that confusion was cleared up for her when she remembered their last conversation, mere moments before Oze revealed why he was boasting of his daughter right now. The blood drained her face as she realized that he wouldn't keep his word, no matter if the stability of their nation might hinge on it. Henceforth, I am delighted to announce, before you all, that our remarkable Princess Angela shall no longer be known by said title from this night onwards, Oze stated, his golden eyes meeting Angela's as understanding showed in her face. From his day forth, and until the day of my demise, she shall be known as Crown Princess to our glorious nation. Sokka's eyes widened and he looked at Angela with astonishment, his jaw dropping. Everyone else turned to look at her as well, but only Sokka noticed that she shuddered just as her father pronounced the words Crown Princess. It came as no surprise, though, that she would smile now, a satisfied smile to cover up her confusion, her disbelief, her concerns about this premature naming, about this promotion she wasn't certain she should have been granted yet. Nothing else in her behavior betrayed what was going through her mind, and even the shudder could have been perceived as a reaction of pure ecstasy, but Sokka suspected that was not at all what it was. Another round of applause shook the room, but this time it was far more enthusiastic than before. Sokka glanced about himself, finding many people, familiar or not, smiling joyfully at Angela's new appointment as Crown Princess. The admiral she had been speaking to was looking at her with raised eyebrows, apparently amused. Sokka gulped at that, unsure of the meaning of the man's stare. Despite the general enthusiasm by this latest announcement, though, some people hadn't taken it quite so well, the two other girls near the food table amongst them. Toph had frozen cold, standing up straight now. Had her words gotten Zuko disowned? No, it couldn't have been that, surely that wasn't it, now, was it? Suki's reaction was quite similar to hers, but all she could do was frown in confusion. Why would Angela be named Crown Princess? Why so suddenly? And just now, when Zuko had been the happiest she had seen him, this revelation would destroy him. But where was he? Did he know this would happen? Had someone warned him beforehand? The thought felt like swallowing blocks of ice, as she realized that Zuko's biggest concern at the time being surely wasn't related to his relationship with a slave. In order to celebrate this grand moment in Fire Nation history, I shall be joined by our new Crown Princess in a dance. I hope all of you will continue to enjoy this evening, Oze said. He bore a satisfied smirk on his face as people clapped at his words again. Angela! Sokka called out, but the princess stepped away from him in a heartbeat, striding towards her father, who awaited her at the dancing area. Oze's smile was full of malice, and Angela was quick to recognize it as the same smirk that had graced his face when he had been granted the very hairpiece that crowned his head tonight. She had smirked as well that fateful day, feeling as though an accomplice to his ploys, regardless of not having had a direct hand in helping her father to obtain the throne. Tonight she felt less than elated about this, though she smirked still. It felt as though she had been kicked in the stomach, not so much because of being declared crown princess, but because Jose had ignored her request. He had done as he had seen fit, as he always did. Her warnings had served no purpose. And in the process, he had surely granted her enemies in places where she'd had allies, if only briefly. This title was something she had worked for ever since she was a child, and reaching it was meant to be a joyful occasion, but it wasn't. It couldn't be, at least not right now. Not while she knew that even her most reasonable requests would be overridden by her father's demands if so was his desire. Jose nodded in her direction, and Angela breathed deeply as the music began. As she had done during the ceremony, she flowed move to move flawlessly as her father mirrored her slow and careful movements, right in front of her. Repeating the dance routine she had learned as a child in school was almost a second nature by now, and doing so with her father was quite easy too, since she had always been his first dance partner in every ball ever since he had become Fire Lord. Her exterior, as it was meant to be, remained flawless. The same couldn't be said for the turmoil within her mind, regrettably. She remained oblivious to everything outside of the dance, ignoring all the smiles, all the whispers and the frowns. She wanted to escape, to hide away if for the night, in order to avoid her brother, her uncle, her father, Admiral Zhao, everyone. She wasn't up for this, not anymore. Not after this announcement. Thunderous clapping followed the end of their dance, as Angela and Jose bowed to one another. A plump noblewoman approached the Fire Lord then, and with a smirk he nodded, allowing her to be his next partner. Knowing her part to play in her father's spectacle was over, Angela backed away from the dancing area, but she didn't get too far before she was showered with congratulations coming from all directions. Praises, compliments to her accomplishments, her beauty, her well-deserved new status. She smiled and nodded at them all, uttering no words as she felt her mask was threatening to fall. All she wanted right now was a moment alone, a chance to compose her thoughts, to reassemble herself before she fell apart in front of everyone. Now that was unexpected, she heard next, as someone blocked her path, stopping her from making her way through the masses. Angela raised her gaze to find Admiral Zhao again. The condescending smile on his face was almost the last straw by now. It came as no surprise, but it angered her beyond belief all the same. Until then she had been confused, stunned silent, blown away by her father's actions, but now that Zhao stood before her, all her mixed feelings seemed to gather and morph into nearly uncontrollable rage. Jose had told me he meant to proclaim you crown princess, but I did not expect it to happen so soon, let alone this way, Zhao stated. But naturally, congratulations are in order. It seems you deserved it. I appreciate that, Admiral, Angela stated, with a cutting grin. If you'd excuse me, though. I'd actually meant to ask if perhaps we ought to take the next dance, he asked, smiling. I know you accustomed to only dancing with your father, but surely. Truth to be told, I'd rather decline your request, as rude as that might be, Angela said, sighing. It would seem my shoes are not fit for more than one dance. Is that so, truly? Said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. Well, then, perhaps you can don your usual boots, if you still wear those. With as long a dress as you're wearing, nobody will notice, and you shall be free to dance again. That is very thoughtful of you, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. But it's merely one dance, said Zhao, looking at her with a grin. Surely the only one we shall have, too. You might be married by next year, after all, and by then you will only be meant to dance with your husband, so. The words were as though he had twisted the dagger that her father's announcement had driven through her chest. Her brow drew together slowly, dangerously, to the point where Zhao fell silent, perhaps by instinct, upon noticing that he had probably said the last words Angela wanted to hear. Well, that is to say, it's bound to happen, said Zhao, with an insecure grin. No need to look at me that way, princess. I'm merely. I quite appreciate your kind offer, Admiral. I'm rather ashamed that I've refused you so rudely, she said, through gritted teeth. The steel in her eyes was such that Zhao found himself unwilling to press her on any further. So I'll ask that you forgive me for excusing myself so suddenly, but excuse myself I must. Do continue to enjoy the evening and seek another dancing partner if you're so eager to test your footing skills. Princess, if I've offended you in any manner. Good night, Admiral, Angela said, curtly, bowing her head shortly before turning on her heels, doing her very best to don a calm facade as she held back from storming down the hall. Angela. Angela. She heard a familiar female voice calling her from one side of the hall, Tai Li, no doubt. She wanted to congratulate Angela as well, surely, but the princess wasn't up for that right now. She didn't want to deal with most anyone at the moment. So she made her way through the crowd and outside the room, making a point to evade the spot where she had seen Iroh last. The two people she most certainly did not want to deal with at the time were her brother and her uncle. She had no idea what an encounter with them would result in after this turn of events, so evading them would be for the best. At least until she had a chance to calm down, to talk to her father, to figure things out. There was only one place in the palace that might provide some solace tonight. Hopefully she would find peace there, even though she doubted she'd find any at all, in her current state of mind. Zhao had watched Angela leave, taking notice of the girl in pink that had been calling out for her. He seemed to remember she was one of the princess's friends from many years ago. It was odd that she would earn herself leers of many kinds from the nearby attendants to the ball, perhaps because she wore an outlandish dress, or because she had brought an Earth Kingdom man with her to the event. Was he at least an honorary citizen? Or was he, perhaps, a slave? That certainly would explain the glares. Excuse me? An unfamiliar voice behind him startled Zhao. He turned to find a dark-skinned man in black and blue clothes, with bright cerulean eyes and a worried expression on his face. Only a glance gave away that he was a Water Tribe man, which made Zhao scowl instantly. There was virtually no reason for a Water Tribe man to be allowed into the palace, none that Zhao would consider justified, but if everything Oze had told him about the princess's endeavors was true, then he wouldn't need much guesswork to clarify this savage's identity. Princess Angela was talking to you just now, Sokka said, frowning a little. Could you tell me where she went? Zhao's eyes widened as he regarded the slave with utter contempt. Who did he think he was? How dared he speak to him? He scoffed in his direction, making Sokka flinch. It seemed, for a moment, that Zhao was about to tell him to bugger off, or that he had no place in this celebration, or to never speak to him when he was such a low-born fool. Sokka expected all three things to happen simultaneously, but surprisingly, Zhao said nothing. The Admiral merely stared at Sokka with disgust, as though he had some unpleasant contagious disease, before shaking his head and walking off towards the dance floor. Sokka frowned and watched him leave, just how hard it could be for the man to answer a simple question. Sokka had watched from a distance as Angela exchanged words with the Admiral again. He had started to make his way towards her, for he had seen how tense she was, and he had hoped to help appease her somehow, but she had disappeared just as Zuko had, moments before he could reach her. What were the odds that they might have gone to the same place? She might have meant to talk to her brother, perhaps, after what Oze had just announced. Sokka returned to the buffet table, his appetite uncharacteristically numbed right now. Toph still looked concerned after what had just happened, but not more than Suki did. She bit her lip and looked at Sokka worriedly. He only gave her an insecure grimace. I should find him, said Suki, swallowing hard, and Sokka nodded. It might be for the best, he told her. Whether he knows what happened or not, he probably could use the company right now. Suki tightened her lips into a line, nodding in agreement before walking off in Tai Li and Haru's direction, meaning to talk to her before starting on her quest to find Zuko. Sokka frowned as he watched her go. The evening seemed to have gone downhill after Toph had argued with Zuko. I'm thinking Spicy might need company too, said Toph, and Sokka looked at her in confusion. She was trying real hard to control her body just now. I don't think she's okay. No, she didn't look like she was, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. But I don't know where she went, so it might be she doesn't want to be found right now. If someone's going to have a chance at helping her feel better, it's you, said Toph. Come on. It's not that hard to guess where she went. Sokka raised his eyebrows before frowning with understanding. He nodded at Toph, who folded her arms over her chest again as he took off as well. The earthbender was left behind, wishing she could be as skilled at controlling her emotions as the princess was, for if she were, she might be able to ignore the anxiety that was eating at her right now. Sokka reached Xianlong's refuge to find one of the ground doors was ajar. He approached cautiously, glancing into the building to make sure he hadn't come to the wrong place, and indeed, he hadn't. It seemed Azula had set aside all concerns about her dress as she sat on the filthy refuge grounds, her legs crossed and her elbows resting on her knees, as her hands held her forehead. Xianlong was sitting before her, his snout pressing against her fingers to no visible response from his rider. "Hey! Azula!" Sokka whispered softly, sliding inside quietly, a frown on his face. Azula barely reacted at first, although Xianlong looked at him and growled in acknowledgement before turning to Azula again. The princess sighed and lifted her head, looking at Sokka from below with a frown. "Is something the matter? If you already ate all the food, there's nothing I can do about it at this point." "I didn't, and that's not it, Azula," he said, kneeling beside her, frowning still. "Are you okay?" It took Azula a lot of willpower not to respond sarcastically, not to lash out to him undeservingly for his question. As she looked at him with hard eyes, she realized that, of all the people in her life, he was likely the only one who wouldn't care whether she was crown princess or just a princess. He wouldn't abandon her or treat her any differently for it, nor would he expect her to be forced to marry some fool just to produce heirs. Sokka was someone she could count on, he had proved it enough times by now. Despite all their problems, she found she trusted him now. Even if she wasn't sure she wanted to talk about this yet, his company was the only one she didn't feel like rejecting right away. Well, I guess you can gather that just by looking at me, can't you?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka bit his lip. "Yeah, I guess. I just thought. I figured I'd offer you my help, if there's anything I can do to make you feel better. I can't blame you if you're overwhelmed by all this, not at all, so if I can help you out somehow, I'd gladly." "Would you, now?" Azula asked, rubbing her forehead. "If you just want me to leave you alone, that's fine too," Sokka said, defeated. "I'd rather not bug you." "I mean, anyone's bound to bug me just now," Azula said, simply. "Surprisingly enough, though, you're not the person I'm most irritated by tonight." "I guess that's good news for me, eh?" he said, with a weak smile. Still, you're willing to do whatever might make me feel better, right?" Azula asked, and Sokka nodded. "No matter just how unreasonable it is." "No matter," Sokka confirmed, before doing a double take. Wait, unreasonable how?" "Unreasonable as in?" "I need to get out of here," said Azula, sighing and standing up. "I've had just about enough of keeping a straight face in front of all these nobles, of smiling politely no matter how many idiotic comments they send my way. Can't blame you for that. Say, how about you head out with Xianlong for a while?" Sokka suggested, rising to his feet beside her. "It's bound to help a little, if anything. You'd put a lot of distance between yourself and them that way, right?" "Yeah, my problems sure will look smaller from up there, won't they?" she said, mostly to herself, with a hint of irony. To think she'd given Zuko advice on how to be Fire Lord only 2 days earlier, and yet this was happening now. "Well, you can also not do that, you don't have to listen to me if I'm being too ridiculous." "No, I think I'll do it," Azula said, closing her eyes, and Sokka raised his eyebrows. "But I don't think I'll want to come back down here until everyone's gone." "Eh? Well, again, can't blame you for it," said Sokka, sympathetically. "Should Xianlong spend such a long time in the air, though? You might catch a cold that way." "No need to say that twice," Azula said, bitterly. She had no trouble remembering her last cold, and just how it had spawned. "Maybe, well, this is just a thought, but you could come to my place for a while," Sokka suggested. "If you want to get away from this, well, it's about as far from the palace as can be. I promise not to bother you too much if you don't want to be bothered, and Xianlong can bring you back home whenever you feel like it. In the meantime, though, my place would be yours. How about it?" "Your place is mine indeed, seeing how I'm the one who bought it," Angela said, and Sokka froze upon realizing she was right about that. Surprisingly, she smirked at him after that. Well, if making fun of him would cheer her up, Sokka would allow her to do it gladly. Well, you know what I meant, he said, with an uncomfortable grin. Truth be told, it's not a bad offer, Gladiator, said Angela, looking at him earnestly. Though saying I can come back here whenever I feel like it. I won't feel like it until the ball ends, and that's bound to be at dawn, knowing how all other royal balls usually develop. Heh, if you want to stay till dawn then you probably should pack your sleeping gown, said Sokka, chuckling, until he froze upon realizing how inappropriate that might be. Well, I'm just messing with you. If you'd rather not come because it's not convenient, that's fine too, I just figure. If I'd stay until dawn, maybe I should have some sleep at your place after all, Angela said, looking at Sokka with raised eyebrows. So, the only question to be asked is whether I can stay at your place for the rest of the night or not. Sokka's eyes widened and he looked at her in confusion. That was definitely not a question he had foreseen. Wow. I guess you could, but, are you sure about that? I mean, I'd love to have you, but, don't you think it could cause trouble? If people knew you'd come to stay over with me. Well, then, as long as nobody realizes where I went, I should be fine, said Angela, with a shrug. It's not the first time I've disappeared from a royal ball anyways. They'll do just fine without me. Oh, well, if that's how it is, said Sokka, biting his lip before smiling. It's fine if that's what you want to do. As I said, anything I can do to help you, I'll gladly do it. Good. I meant to hold you to that, said Angela, nodding. It didn't take them long to saddle Xin Long and to set out of the refuge through one of the topmost doors, hoping that doing so would serve to camouflage Xin Long in the dark night. Fireworks were being launched through the city, which came as no surprise, since today was the last day of the Fire Nation festivals. The last fireworks of the festival's week usually relieved Angela, since they meant everything would return to normal in the morning, but what was normal at this point? Her life had taken the most drastic change in a single night, whether she liked it or not. And it still remained to be seen whether it would be a good change or a bad one. Chapter 93, The Slate Festivals 11. The dragon touched down on the garden softly, and Sokka dismounted right away to help Angela off the creature's back, as her dress wasn't quite as easy to move in as her usual clothes were. Xin Long groaned happily and dropped flatly on the ground after the princess and her gladiator had removed his saddle, allowing him to roll on the grass to his heart's content. Song's voice drifted through the night towards them just as they were about to head into the house. Sokka? Is that you? I thought you'd be at the ball at least 4. She was saying, carrying a small lantern with her as she glanced out at the garden. She fell silent immediately when she understood just why she hadn't heard Sokka coming through the door, as she had expected it. Princess. Good evening, Song, Angela said, nodding in her direction. She had forgotten about the girl when she had made her request to Sokka. Hey, sorry for surprising you like this, said Sokka, smiling clumsily at Song. And sorry, I didn't get around bringing the food you asked for. Never mind that. Why are you here, though? Song asked, confused. It's not that late yet, and the princess. It's, complicated, said Sokka, gulping. Angela will be staying with us tonight. She what? Song said, her eyes widening. Is it a problem? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. And no, but it's a little sudden, said Song, gulping. And I mean, you're in that fancy get-up and all. You can lend her some of your clothes, right? You did it last time. Sokka asked, as he and Angela climbed the steps up to the house's veranda. I guess so, said Song, nodding as Sokka patted Angela's back. You could go take a bath if you want, maybe, he suggested. It might help you to get rid of all those funky dragons you've got in your hair. Angela raised an eyebrow but she nodded. It's not a bad idea, she conceded. I could use cleaning up. Don't you dare peek, though. Oh, come on, what sort of guy do you take me for? Sokka exclaimed, blushing and pouting. Angela raised her eyebrows. You don't want me to answer that question, I'm sure, she said, smirking as Song chuckled a little. I'll fetch you some clothes and a towel, then, she said, smiling at Angela, who nodded gratefully. Thanks for your hospitality, on such short notice, she said, and Song shook her head. It's nothing, princess. We're here to serve you, after all, she said, grinning as she rushed inside to fetch the items she had mentioned. Angela went to the bathroom in the backyard, and Sokka headed upstairs to change out of his dress robes and into more comfortable garb, comprised by a plain white shirt and a simple pair of pants. He returned downstairs to find Song in the living room. She had already delivered a change of clothes and a towel to Angela, and she was quite eager for some answers right now. What's going on, Sokka? She asked, and he dropped his hands on either side of his body in a gesture of cluelessness. I wish I knew, he said, before folding his arms before his chest. Things were about as boring as could be for quite a few hours, but then she ran into this guy, some admiral, and she got really tense over that. And then her father declared her the crown princess. Wait, what? Song said, her eyes snapping wide again. See, crown. You heard me, said Sokka, gulping. I'd have thought it was a good thing for her, but that only seemed to stress her more. She left the ballroom after that. I found her at Xin Long's place. We talked a little and the next thing I knew she was asking if she could stay over with us tonight. Wow, said Song, grimacing. I don't get it. Not one bit. Well, join the club, said Sokka, sighing. I've got no idea what's bothering her so much. I wish I could help her somehow, but maybe you can help by talking with her a bit, said Song, shrugging. At least, it might ease her mind. No idea, Sokka sighed. She might not be in the mood to share her problems right now. Well, if she's not, then just don't force her to do it, said Song, with a small smile. But try to be helpful somehow. She'll need your support in whichever way you can give it. In any case, it's getting a bit late and I was about to go to bed, so good luck with this. And, for all you hold dear, Sokka, don't do anything stupid. She might be vulnerable, but that doesn't mean you should just sweep an end. Oh, come on, said Sokka, looking at her skeptically. I don't think with my penis, mind-blowing as it might be for you to hear that. Hey, I'm only warning you, said Song, raising her hands defensively. I know well enough how you feel about her. Don't do anything that might only make her unhappier in the end, okay? Of course, said Sokka, scowling at Song as she smiled a little as she took to the stairs, making her way to her room. Meanwhile, Angela lounged in the tub within the small bathroom hut, her head resting against its border, her eyes closed. One of the many perks of being a firebender was having the ability to heat water at will, so she was free to soak in warm water, relaxing for as long as she needed it, with no risk of it growing any colder. And she sure needed to relax. The bathroom wasn't at all of the quality she was used to, born and raised in a life of luxury as she had been. But the simplicity of the place, compared to her personal bathroom, wasn't enough to distract her from her troubles entirely. She reached out towards a small table next to the tub, where she had left her dress and accessories. Her fingers wrapped around a small metallic object and she clasped it, staring at it through heavy-lidded eyes once she reeled her arm back into the tub. Her current hairpiece was the type worn by all princes in the nation, regardless of age or gender. Crown princes were supposed to have a custom hairpiece, but Angela doubted she'd have to forsake the hairpiece that she had worn since she was a child. The crown prince's hairpiece had been lost for a long time. She sighed and sank in the water, using her free hand to firebend into the liquid to warm it more. She would face this matter head-on by tomorrow, with her chin high, ready for whatever consequences might come from her father's hasty appointment of her as his heir. She would deal with Zuko somehow, and with her uncle as well. The thoughts did little to tranquilize her, but she was free from her burdens for what was left of the night, at least. There would be no need to feel pressures to fulfill her father's expectations, no need to remain distrustful of Zhao, no need to face her brother. She knew she would be able to handle it all later, even though she wasn't especially enthusiastic about the idea right now. All she needed was to calm down, and spending time with Sokka might prove to be the best way to do that tonight. Even so, the gap between them had only grown larger after this. It was already bad enough for a princess to be involved with a slave, but a crown princess? She would be the stain in the Fire Nation's dynasties for generations on end, and that definitely wasn't the way she wanted to be remembered by future generations. She wanted to bring glory to her nation and her family, but the one thing that brought genuine joy to her life would only lead her to accomplish the entire opposite of that. She climbed out of the tub, emptying it and drying herself off while wondering just when her life had become such a string of contradictions and ironies tied one behind the other. She had the suspicion it had begun since her childhood, though. For once, blaming Sokka for it would be more than a bit unfair. She clad herself in the clothes Song had brought her, a simple light blue robe with a violet sash. Still drying her hair with her towel, she left the bathroom in hopes to find something to brush her hair with, but the first thing she found was Sokka, standing at the veranda. His careful hairdo was gone by now, though he hadn't tied up his hair yet, Azula noticed. All intentions to relax vanished upon seeing him like this. Unsurprisingly, his messy appearance was even more appealing than his elegant outfit from earlier. "Done with the bath?" Sokka asked her, as she stopped before him. "Are you feeling any better?" "Getting there, I guess," Azula said, sliding her fingers through her damp hair. "I could use something to comb my hair, though. It will become a mess if I don't do it." "Oh, wait here," said Sokka, grinning before darting inside the house once more. He found Azula sitting at the veranda when he returned with a hairbrush, watching Xin long as he rested in the garden, the damp towel on her lap. Fireworks were going off in the city, their blasts loud enough to be heard from where they were, but it was impossible to see them from the house's backyard. "Here," said Sokka, sitting beside her and handing her the brush. "I hope you don't mind it's not a comb." "It'll have to do," Azula said, taking it and sliding it over her hair with some difficulty. "I hope the bath was good," Sokka said, gulping and looking at her worriedly. "I suppose it wasn't as great as a royal bath, but still." "It was enough," replied Azula. "I had needed to get out of that dress, truth be told. I have to say, though, I'm surprised by all the hair product you have in there. I didn't think Song was that meticulous with her hair, but I can understand it anyways. Dealing with hair can be." Azula fell quiet when she noticed Sokka blushing, and she lowered the brush to look at him skeptically before smiling. "They're not Song's," she said, and he grimaced bashfully. "All that hair product is yours, isn't it?" "And not all of it." But most of it, I guess," he admitted, gulping, as Azula chuckled. "Hey. There's nothing wrong with a man being thorough with his hair. I genuinely thought you just had good hair, but I guess even yours needs to be taken care of," said Azula, still smiling. "Well, it's never been bad," Sokka muttered, sliding his hand through the soft strands. "But it helps to have proper products too. Why are we talking about this?" "You were asking about how the bath was, weren't you?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka gritted his teeth. "You brought it on yourself, Sokka." "I did not," he said, scowling as she returned to brushing her hair. He raised an eyebrow as she struggled with a certain knot, pulling her hair a little more violently than she should have. "Do you want help with that?" "I'm not so helpless that I can't even brush my hair," Azula grunted, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure helpless is the last thing anyone would label you as, princess," he said, smirking. "Come on, I can take care of that knot myself. It'll be a lot easier." Despite her complaints, soon Azula found herself in Sokka's power as he took the brush from her. She sighed, trying not to enjoy the way his fingers slid through her dark locks, his hands grazing the nape of her neck and her back as he undid the small tangles in her hair. His motions were so gentle she had to force herself not to relax and drop against him, despite the urge to do so was nearly overpowering. "So," Sokka said, and Azula was rather relieved he would start a conversation. Focusing on something else might keep her from making a fool of herself right now. "Can I ask what this was all about? Or is it a bad idea to talk about it? I mean, I'm more than happy to have you here, but..." "But you're curious and confused," Azula said, and Sokka smiled a little. "It just seems somewhat puzzling." "I don't understand what's wrong, not entirely, at least," said Sokka. "I figure you didn't expect that announcement, but even then, I figured you'd be happier about it." Unless you're just worried about Zuko, which I'd understand, but... It's not just Zuko, Azula sighed, rubbing her forehead. It's my uncle, and whoever might believe my father's appointment of me as crown princess is an unfairness. I have proved myself enough times in the eyes of some, but in the eyes of others nothing I do will ever make me worthier of the throne than my brother, merely because he was born first, and because he's a man. The title of Fire Lord always goes to men, after all. I remember you told me that, said Sokka, frowning. Every other crown princess in history has been relegated to the position of Fire Lady, Azula muttered. While their not royal husbands became Fire Lords. And that will be my fate, unless my father dropped dead randomly soon, but that's not something I want either way. So, you don't want to be crown princess because of that? Will he be more forceful about you taking a husband by now? Sokka asked. I have no way of knowing if he will be. It's true that I've dodged it long enough, said Azula. But my father should still honor our agreement regarding using gladiator fights to determine who I'll marry. The line of suitors is sure to become more crowded by now, but if any of them truly hopes to take me for his wife, they'll have to go through me, said Sokka, pursing his lips. And I'm not letting anyone take you just like that. Good to know, said Azula, smiling a little. If anything, you've proven you can be counted on when it comes to beating my suitors' gladiators. Heh, yep. I've got your back, he said, smiling at her. And my hair too, seems like, said Azula, turning to look at him. You do realize you've brushed it all over like 5 times by now. It's hard to help it, he said, chuckling. Your hair is more fun than mine. Well, I'm glad it entertains you, but it'll fall off if you keep brushing it all night, she said, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka chuckled. Okay, I'll leave it be, he said, setting the brush aside and shifting in his sitting position so he could be right next to her. Azula watched him with a smile, but it soon disappeared when he returned to the previous subject. Still, is that all there is to it? Suitors? Sokka asked, and she shook her head. No, not really, she said. As much as this was sudden for you, and for everyone else, my father had already told me of his intentions to declare me crown princess. I'd asked him not to do it, mostly because I'd hoped to deal with Zuko and Iroh beforehand. But despite my request, he just, well, he did as he pleased. Which should come as no surprise, he's Fire Lord, but still. I thought he understood my reasons. I don't want this matter to evolve into a civil war, because in the worst-case scenario, that's what might happen. I merely wanted to try to smooth the terrains before he pushed me downhill, but it's too late for that now. I'll have to deal with the consequences one way or another. You don't really think it will escalate into a civil war, though, do you? Sokka asked, frowning. I mean, there's no way of knowing it, said Azula. It could result in an Agni Kai between me and Zuko, I suppose, if he decides to defy my father's decision, but that doesn't mean it will be over with just that. You think your people would refuse to accept a female Fire Lord? Muttered Sokka. Merely over the fact that you're a woman. Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone looks down on me for that sole reason, Azula said, shrugging and pulling her knees up, surrounding them with her arms. Sokka bit his lip and lowered his eyes, a pang of guilt making his stomach sink. I'm sorry about that. I've learned to see things differently, though. You've taught me lots of things, amongst them to never underestimate a woman, so. That's good to know, but I actually wasn't talking about you, Azula said, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka froze. No? Then. He said, confused, and Azula sighed. The memory of an old conversation between them returned to Sokka's mind then, and he frowned. Wait. You've talked to me about this, haven't you? About your advisors, and how they believed you should be pretty much an ornament. And was it a captain? A guy you had an argument with? Azula smiled curtly and nodded. Sokka had no trouble telling the smile wasn't earnest. You had asked about who I was talking to at the ball, right? Said Azula. Well, as it turns out, Admiral Zhao was only a captain several years ago, and he's the very man with whom I had that argument. Sokka blinked blankly, astounded. He would have expected to hear that whoever had been disrespectful to Angela had paid the price for it. Knowing that he in fact had gained further honors and glory after the fact made him uneasy. You see, Admiral Zhao and my father have been close since their teenage years, from what I understand, explained Angela. To make it simple, they've been best friends for a long time. So, while growing up, Admiral Zhao was almost as some sort of surrogate uncle for me. Only for me, though, he always treated Zuko in the same way my father did, by which I mean, with distance and disdain. Whereas he also treated me like my father did, by encouraging me to reach my full potential and whatnot. I admit I found it quite flattering when I was younger, that he would take interest in me and not in Zuko. I even looked up to him. He was said to be an extraordinary firebender, so I dreamt of being just as extraordinary as he was. I admired him, not as much as I did my father, but I still admired him all the same. You could even say that you what? Sokka asked, frowning a little as Angela laughed softly and shook her head. Well, he humored me once by acting as my alleged suitor while I played at being Fire Lord. It was, again, truly flattering. So you're saying why you didn't like the guy, did you? He's old, said Sokka, grimacing and looking at Angela accusingly as she laughed. Come on, woman. Look at those sideburns, they're so thick you could clean ostrich horses' hooves with them. Angela's soft laughter increased in volume and magnitude now as Sokka looked at her, scandalized. Seriously, what's with your taste in men? He said, shaking his head as she continued to laugh. And since you were a kid? Really, Angela, here I'd thought you were a princess with standards. Shut up, you're the one who's lowered my standards beyond reason, Angela said, looking at him with raised eyebrows and still some amusement. You know, I'd believe you on that if you hadn't told me you had a childhood crush on Admiral Sideburns, said Sokka, and Angela shook her head and laughed more at the nickname. Seriously, are all nobles from the Fire Nation so bad-looking that this was the best you thought you could do? I didn't really care about his looks, mind you, said Angela, finally calming down. And besides, it's not like I was hoping to actually get involved with him. I was a child, I had foolish fantasies just like any other child might. And seeing how I knew no boys my age back then, Zhao was the only idea I had of what men outside my family were like. So. It's still disturbing, said Sokka, shaking his head, and Angela smiled, but the expression soured on her face soon. I suppose I soon found it disturbing too, though not quite because of how much older than me he was, or his sideburns, she muttered. But rather, because I realized how wrong I was about him. He really wasn't as wonderful as he seemed, and you already have a pretty good idea as to why. I remember you said you argued with the guy, said Sokka, frowning. And that he would conceal underhanded insults through charm and whatnot. Right. Exactly, said Angela, sighing. It happened after a war meeting I'd attended, one of the first ones I had been allowed to join. I'd given my input in the discussion, and my father had sided with me, while Zhao disagreed with us. He was firm in his belief that taking down the Northern Water Tribe should be the priority, and that using Sozin's comet for our benefit in that battle would have been the wisest course of action. I disagreed, for the poles aren't favorable environments for firebenders, while the Earth Kingdom offered lands and resources that we could exploit and benefit from. Granted, either thing will sound awful to you, but at the time. From a strategic standpoint, you made the right argument there, said Sokka, with a defeated sigh. So what was his problem, then? He didn't like being wrong, is it? Clearly, he didn't, but it didn't bother him all that much, apparently, said Angela, sighing. When I was leaving the throne room I figured he might have insisted on taking down the North Pole for a reason, so I turned back, meaning to ask him if he had any knowledge of resources in the North Pole that could benefit our nation, perhaps. My father was already gone by then, and only a few other officials were still in the throne room with Zhao. I hadn't pushed through the drapes yet when I heard them laughing. They were teasing Zhao over how a 13-year-old girl had proved smarter than him, but strangely enough, he laughed also. It confused me that he'd find their insults amusing, but as they continued to talk I realized that he didn't find the entire matter insulting altogether, because as they had said it themselves, I was but a girl. I vividly remember a comment about how I ought to be playing with dolls rather than discussing war with grown men. There was this offhanded insinuation that I was letting my childhood go to waste by getting involved with politics and warfare. After that, I'd heard enough. So, I stormed off, unable to understand it. I was sure Zhao was my ally and that, like my father, he hoped to see me triumph. I realized then that this wasn't the case, though. He saw me as a child, a little girl for whom there was no room in the game they were playing. Well, he was damn wrong about you, if he really thought that. He must have realized it later, didn't he? Sokka asked. Azula snorted. I doubt that, said Azula, shrugging. I spoke to him afterwards, caught him in a hallway, and that was when he hid behind his charming attitude, attempting to disarm me and to make me relax by claiming that he had only said such things to humor the others. Apparently, he knew they looked down on me for being a woman, but of course he would never act that way towards me. All the while he was smiling at me, and for the first time I realized just what the meaning behind that grin was. Azula sighed and stretched back, glaring at the sky as though it were to blame for her sorrows. Sokka gritted his teeth as Azula continued. Condescendence is the best word to describe it, she said. All he was spouting in that moment were lies. And surely every damn thing he had ever told me beforehand had been lies also, but I just hadn't been sharp enough to read him properly. I think that was the first time in my life that I felt betrayed. For him, of all people, to look down on me, it was a blow I sure didn't expect. And then I told my old advisors about it, and you know just how well that went. Yep, said Sokka, grimacing, and Azula sighed. You see, the thought that kept crossing my mind was that Zuko had been subjected to the utmost humiliation after his untimely intervention in a war meeting, she said. He was burned, banished. It was a scandal that will follow him to the grave, for certain. People were horrified by it, others thought it was the fitting punishment for his mistakes, but I thought, what if I'd been the one to do it? What if I intervened in a war meeting out of turn? You didn't test that out, did you? Sokka asked, warily, and Azula looked at him with sincerity. I did, she said, and his eyes widened. And guess what? Nothing happened. Nothing, whatsoever. I even interrupted Bujing purposefully, and all my father did was chuckle about my comment. Nobody seemed surprised by it, nobody was scandalized. It simply didn't matter. And it didn't because the rest of them thought in the very same way Zhao does, they all believed I didn't belong there. I'm willing to say my father is different, for he clearly does take me seriously, or else he wouldn't have tasked me with the important missions he has given me, and I do know he favors me over Zuko. So it wasn't quite surprising that he wouldn't enforce the same punishment on me for the same crime Zuko committed. But it was the rest of their reactions that I wanted to weigh for myself, and the result wasn't surprising in the slightest. Disheartening, for certain, but not surprising. Well, I know it's the last thing you want to hear, but I'm glad you weren't forced to fight against your father, said Sokka, grimacing. If he burned Zuko like that. Zuko got burned that way because he didn't fight back at all, said Azula, looking at Sokka matter-of-factly. I don't mean to brag, but I don't think my father would have burned me as he did Zuko. I was practically a fire-bending master at the time already. I hadn't mastered lightning yet, but I understood its workings well enough. Even if my father had attempted to attack me with it, I would have known to strike him before. Wait, why am I imagining myself fighting an Agni Kai with my father, again? No reason, said Sokka, smiling a little. I'm glad you wouldn't end up in such bad shape if you had to fight him, then. Still, isn't it almost a good thing to be looked down upon, when you put it this way? You can get away with things that would be unforgivable for others. Not from where I'm standing, it isn't, said Azula. I'd fight Agni Kais against every member of my father's council if that would guarantee that they will take me seriously, but that's not going to happen. No prince in history has ever had to accomplish any of what I have in order to gain my title as crown princess. It took me a dragon, 5 captured criminals, a thwarted attack against the Fire Nation, a dismantled conspiracy and a ceremony with 3 different types of fire for them to respect me for what I'm worth, no less. Meanwhile, all Zuko needed to deserve being considered crown prince was being my father's firstborn son. It is unfair, said Sokka, sighing. Yet you've succeeded by now, haven't you? Even if you might have to deal with a few loose ends, you're crown princess now. No, I haven't succeeded yet, she said, shaking her head. It's not going to make a damn difference unless my father dies before I take a husband. And since that's just not going to happen, nobody expects me to become Fire Lord either way. Just now, when I left the ballroom, Zhao was telling me he thought he ought to have a dance with me tonight, for by next year I might have taken a husband already. Ugh, he said that. Really? Sokka asked, grimacing. You know, I wasn't too fond of the guy at all, but I'd figured I'd give him the benefit of the doubt, up until this conversation happened. Granted, he's a good admiral, Azula said. And he's proven effective except for the siege of the north, but I just can't stop feeling the way I do towards him. I just want to make him regret his every word of mockery towards me. I want him to feel ashamed of how he's acted, to shiver in fear at my feet as I stand above him. Is that the fate you reserve for all your enemies? Sokka asked, with a smile. Azula smirked. For those who don't respect me, it is, she said. And in fact, I hoped to get to that point, if only figuratively. Everything has been laid down so that one day he'll have no choice but to acknowledge me. Really? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. How? There's actually one thing I haven't told you about Zhao yet, she said, somewhat hesitantly. You see, he happens to be Combustion Man's sponsor. Sokka's jaw dropped and he stared at Azula in utter disbelief as she smiled weakly. He frowned now, lifting a finger as he remembered when he had heard Zhao's name being mentioned. You'd said so before, at your birthday, I think, he said. That this guy was his sponsor. I'd forgotten all about that. I can't blame you for forgetting, it mustn't have seemed important at the time, Azula said. Zhao has had Zhen, one of his closest underlings, sponsoring Combustion Man while he was gone. It's curious, though, that Zhen probably has sponsored Combustion Man for longer than Zhao has, seeing how Zhao was up north for at least 6 years. But damn, said Sokka, his hand going to his forehead before he looked at Azula with a frown again, but this time of realization. So, he's Combustion Man's sponsor, you said? That means he's been sponsoring the top fighter of the league. Indeed, said Azula, nodding and sighing. Combustion Man has been at the top of the ranking ever since the Superior Gladiator League was inaugurated. No surprises there, if he's as ruthless as I've heard, said Sokka. But say, if he's the top fighter. You just might have recalled our second encounter, when you asked what my purpose was by having you as my gladiator. I mentioned I had 2 goals, one of them for you to beat Chan's fighter and the second was to become the top gladiator of the Superior League, said Sokka, his eyes widening. Why, you did it because of this? All along, this was why. I guess you'd have expected to hear I had a more noble intention than this, Azula said, with a sad smile. But I'm not that good a person, I'm afraid. For all this time, I've wanted you to defeat Combustion Man so I could look Zhao in the eye and dare him to undermine me one more time. Sokka blinked a few times, the information taking some time to register in his head. It wasn't that Azula's motivations were unexpected, but rather, the realization that he hadn't questioned said motivations since ages ago. He had pushed aside all his doubts, following Azula as good as blindly simply because it felt right. Her goal had become his goal, whether or not he understood why she had been pursuing it. He simply wanted to help her accomplish everything she dreamt of, no matter what that might be. I know it must sound ridiculous, said Azula, sighing. It's why I never told you. You had been through many hardships I could barely imagine, and talking your ear off about my bubble of royal pains wasn't going to sit well with you. Well, I did say that, but... said Sokka, and Azula laughed. Don't try to sugarcoat it. You were right anyways, she said, and he looked at her in surprise. Maybe it's because of everything I've achieved recently, or because of how much things have changed ever since you came along, but I guess I've gained a different perspective about the world by now. Those used to be my only problems before. The first thing I wanted to change as soon as I took the throne was the way women are treated in this society. And yes, that must change, but clearly, my problems aren't the only ones that need to be resolved. There are other urgent matters that I should tend to as soon as possible, and it will be up to me to do it. Whether by using my theoretical, forced, future husband as a puppet, or by my own hand, there are far too many things I must tend to, and I'll have a better chance at doing so as Crown Princess. Well, let's hope you can do it yourself somehow, said Sokka, biting his lower lip. Still, I don't think it's such a petty problem. I guess I would have if you'd told me about it while I was still fresh out of Huiyi, but after what you've explained. You don't think it's that foolish? Really? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka smiled. Of course not. The truth came as a bit of a surprise now, but I guess I hadn't cared about it for a long time, he admitted, with a soft laugh. Honestly, I guess I've been enjoying our run together far too much to question your motives anymore. Spending time with you has become its own reward, so becoming the top gladiator, it sounds good, but it's not the only thing on my mind. It's not? Azula asked him, surprised. Sokka. I know. We struck a deal, he said, smiling. But hey, even if I defeated the Millennium Dragon, that doesn't mean I'm up for defeating Combustion Man yet. So, you'll have to put up with me for a little while longer, like it or not, Princess. I had thought the one who wouldn't like it so much would be you, Azula said, raising her eyebrows but smiling. Sokka chuckled. He had definitely surprised her just now. She was aware of his feelings for her, especially since she reciprocated them wholeheartedly by now, but she hadn't expected him to say he was enjoying their time together so much that returning to his tribe wasn't at the forefront of his thoughts anymore. His love for his people was something with which she hadn't interfered, ever. She had learned to accept it and respect it. But to think that the extent of his love for her was such that he would forget about his imminent return home. I don't know what's there not to like at this point, honestly. You've made my days in the Fire Nation far more fun than I expected them to be, he said, grinning at her, before frowning. Though I guess there's actually one thing I don't like about this place. Oh. Azula looked at him with hesitation, unsure as to why his last comment would make her nervous. You. He said, looking at her with disbelief. You Fire Nation folk don't have a damn clue of what dancing is supposed to be like, do you? All of Azula's expectations towards whatever he was going to say disappeared in thin air, and now she was left to stare back at him, baffled. What the heck? She said. That's what you don't like about living here? The way we dance. No, as it happens, the thing is that you guys just don't dance, said Sokka, lifting a finger again. That weird thing going on in that ball simply wasn't dancing, no matter how you may look at it. It was practically like watching a pair of overdramatic vultures making ridiculous gestures and looming over someone who was about to drop dead. No. That's absolutely wrong. I'll have you know, that's a traditional Fire Nation dance that has been performed for centuries, if not millennia, Azula said, glaring at Sokka, who pouted. Then that's how long you people haven't had a damn clue of how to dance, he stated, and Azula actually laughed. Oh, because your tribe has such remarkable dancing traditions, I'm sure. She said sarcastically, and Sokka looked at her, affronted. Of course it does. You would be shocked to hear. To hear all about how you guys dance around fire pits, screaming and jumping like hyena apes with fleas while someone strikes some drums without any understanding of how to keep a beat. Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka blushed. We don't scream. And the guy with the drums can keep a beat all right. He squealed, as Azula smirked. And how the hell do you know what we do for dances? You see, after bonding with Xin Long I've gained the ability to look into people's memories at will, so I did that with you just now and… Oh, pfft, like I'm going to swallow that. Come on. Sokka exclaimed, flustered as Azula laughed. You know, there are certain magical objects out there, she said, sarcastically. They impart wisdom to all those who seek them, you might have heard of them, actually. They're called books, you see. Heh? You Fire Nation people have books on water tribe traditions? Sokka asked, deliberately ignoring her derisive tone. Well, obviously. Our education is very complete after all, Azula said, proudly. Our history books always include stories on archaic civilizations, and naturally, the Southern Water Tribe is the best example for that. Oh, shush. Sokka exclaimed, as Azula laughed again. It's not that bad. You know what, When you take me down there I'll show you, and you'll see the fire pit's dances aren't that bad. You'll show me? Are you serious? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows in amusement. Sokka, if I dare put a single toe within reach of your fellow tribesmen they'd try to hack my head off for showing my face around them. Come on, like I'd let them do that, said Sokka. Besides, what's that? Are you scared of a bunch of savages, princess? Heh, who'd imagine the day would come when you'd acknowledge you're a savage? Angela pointed out, smirking as Sokka grimaced and hung his head in defeat. My bad, he muttered, before lifting his head again and shaking it promptly. Well, whatever, you're going to dance water tribe dances one day. That's final. Fine, then. You should dance Fire Nation dances first, though, said Angela, shrugging innocently. Seeing how you're all about cultural exchange all of a sudden. You know, I actually had hoped to get away with dancing with you, he said, and Angela had to hold back from snorting in disbelief. You're joking. You couldn't have expected, realistically, that we would be able to dance, could you? She asked, and Sokka shrugged. Zuko got to dance with Suki for a while, he said. But still, I didn't want to do that vulture dance. I expected your dances to be a little more fun than that. Well, sorry for not fulfilling your expectations on that front, said Angela. But we didn't create our traditions to cater to some water tribesmen's wishes, now, did we? No, but I guess we could create our own dances, whether we abide by traditions or not, he said, smirking at her. Angela's eyes widened warily. Say what? Come on. Sokka said, standing up with a broad grin on his face. It's time to be innovative and come up with an improvement to your vulture dance by adding some water tribe spice to it. What in the name of? Angela asked, as Sokka offered her his hand. No. I'm not going to. Come on, Angela. It's experimental dancing. He exclaimed, as Angela looked at him in disbelief. Seriously, it'll be fun. I don't think so, she said, her eyes wide, and Sokka pouted. Oh, so you're just afraid I'll come up with such an improved version of that vulture dance that you'll have to eat all your words, aren't you? In fact, I'm afraid you'll make a fool of yourself and I certainly don't want to be a part of that, Angela stated earnestly, with a malicious grin. Sokka's pout intensified as he reached down and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her up. Sokka! Quit being annoying. Like I could possibly do that, he said, once she was on her feet. You know it's ingrained in my very nature, princess. Angela glared at him as he grinned foolishly and walked into the house, stopping at the center of the living room. He pushed the small table towards the couch so that there would be enough room for them to move freely. Angela watched in disbelief, stepping forward even as she kept telling herself she wasn't about to join him in this. No, not a chance in hell. All right. Sokka exclaimed, turning to her with a broad grin. Let's get this going. Aren't we missing the pile of wood I'll be setting on fire? Angela asked, with a sardonic grin. Sokka's own smile turned upside down at that. Seeing how that's the sort of dancing you're used to. We'll have to make do without that for now, he said, shrugging. Now come here and let's start with this. I don't want to, Angela said curtly, and Sokka pouted, approaching her and clasping her hands in his, careful so her palms and fingers wouldn't graze his bandaged wounds. What are you? If you're not going to join me willingly, then I'll have to make you dance somehow. He exclaimed, grinning as he started to bounce circularly around her, still holding her hands. Angela stared at him with utter disbelief as he made her spin in circles. Come on, woman, join in. What the blazes is wrong with you, for crying out loud? She asked, shaking her head at him as he stopped skipping and instead began to swing their arms randomly. You know, this would be a lot more fun if you would put your heart into it, he said, chuckling as he pulled one of her hands towards him while moving the other one away. He alternated the hands, his trademark goofy grin on his face making it so she couldn't help but laugh along with him as they, by his standards, danced. You're out of your mind. She exclaimed, between laughs, as he started to jump around her again, now having released her hands. Come on, Angela. If you can do the vulture dance, you can do this too. he exclaimed, as she was overtaken by the laughter. Again he clasped her hands, but to his surprise, she actually started to move along with him as he skipped. He grinned broadly, their fingers intertwining as Angela continued to laugh. He wasn't sure if he could see tears blinking in her eyes, even. This surely was the first time he had ever made her laugh this hard. Still, he had to halt his circular jumping once he started to feel a little sickly. He chuckled as he pulled her close and pushed her away gently repeatedly, the two of them still holding hands. "See, this is so much more fun than the vulture dance, isn't it?" he asked, laughing as well. Angela let go of his hands when he pulled her close next, which resulted in her falling straight into his arms. She buried her face in his shoulder, her body shaking with every soft chuckle that left her body. Sokka continued to laugh with her, his arms going around her body as he swayed from side to side, shifting his weight between his legs. By the time Angela relaxed in his arms he was grinning like a fool and he was painfully aware of it. His head rested atop of hers, holding her close. "Is this part of your experimental dancing too?" she asked, and Sokka shrugged. "If you want it to be," he said, lifting his head to look at her directly. Her golden eyes gleamed in the most alluring way after she laughed, he knew that by heart already. The smile that still danced on her lips seemed to disappear as she looked at him intensely, finding his gaze as appealing as he did hers. His soft swaying slowed to a halt, one of his hands resting on the small of her back, keeping her close, while the other rose to her face. Angela's eyes were narrow now as she inched closer, her hands on his chest. Their noses brushed together, and Sokka was more than ready to lean down, to cut close the distance between them through a kiss. But a barrage of thoughts came to Angela's mind just then, thoughts to warn her of everything that could go wrong if she gave in to her desires now. For there would be no stopping it tonight, not since what had happened on the ship, anyways. The explosive pleasure she had achieved, the delight of belonging to him for just an instant, it would be wonderful, no doubt, but that delight would disappear without a trace once everything fell apart. For it would fall apart, one way or another. If anything went wrong between them it would be a far worse blow than losing her respect for Admiral Zhao. For she had only admired the man, whereas she loved Sokka. And things could very well go wrong. They almost had once before, and repairing them had seemed an impossible feat at the time. She didn't think they could amend their relationship if it were to shatter ever again. And even if it worked out somehow, if their relationship only became better and smoother than ever, it could all be gone with the speed of lightning touching down on the ground. For if she was to be crown princess from now on, Sokka's crime of involving himself with her would only become worse than it already had been, and the consequences he would face for this would no doubt be fatal. The power of those thoughts made her do the unthinkable. Despite she ached to join him in a kiss, and whatever might follow, she recoiled. His lips moved forward but caught nothing where they should have found hers. He opened his eyes to notice she was breathing heavily, her face betraying she was genuinely consternated. It wasn't hard for Sokka to figure out why she had rejected him wordlessly. It was rather painful, though, to find her gazing at him apologetically, as though afraid that by keeping her distance she might have insulted him. Sokka smiled reassuringly towards her and nodded, letting go of her. "Sokka," she said, her chest aching terribly all of a sudden. "Oh, just what had she done?" "You must be tired," he said, with a grin, rubbing her arms softly with his bandaged hands. "I know I would be, after such a long and annoying day, heh?" "Sokka, she said, stepping forward, and he surrounded her with his arms again, to her momentary relief as he embraced her. "Don't worry," he said, closing his eyes once more. "It's fine. We'll be fine." She doubted he was being truthful, though. Whether they went through with this or not, the only certainty she had was that they wouldn't be fine. Acting upon their urges could be disastrous, but not acting at all seemed to be about to destroy her on the inside anyways. And given his reaction, her rejection had hurt him as badly as it had hurt her. His pretense that it hadn't wasn't convincing in the slightest for Angela. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and he grinned. "Hey, now, isn't that my line?" he asked, releasing her from his grip and caressing her hair gently. "There's nothing to be sorry for, princess. Still. If anything, the one who ought to apologize is me. Your vulture dance doesn't appeal to me, but it's not that bad." I just really wanted to mess with you, he confessed. Well, you did that well enough, Angela muttered, and Sokka grinned guiltily. And I guess I'm also sorry regarding the bunk you'll have to sleep in tonight, he said, raising his eyebrows. I figure you should take my bed, though I'm sure it won't be as good as your royal sleeping arrangements. You always say that it's better than sleeping on the ground, though, so. I can take your bed. She repeated, looking at him in confusion. You're not planning on staying there too? Well. He started, before he smiled and shook his head. It's better this way. Trust me on that. Come on, let's go. I've never showed you my room, have I? If he hadn't said so, Angela wouldn't have realized that was the case. He jerked his head towards the staircase and walked towards it, guiding the princess to the last door of the hallway in the upper floor. Angela followed dutifully as he opened the door, her chest still constraining her painfully. The room was spacious enough, with only a bed, a small closet and a dresser. There were twin doors that led to a small balcony through which Sokka would have a not-so-great view of his surroundings, as the balcony was located on the end of the house that looked out to the edge of the crater, and that wouldn't be much of an impressive landscape from this point of view. All in all, the room seemed cozy enough. It wasn't the sort of room Angela was used to, but it was the sort of room she would have expected her gladiator to have. Song had changed the sheets before I came back from the slate, but if you want I can get fresher ones. Sokka said, and Angela shook her head. It's fine, no need to bother, she said, and he bit his lip. Well, then, there's water on the nightstand, he said. In case you get thirsty overnight. And if you need anything else, I'll be on the couch right downstairs. Sokka. Angela said, looking at him almost pleadingly. You don't have to do that. We've shared the same bed more than enough times by now, it's fine if you just. I know that, but I don't think it's a good idea, he said, with a sad smile. Hell, I'd love to, but I'm afraid I've controlled myself too long as it is. I can't promise I'll be able to stop myself from doing things I shouldn't this time. You're all out of willpower, then? She asked, and he grinned. I think I'm using all I've got left by going to the couch instead, he said, and Angela gritted her teeth. Look, I don't think I can hold back anymore, I've said that before. But I still don't want to do anything you might not be ready for. So. He fell silent, as though waiting for her to say he was wrong, that she was ready, or as ready as she would ever be, if anything. And upon looking into her eyes he had the feeling that those words were threatening to spill out of her, but she was holding them in. She was afraid, one way or another, and he couldn't blame her for it. He was damn terrified as well. So just sleep tight, he said, smiling. I'll see you tomorrow. Angela opened her mouth, as though to tell him not to leave. She wanted to say she needed him with her tonight, regardless of whatever it could result in. She wanted to tell him she loved him, this time for real, without any substances inducing her to tell him the truth about her feelings. She wanted to say so many things, but she couldn't utter them. Surely for wanting to say so much she fell short, and instead said nothing. She swallowed and nodded, her chest aching so badly she was sure she was going to split in two. Sokka smiled sadly at her, stroking her cheek with the back of his hand gently. Angela's hands reached up to take his bandaged one, her eyes closing as she basked in his light touch. This would have to do for tonight, there was nothing more to it. She couldn't pull through with what her heart truly desired. Night, she finally said. Sokka sighed and drew back his hand, smiling at her before leaving the room without another word. Angela's hand went to her forehead as she shook her head. She continued to stare at the open door Sokka had left through, in utter and total disbelief of what she'd just done. I'm an idiot, she whispered to herself. I'm an idiot. She continued to shake her head as she walked to the bed, dropping on it head first into the pillow. Sighs escaped her body, for somehow they seemed to help her feel better. The chest-splitting pain was still there, but it mitigated slightly with every released breath. She wanted to tell herself she would be happy about this one day, but it was a lie she'd never believe. She wouldn't be, no doubt, for this was truly destroying her inside. It wasn't an innocent struggle as it might have been before, not ever since lust had joined the fray as well. She desired him desperately, and the battle between her urges and her rational mind was so brutal she was afraid she wouldn't get through it without sacrificing one of them somehow. One side would win eventually, and no matter the outcome of the fight, the only loser would be herself, of course. For the first time in her life she was fighting a battle she couldn't turn to her favor, no matter what she did. And sleeping in Sokka's bed did nothing to help either. It smelled like him. Had he lain here, thinking about her, just as she often did in her own bed, her mind full of thoughts of him? She cringed and berated herself for thinking of that. She had to control herself already. Still, it was hard to relax in a bed full of his scent, in a room that suited him perfectly, with a heart in her chest that belonged to him completely and reminded her of it with each and every painful beat. She cursed as she pulled the sheets over her body, trying to stop her thoughts from consuming her, the memories of both good and bad times from tormenting her. That dreadful night kept returning to her, as a reminder of how he could break her heart, but the night on the ship came back as well, along with the pleasure he had provided her even in such a limited situation. Just what would happen if he had free reign over her body? She shivered at the thought, and she grabbed the pillow to groan into it, only to find that it also smelled like him, of course. She sighed and shook her head, surrounding it with her arms tightly. Perhaps at this point, her only choice would be to pretend this was Sokka in order to soothe herself to sleep. Feeling miserable, pathetic, and foolish, she told herself that tomorrow would be a better day somehow. It had to be. This pain would be gone, for, if it wasn't, she couldn't promise she wouldn't do what they both had been trying to avoid. For once she wasn't sure she could prove strong enough to overcome this challenge. Maybe she was, though. But she certainly didn't want to be. She tore through the crowd desperately, searching for him without respite. Neither Mai nor Ty Lee had seen him since he had danced with Suki. Ruan-Ji-un and Haru were equally clueless about where Zuko might have ran off to. His disappearance had been a simple thing at first, she hadn't given it too much importance, but after what the Fire Lord had declared, she was terrified to her very bone. What did it mean that Azula would become crown princess? Had something happened to Zuko? Had he done anything to lose his father's favor irreparably? What on earth was going on? She barely knew the palace. The tour Zuko had given her some time ago hadn't really helped much, and she feared she was running in circles, seeing as she couldn't find him anywhere. She barged into his room when she found her bearings, but she failed to find him, and she even dashed through the eerie gallery of royal portraits to no avail. Where was he? Her feet ached, for she had spent actual hours searching through the palace to no results. She couldn't wait to get out of these shoes, but first she had to find Zuko. She needed to make sure he was fine. Either the celebration had died down by then, or Suki had strayed so far from the main palace hall that she could barely hear the noise anymore. It didn't matter, though, all that mattered was finding Zuko. Just then, she took the next corner to a dark corridor to find him sitting before the gardens. His legs were crossed, and it seemed he held something in his hands, but he had his back towards Suki, so she couldn't see what it was. She didn't care, though. All she wanted was to reach him and berate him, if only a little, for making her worry so much. "Zuko, finally," she said, approaching him, but stopping a few steps away. His shoulders were squared, she noticed now, and his head was hung. "Zuko." Only then did she realize the object in his hands was a small knife, not unlike Mai's. Suki's eyes widened, and she looked at him in disbelief. He wasn't going to do what she thought he was going to do, now, was he? "Zuko," she said again, her voice deeper now, and she stretched a hand towards him but withdrew it when Zuko clasped the knife in his right hand. "I'm sorry," he said. "After all I said, and after things somehow looked like they'd get better for us, suddenly I'm—" "Zuko, don't you dare," Suki said, shaking her head, horrified. Zuko sighed and stood up, still staring out at the garden. This would be much easier if he didn't look her in the eye, sadly. "He's through with me," he said. "And I've had enough of him as well. He's only ever seen me as an obstacle in his way. I'm not even a son to him. So, I'll give him his wish. I'll—" "Zuko, for crying out loud, what are you even talking about?" Suki exclaimed, her eyes filling with tears. "I don't have a choice," he said, gritting his teeth. "I'm sorry, Suki." But I have to go. Why you have to, what? Suki said, staring into his back. He had to go somewhere? Then he wasn't contemplating suicide, or was he? I don't belong here. I won't until I find my honor, until I feel at peace with myself. And I'm not at peace as I am, he said, gulping. You gave me the chance to realize I could be happy, and I owe you more than you know for it. But I can't stay with you as I am, I can't stay here. I'm leaving the Fire Nation again. I've had enough of this. No. No, Zuko, please. Said Suki, shaking her head. No, this wasn't as bad as what she'd misunderstood, but regardless, she was going to lose him, she would lose him right after having thought they'd be together for good. Right after accepting him into her life wholeheartedly. The prince lifted the knife to the back of his head. He clutched his top knot with his free hand, and he severed his small bun slowly, carefully. Suki's eyes widened, understanding the meaning of his gesture immediately. Zuko sighed, knowing there was no turning back from this. He had left the Fire Nation the last time by the Fire Lord's decree, this time around he would leave by choice. He was abandoning his people, turning against his father, if not against the Fire Nation as a whole. But he needed to do this. Zuko, where will you go? Suki asked, the tears starting to slip down her face. What are you going to do? You can't just do this without thinking it through. I've thought it through enough, Zuko said, with a sad sigh. I don't belong here any more than you or Sokka or Toph do. It used to be my home, now it feels like my grave. Maybe that will change one day, but I'm afraid it won't while my father is Fire Lord. Perhaps I'm the one who needs to change my mind, change my ways. It's true that there's too much I don't know, too much I don't understand. I've failed to understand what honor really meant, and I hope to become an honorable man, honorable enough to be worthy of you. Why you fool, you? I don't need you to leave to know you're worthy of me, she said, shaking her head. Zuko's breath caught in his throat. I'm the one who's not worthy of you. And yet you offered me everything, regardless of that. I offered you things I had no power over, and I only realized that now, he said, gritting his teeth. My feelings for you are as strong as ever, Suki, and I won't stop loving you, no matter how long I spend away from you. But I can't offer you a life as I am. All I can offer is my heart, and I know damn well it's not much. It's more than enough, you fool, I don't need anything else. Suki said, looking at him in despair. Zuko, please. He shook his head slowly, and she bit her lower lip as more tears poured from her eyes. I won't ask you to wait for me, he said. I have no right to demand that from you. But I promise that I'll return a better man. A worthier man. Suki sobbed silently, a hand going to her forehead as she shook her head more. This couldn't be happening. Not when only hours earlier everything had worked out so well. She leaned forward, pressing her face to his back, knowing his resolve wouldn't break but still hoping to somehow move him, to make him change his mind, but he said no more words. She suspected he might be crying as well, for his shoulders shook slightly once in a while. She rested against him for as long as her heart could take the sorrow before she turned on her heels and left, unable to bear being near Zuko anymore. Not when she knew he would be gone by no fault of hers, just as everything that she had held dear through her whole life. Everything she treasured would disappear, one way or another, and all she could do was watch helplessly as it slipped through her fingers. Zuko gritted his teeth hard, still clutching both the knife and the severed hair bun. It was the right decision, no matter if it hurt so much that it seemed wrong. One day, perhaps, it would hurt less, but it certainly wouldn't stop hurting if he stayed here. His life would remain at a standstill as it was, and nothing would improve if he didn't leave. He would become an outcast to his own nation once again, and regardless if it hurt, he knew it was the right choice to make. He'd had enough of this. It was time to put an end to this part of his story, to the weirdest year of his life, and to take the reins of his future into his own hands, for once. Chapter 94, The Slate Festivals 12. His shoulder was sore when he woke up, and he opened his eyes to find he was in the living room. He had been sleeping on his side, in a slightly uncomfortable position that could only result in his arm being numb for at least a few minutes once he stopped supporting his weight on his shoulder. The morning always started accompanied by countless bird songs, and the light of dawn drifted into the house through the windows in a lazy haze. He lay on his back, blinking blankly as the memories from last night returned to him slowly. He didn't sleep on the couch normally, so it wasn't too difficult to recall the circumstances that had landed him there. He'd had trouble falling asleep, fidgeting nervously about Angela, for she was upstairs, sleeping in his room, in his bed. How he wished to join her, there was nothing he would have liked more than to do so. Holding her in his arms was a blessing he still didn't think he deserved. Being able to kiss her still filled him with a thrill that he could barely control, that made his heart beat uncontrollably fast. Being with her was everything he could ask for, just being allowed to stand by her side, but despite her reservations, Sokka knew Angela wanted more than what they'd had so far. She had given him the chance to reach out for more. And how many times could he hold back until he finally gave in? He didn't know. He was afraid the answer to that question would be a very small number, if it wasn't already 0. Because the next time she looked at him with those golden eyes, and asked him to stay with her, he wouldn't dare refuse. To think her eyes were so warm towards him now, when they had first met they were unyielding, colder than ice. But now she was warm to him, in ways he had never expected her to be, warmer than she was towards just about anyone else. Who could blame him for feeling the way he did towards her? He couldn't have stood a chance. Falling in love with her was just the natural order of things, after everything they'd been through together. Knowing she was barely a flight of stairs away compelled him to get up from the couch, his mind set on checking on her. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to do so, for he might just end up joining her in bed, but he wasn't going to do anything stupid while she was unconscious, definitely not. Though there was no telling what would happen if she woke up. He climbed the stairs slowly, being as careful as he could be not to make a sound. Song wasn't up yet, so hopefully Angela wouldn't be either. He suspected she would be awake soon, but she might still be sleeping. And once he glanced into his room he found that indeed she was, with her arms wrapped tightly around his pillow. The sight of her took the breath from him. He was completely mesmerized, and a slow smile spread over his features. She looked adorable like this, with her loose hair spread over the mattress, her face peaceful as she clutched the pillow tightly. Oh, he really just might prove too weak to resist the urge of at least sitting down next to her on the bed as she slept soundly. But as soon as he took one step forward he heard a strong knock on the door that made him stop on his tracks. He glanced back, panic in his eyes. Had someone come for Angela? How had they known she would be here? Furthermore, would she be in trouble for spending the night in his house, regardless of if she was still untainted? He thought he felt sweat rolling down his brow as he sped downstairs, the knocking becoming more urgent now. At this rate it would wake both the girls, he thought. He opened the door quickly, his heart racing and his stomach sinking, but there was no battalion of royal guards outside the house. Instead, Sokka. Finally! Ty Lee exclaimed. Sokka blinked blankly and stepped back, allowing her inside instinctively. He found himself beyond confused by why she was here, and why she looked more serious than he'd ever seen her before. Is Angela here? Why yeah. Sokka said, tentatively. What's going on? Is she in trouble? No, not her. Ty Lee denied briskly. She needs to come immediately, something terrible has happened and... What's going on? Ty Lee only seemed to process the fact that she had found Angela in Sokka's home, of all places, when she saw the princess standing at the top of the stairs, wearing clothes that most definitely didn't belong to her, with her hair disheveled after getting up. Sokka felt his heart catch in his throat as he turned to look at her. Angela. Ty Lee said, a flicker of her curiosity regarding this situation showing in her eyes briefly. But she soon shook her head and returned to her former uncharacteristic seriousness. Angela, it's terrible. It's Zuko. Zuko. Angela repeated, frowning. This could not be good. Had he taken action upon hearing the news of her new position as crown princess? If so, then what on earth had he done? You have to come, fast, Ty Lee said. Nobody else has managed to get any sense into him, so I was hoping maybe you would be able to do it. Wait, What exactly is going on? Sokka asked, confused. What is he up to? He's going to leave the Fire Nation again, said Ty Lee, swallowing hard. Angela's eyes widened, her lips parting as she stared at her friend in disbelief. Sokka's confusion only grew at that, and he glanced at his sponsor, wondering if she'd find any sense in Ty Lee's revelation. Given the troubled expression on her face, it seemed she did. I see. I'll get going, then, Angela said, gritting her teeth and climbing downstairs quickly. Ty Lee sighed and nodded. We don't know what's gotten into him, she said. I thought that he wouldn't be happy about you being crown princess now, but this was not what I expected him to do. And Suki's so heartbroken. Well, it's not the first time Zuko acts without taking anyone else's feelings into account, Angela muttered, striding towards the house's backyard. I'll gather my things and return with Xin Long. I'll talk to Zuko as soon as I can. Great. Thanks, Angela. I'll catch up with you in a bit. Ty Lee exclaimed, sighing in relief as Angela left quickly. Sokka stared after the princess hopelessly, aware of how selfish he was being by wishing he could have at least had her for himself through the morning. There were more pressing matters for her to deal with, and now that she was to be crown princess, the circumstances were likely to pull her away from him even more often than usual. Is Suki all right, though? Sokka asked, forcing himself to stop suffering over Angela's quick departure by focusing on something else. Things weren't all that great with those two the last thing I knew, but then they were dancing. I don't get it myself, actually, said Ty Lee, shrugging. It looked like they had made up, but then this happened, and really, I don't know what happened. Suki has barely managed to say anything, she's so upset. Would it help if I talked to her? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. If Angela's going to deal with Zuko. Well, you could try, said Ty Lee, with a grimace. But I don't know just how much you could do for her. She's really depressed. Well, we won't know if I can help if we don't try, at least, he said, sighing. Can you give me a lift? I figure you didn't come here on foot. No, I've got my carriage right outside. Drove it myself, Haru stayed with her at home. Then we can do that, Sokka said, turning back to his room. Ty Lee watched at him as he went back upstairs, somewhat surprised by his reaction. He seemed upset as well, though of course not to the same degree as Suki was. Although Zuko's departure was the main priority right now, Ty Lee couldn't help but wonder if she had interrupted something important. Angela flew home as quickly as possible, unsure of why. Of all possibilities, Zuko's response to the latest events was merely to leave the Fire Nation. Granted, it would be the most convenient thing for her in the long run, but it still didn't feel right. Why would he want to run away instead of fighting back? Had Iroh convinced him to do this? Angela clenched the reins of Xin Long's saddle harder, her worries increasing by the minute. She needed to talk to her fool of a brother, but first she needed to change into a better attire than Song's sleeping gown, naturally. She headed straight to her room once they arrived in the palace, and she did her best to avoid the servants so they wouldn't see her in such a get-up, with her dress and ball accessories tucked under her arm. She dressed up quickly in her room, fitting her armor and finally feeling like herself again. She breathed out several times, brushing her hair and composing her top knot, an operation that was successful, despite the result was not quite as perfect as it usually was, before leaving to find her brother. Her stomach grumbled, for she hadn't quite had any dinner to begin with and she'd gone without breakfast so far, but she did her best to ignore the unpleasant sensation as she marched to Zuko's room. If he was planning on leaving, surely he'd be there, packing, and indeed he was. His back was turned towards the door when Angela swung it open as he rummaged through an old bag, filling it with clothes. Angela's brow drew together, not knowing how to proceed now. Would he lash out at her if she announced herself? It was likely, but if she was going to stand on the threshold doing nothing, she might as well have avoided seeing her brother in the first place, right? She took a deep breath, scrutinizing Zuko's now short hair, dreading the disappearance of his topknot would mean what she suspected it did. So, it's true? She asked, startling him. You're leaving again? To her surprise, he didn't turn to glare at her accusingly. He didn't attack her for having taken his future away from him. Instead, he only looked at her over his right shoulder, almost with remorse in his gaze. "Yeah," he said, nodding, and turning back to his gear without further explanations. "Ty Lee told me as much," Angela continued, still confused by his lack of reaction. "And I can't say I understand why you're doing this. I have my suspicions, but if you think I'm just throwing a tantrum because father has appointed you as his crown princess, you're wrong," Zuko said, and Angela frowned. "It's not about that." "If it's not about that, then what is it about?" Angela asked, stepping forward. "It's about our father, all right," said Zuko, closing the bag and turning to look at Angela. "And about how he's always seen me as a problem to get rid of. Well, I'd rather get out of here before he finally finds a way to kill me without everyone suspecting him for it. Aren't you?" Angela started, about to say he was exaggerating matters, but she caught herself before finishing the sentence. As much as she'd hate to admit it, her brother was right. Ozai had already conveyed interest in murdering his son before, discarding the idea merely because it would be too suspicious. She shook her head and looked at Zuko sternly. "Aren't you merely giving him what he wants if you leave, then? Is this your idea of being a loyal son to him?" "Like hell it is," said Zuko, scowling. "Angela, I talked to him last night, for the first time since the Agni Kai. And a lot of things were cleared up in that conversation. He hadn't declared you crown princess yet, and still I realized that he wanted you as his sole heir. He wants nothing to do with me, never did, and by now the feeling is mutual. I'm done crawling to his feet begging him to love me. I was an idiot for thinking that was going to get me anywhere. Regardless, Zuko, what are you going to do outside of the Fire Nation?" Angela asked, frowning. "What exactly do you think this is going to accomplish? You've already been at sea for 10 years to no avail, and now you are going to repeat that experience? Pray tell, what is this supposed to lead you to? Did you really think this through?" I probably didn't," said Zuko, with a weak smile. "But at this point I can't find any reason why I should have done things differently. None of the reasons for me to stay outweigh the ones for me to leave. Does Iroh know of this?" Angela asked now, sighing as she rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. "He's probably heard of it by now, but I haven't seen him since yesterday," said Zuko. "I guess he's going to come talk me out of it, same as you. Or offer to go with you," said Angela, and Zuko frowned. "Well, he's not joining me this time," he said, to Angela's surprise. "I've already contacted my old crew, and they're willing to take me to the sea again. But I don't mean to force them to stick around with me for much longer. In all honesty, I just need passage to the Earth Kingdom. Whatever comes next I'll decide for myself. You do realize, though, that if you are going to banish yourself again from the Fire Nation, going to the colonies should probably be out of the question for you, right?" Angela asked, and Zuko frowned. "I didn't really think of that." "Well, I'll figure it out," I said, he grumbled, returning to his bags as Angela sighed and shook her head. "Zuko, honestly? You've had bad ideas, but this is really amongst the worst you've come up with," she said. "I understand you suspect he wants you dead, but he can just as well send a murderer after you while you're here than while you're there. So, for that matter. It's also because I just want to get as far away from him as I possibly can," said Zuko, heading to a closet, where he kept his Deo swords. "I'd think you'd understand. You used to feel restrained back when Mother was here, didn't you? Once she was gone you were free. Well, I can't expect Father to just go away, so. Just go away?" Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that? Are you merely saying that, or do you know anything?" "I asked Father if he'd killed her," Zuko said, and Angela's eyes widened. "He had done what?" That seemed to offend him, as though he weren't capable of that. "Seeing how he's treated me and you, how far-fetched can it be to think he might have done something to her?" I don't know whether he did something to her or not, but damn it, Zuko," said Angela, shaking her head. "Do you have a death wish, really? How could you simply blurt that out to him as you did?" "Putting it simply, I just don't give a damn about how he feels towards me anymore," said Zuko. "If I anger him, if I disappoint him, If I make him wish I'd never been born, I couldn't care less. If I could make him feel as worthless as he's made me feel, I sure as hell would. But I think he's just incapable of feeling that bad about himself, just as he must be incapable of empathy. Maybe he actually isn't incapable of that last thing. He sure must imagine how I felt, and that's exactly why he made sure to make it worse for me with every chance he got. And so, you figured the best way to make him miserable was claiming he had murdered our mother. Figures, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. He said he hadn't killed her, Zuko said. But I don't know if I can believe him. If she's not dead, then where is she? Why did she disappear, and why has she never contacted either one of us? That I don't know, Angela replied. To this day it's a mystery for me too. But if Father has the answers to those questions, it's better not to ask altogether, isn't it? Zuko said, skeptically. Else you might end up like me. Scarred, dishonored, banished. Wait, he banished you? You didn't choose to do this yourself. Well, it's more of a self-imposed banishment this time, truth to be told, but last time it sure wasn't, said Zuko, clasping his blades and swinging them over his shoulders. He didn't send me away last night, but he wanted me gone regardless. And I don't mean to come back until he's dead? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Or is it you hope to find the Avatar and bring him back to prove our father was wrong about you? I'd like to do that, if it mean the Avatar will beat him up and leave him to ponder his life's choices for however long he might live, Zuko said. But I really have no hopes to find him. I'll just sail through the world and hope the day will come when our father changes his ways. Angela asked, raising an eyebrow sarcastically. Or when you take over his duties, Zuko said, and Angela froze. I already told him that you'll make a greater Fire Lord than he ever could hope to be. At least he made the right call by making you Crown Princess. Zuko. Come on, said Zuko, looking at her earnestly. It's what everyone expected. I didn't really think it was going to happen so soon, but I always knew it. Father wanted you as his heir ever since we were children, and tried as I might to surpass you, I never could. I'm done trying to be better than you at everything, Angela. I've got nothing to gain from it because no matter what I do, I'll never be good enough in his eyes. But you are. You're practically perfect. Zuko, I'm not really. You are bound to be a better Fire Lord than anyone realizes you can be, said Zuko. Simply because it's you, and you always overcome anything that stands in your way. So good luck. I know you'll do a great job. You can change the world for the better, I'm sure. That's wishful talk, it's easier said than done, said Angela, frowning. You're just stepping back, then. You could be Fire Lord too, you know? You could even fight me in an Agni Kai to prove you still have a right to claim the throne. What for, if we both know you'll win? Said Zuko, raising his eyebrow. Zuko, a lot of people won't want me as Fire Lord, she said. A lot of people won't want me as Fire Lord either. I don't think either one of us will be able to make everyone happy, said Zuko, shrugging. Nobody will ever have a fully approved rule, I don't think that's ever happened in Fire Nation history anyways. Be that as it may, it doesn't change the fact that both of us needed as much support as we could in order to gain the position of Crown Prince, Angela said. Without approval it was never going to happen. And you still have the approval of many, Uncle included, who surely will be beyond outraged when he finds out about his. And what can he do? Said Zuko, looking at Angela with confusion. I mean, who's going to stand up to my father? Who's going to tell him that he made the wrong decision and that I'm a better choice for an heir? Uncle? Whoever else wants to support me. Just how likely are they to achieve anything by defying him? I'm not going to say they'd succeed at it, Angela admitted. The likelihood is actually rather low. But that doesn't mean they won't try. Well, they can't try if I'm gone, can they? Zuko said, shrugging. Angela looked at him in disbelief. Are you serious, Zuko? After all this time, you're just giving up. I told you I was tired of this rivalry between us, he said. And I'll be better off accepting certain things I can't change. I know I'm not supposed to give up without a fight, but I've fought long enough to realize I have no way of winning this time around. You're better than me for the job, most likely, and there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I just wasn't cut out to be Fire Lord. If you think about it, neither of us were raised under the belief that we'd get that throne one day. It was meant to belong to Cousin Liu Ten, not to either one of us. But he's been gone for well over a decade now, Zuko, Azula said. Years during which we both were ready to do whatever it took to make sure that throne and that crown would belong to one of us. And look at all the good that did us, said Zuko. If we'd stopped fighting and started working together, maybe we'd have been better off. But we never did. So, for once I'm going to do the right thing, and not stand in your way. Maybe I could be Fire Lord too, but I'm not fighting you over who's going to carry Father's legacy anymore. I want nothing more to do with his legacy myself anyhow. Are you sure of what you're saying right now, Zuko? Azula asked, looking at him sternly. If you want us to work together, then maybe with my new authority I could help you somehow. I could. You don't have to do anything for me, Azula, Zuko said, smiling a little. I want to deal with this myself. I needed you to help me with the ship and crew the last time I was banished, but I'd like to think I'm not so helpless anymore. Thanks for your offer, but... Zuko. Azula froze upon hearing that voice. She turned instinctively, but Iroh raced past her at haste, without sparing so much as a glance in her direction. Uncle, said Zuko, gulping. This was going to be harder than he had realized. Zuko, is it true? Is it true that you've decided to leave again? Iroh asked, aghast, as he placed his hands on Zuko's shoulders. I have, Uncle, Zuko said, nodding. I think it's time for me to face the facts and acknowledge my future isn't here. I have to find other options, seek out new paths and... Then I'm coming with you. If you mean to do this, then we both shall. Iroh exclaimed, and Azula could have sworn she heard a hint of pride, even hope, in the old man's voice. That hint disappeared as soon as Zuko clasped Iroh's hands and removed them from his shoulder. No. Not this time, Uncle, he said, sternly. Iroh remained silent for a moment, his mouth opening and closing as he looked at his nephew in utter confusion. Azula watched him warily, knowing his reaction wouldn't be good. What do you mean, not this time? Iroh repeated, frowning heavily. Azula wasn't sure she had ever heard the man speaking so seriously, not even during the crisis they had faced together in Ba Sing Se. Zuko, what are you talking about? If you're leaving. If I'm leaving, then it's me who's leaving and nobody else, Zuko declared, frowning. Uncle, I'm not a kid anymore. You don't have to look after me. I'm not saying this because I think you're a child, I simply won't let you to do this on your own. Iroh exclaimed. Is it you mean to travel nowhere, with no goals, no purpose? Maybe I do, said Zuko, frowning. But the first purpose is to get away from here. That's all. You cannot just make these decisions without thinking them through, Zuko. Iroh said, repeating one of Azula's qualms to Zuko's plans unknowingly. You could die out there and then what would be the point of this journey? Be reasonable, Zuko, and... I'm being reasonable, Uncle. I'm seeing things clearly for the first time. Zuko exclaimed. And that's exactly why I'm not letting you come with me. You already wasted 10 years of your life at sea with me, I'm not putting you through that once again. You wouldn't be putting me through anything I don't want, Zuko, I could. Uncle, you have a life here right now, don't you? Zuko asked. You have a gladiator who needs you to stand by her. Are you just going to abandon her? I could find someone else to sponsor her. What for? Zuko asked. Uncle. I want to do this on my own. I need to do it on my own, without making anyone else sacrifice their lives for me. I don't belong in the Fire Nation Palace anymore. Well, I don't belong in it any more than you do. Zuko, I have. Iroh started, but he froze mid-sentence and stiffened. His gaze darted towards Azula quickly, his only acknowledgement of her presence throughout his conversation with Zuko. Azula looked at him with suspicion briefly before allowing her gaze to shift to her brother. Surely this meant Iroh refused to speak any further so long as she was here. She could only wonder why. Angela. Zuko muttered. Do whatever you feel is right, Zuko. It's what you'll do anyways, she whispered. Just, don't get yourself killed out there, Zuzu. Zuko smiled a little at her and nodded, not bothered by that nickname for the very first time. I won't. Thank you, Angela. For everything, he said, and she looked at him apprehensively. She hardly felt there was anything he ought to be thanking her for. Regardless, she bowed her head curtly in his direction and turned to leave the room. She would have rather stayed to hear whatever Iroh had to say to her brother, but it seemed unlikely he would speak freely if she was there. Her reservations regarding her uncle's link to the White Lotus had returned to her again in full force. She had grown more amicable with the man as of late, but that didn't free him from her suspicions altogether. If anything, his behavior right now made her feel just as uncertain towards him as she always had. She could imagine easily what sort of ploys could be in motion if Iroh was working together with the White Lotus, with Zuko as the center of their plans. It would add up, considering Piandao had accepted him as a pupil despite the irregularity of his training regime. Unveiling a conspiracy of this category would have amused her in any other circumstances, but this time it wasn't all that enjoyable. If Iroh had been setting Zuko up to become little more than a pawn Fire Lord for the White Lotus, chances were he would have meant to use Zuko to take Ozai down, perhaps. Why Zuko, though? Angela frowned as she stepped out of the room, her thoughts jumbled. If he didn't want Ozai to be Fire Lord, why not act when he still had a chance to take back the throne that had been meant to be his? Or was she just seeing monsters in shadows where there were none? Maybe she was being paranoid, maybe Iroh was only being the concerned uncle he always was towards his nephew. Before she could finish assessing the possibilities, she found someone in the hallway. Someone with a remarkably guilty behavior, going by her tense stance and the fact that her head was hung, as opposed to how it usually was. Her long dark bangs covered her face, as usual, so it was hard to pinpoint her emotions, but Angela had always been skilled at reading people. Bandit? She asked, and the girl jumped. It wasn't like her not to notice Angela's presence, regardless of her blindness. Hey, spicy. Toph muttered. Her behavior now was in perfect contrast to her bitterness and pride from last night. She seemed ashamed, and even remorseful. Why? Came to see my brother off, or were you hoping to convince him to stay? Angela asked, and Toph grimaced. Are you all right? I just... she said, biting her lower lip. I didn't think he'd go this far. I don't think any of us did, said Angela, sighing. I tried telling him that leaving wouldn't help, but I know his stubbornness far too well by now. He's not likely to change his mind. Iroh is pissed about it, isn't he? Toph asked. Does he know it's my fault? Your fault? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Why would it be? I kind of said things to Zuko last night that maybe I shouldn't have. I mean, I don't think I was wrong about most of what I said, but I probably shouldn't have done it anyhow, said Toph, swallowing hard. He said things that bothered me and I returned the favor. And I think that's why. Why he ended up doing this? Angela asked. You prompted him to talk to our father. I did, Toph confessed, and Angela sighed. Well, then, it must be your fault, she said, simply, and Toph grimaced. Though I doubt whatever caused this was really your responsibility. From the way he's acting, it seems like it had been a long time coming. Don't beat yourself up that much over it. I wouldn't, but he's leaving now, nobody knows where to, and Iroh. Toph. Angela said, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. If you're sorry for what you did, go apologize. Stop tormenting yourself. If Iroh can't accept his nephew's decisions, that's his problem, not yours. But... Toph said, frowning. She sighed soon and shrugged, nodding weakly. You're probably right. I am, Angela said, simply, with a weak smile. I didn't peg you for the type who'd compel me to do the right thing, but I guess you're a better person than I am, Toph said, and Angela snorted. I'm afraid that speaks quite badly of you, Bandit, she said, with a smirk. I've never held on to any illusions of being a good person, Toph, and I doubt I ever will. I'm only telling you to do whatever will bring you peace. What you do with my advice is beyond my control. Yeah. Still, thanks, said Toph. Angela raised an eyebrow. She had been at the receiving end of 2 expressions of gratitude in less than 10 minutes today, coming from very unlikely sources. It was odd, but she found she didn't mind it. You're welcome, she said, patting the girl's shoulder just as she saw someone turning around the corner. Her heart sank upon noticing just who it was. Captain. Ah, Princess, finally, he said, breathing out in relief. The servants have been trying to find you throughout the palace for breakfast, but you were nowhere around. Going by his behavior, it would seem he wasn't aware of Angela's escapade from the previous night. Or if he was, perhaps he didn't know the full extent of what it entailed. Had he known she had spent the night in Sokka's house, he surely would look a lot less anxious and worried, and a lot angrier instead. Yes, breakfast, that sounds good, Angela muttered, eager to finally put something in her stomach. She left Toph behind without another word as she headed off with Ruishi, eager for a proper meal at last. The earthbender sensed them as they left, biting her lower lip nervously as she made up her mind to follow her sponsor into Zuko's room. For whatever was worth, she really was sorry. As much as her words had been spoken with the intent to hurt the prince, she had never expected them to have such nefarious consequences. She approached the doorway, finding, to her surprise, that Iroh was speaking insistently to a very confused Zuko. The scarred young man inched away from his uncle, his brow drawn together. It's a safe place, Zuko, trust me. Just northwest from the swamp, and you'll find. Uncle, what are you talking about? Zuko asked, looking at Iroh in disbelief. You expect me to find safety in a former Earth Kingdom fortress? What is this about? Zuko, I'm begging you to listen. You are heading into nowhere and blatantly refusing to take me with you, so I'm seeking to aid you in the only way I can. Iroh said, and Zuko shook his head. By doing so, he realized they weren't alone anymore. Toph. He said, startling Iroh. The blind bandit stood in place, swallowing hard as she felt more nervous and anxious by the minute. Whatever she had interrupted was clearly important, even though she was slightly confused regarding what it was. Iroh was giving Zuko advice, as per usual, but this time it seemed the prince was reluctant to follow it, for one reason or another. Given the way Iroh's heart was beating, the old man was rather desperate. Hey, Zuko, she said, for once not coming up with nicknames to insult him. I've heard that you're leaving. Yeah. That's the idea, he said, nodding. But don't worry. Your sponsor isn't coming with me this time. You won't have to forsake the Gladiator League because of me. The words stung, mostly because her investment in the league was what had prompted her to argue with Zuko in the first place. Were his words a display of respect towards her, or was it spite? Surprisingly, it didn't sound like the latter, given his voice tone. Thanks for that. Really, said Toph. But Zuko, you don't have to do this, do you? Here I thought the last person who'd miss me would be you, Zuko said, with a smile. I just said Toph, insecure. To her embarrassment, but also her relief, Zuko seemed to read her as easily as Toph used to read everyone else. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, he said, and Toph tensed. It's not? I mean, after what I said. You know what? Said Zuko, with a deep breath. I think I needed to hear it. You helped me put a lot of things into perspective. So, thanks. Thanks? For messing with you as I did? Are you crazy, or are you just stupid? Toph asked, and Zuko scowled. You could have just accepted it and let it rest, but just you had to insult me, did you? What is this? Iroh asked, frowning, and looking at Toph. Were you? Did you say something to Zuko? The seriousness of the old man's voice daunted Toph, who wasn't easily daunted to begin with. She had never heard him like this. But before she could figure out how to answer his questions, Zuko had placed a hand on Iroh's shoulder. It's fine, uncle. She's not the problem here, he said. My father is. He always has been, I was just too naive to understand it until last night. Regardless, Zuko. Uncle, said Zuko, taking a deep breath. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. You became my father when my own would barely spare a glance towards me, and I owe you a lot more than I realize for it. I'm really glad you were with me all these years. I'll see you again one day, I'm sure. But it's a trip I must take by myself this time. So, thanks for everything, and I'll see you again one day. I promise. Zuko. Iroh said, as Zuko surprised him with a hug. The old man returned the gesture slowly, as though he couldn't give credit to what was happening just yet. Zuko released him after what felt like ages, rubbing the man's back before picking up his bags and turning to the door. Toph still stood there, her head ducked, a guilty expression on her face. Zuko placed a hand on her shoulder before passing her by, leaving his room for good. Toph sensed his footsteps moving further and further away, a very unpleasant feeling sinking in her gut. Something told her Zuko's decision to leave was going to change certain things in her life, and not in a good sense. For she could tell Iroh was displeased, disappointed, upset. He would miss his nephew, no doubt, and he couldn't understand why he was so determined to refuse his company. There was no plausible reason for that, not in his eyes, but there was a reason behind why Zuko was departing. And even if Toph's words didn't comprise the entirety of it, they had been the trigger, if nothing else. And the blind bandit suspected Iroh would never forgive her for that. Sokka would have been proud of her, Azula thought, if he could see her eating so ravenously. Fortunately, he wasn't likely to barge through her room's door anytime soon, so she felt free to continue eating as she pleased until she'd had her fill. She had spent well over 12 hours without any food, which just might have affected her body in ways she hadn't realized. It was likely close to noon when she was finally satisfied, and she informed a servant of it, so they'd know not to bring her more food. Someone snuck into her chambers just as the servant was sliding out of the room. Azula was quick to identify who it was, despite the girl wasn't quite as boisterous as usual. "Hey, Azula," said Ty Lee, with a weak smile. "Hey," Azula said, as her friend took her seat beside her in the dining room adjacent to Azula's sleeping accommodations. "Took you a while to catch up. I was starting to think you wouldn't come to the palace at all." "Well," Sokka asked if I could drop him off at my place in case he might be able to help out with Suki, Ty Lee said, with a sigh. "I don't think there's much he can do, though. She's all withdrawn by now, like a turtle duck in its shell." "Can't be helped," said Azula, with a shrug. "I figure you found out through her, didn't you?" "Yeah," said Ty Lee. "She was gone for a long time during the ball. Haru and I were ready to go home, and we were trying to find her, but she was nowhere around. She was a sobbing mess when we finally tracked her down. We took her home and she didn't explain what had happened until then." "And that's when you came to find me?" Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, I tried to talk to Zuko first. I told him about how upset Suki was, but while I could tell he was sorry to hear of it, he didn't change his mind. He just asked me to watch over her. I have to say, it's the first time I've wanted to slap your brother this badly." "It's curious, really," Azula said, tapping the table. "Because while his decision feels extreme and absurd, he seems so serene about it, determined in a different way than usual. It's not his typical stubborn bouts, it's not a tantrum, it's something else." "So, you've already talked to him?" Ty Lee asked. "And I guess you didn't accomplish anything?" "Well, I didn't change his mind," Azula replied. "As much as I tried, it seems he's sure that this is the right thing to do. And surprisingly enough, he doesn't want our uncle to come along this time around. So, he wants to do this alone?" Ty Lee asked. "I think he doesn't want to do it alone, but he doesn't want to make Iroh waste more years of his life following him around hopelessly," said Azula. "He's being selfless, looks like, but my uncle doesn't seem to like that." "He's worried, is all," said Ty Lee. "I know I am." "What if he never comes back, Azula? I mean, Mai had been waiting for him, but even she lost hope after some time. What if this time it's not 10 years? What if it's more than that?" "I'm pretty sure he's aware of that," Azula said, sighing. But even though he doesn't seem to care all that much about spending so many years at sea. I guess it just shows how little he wants to be in the palace at this point. Did he do it, because you're crown princess now? Ty Lee asked, looking at her worriedly. You two have always had problems, but I thought you were figuring things out. Huh. And you figured having me talk things through with him might help, even if you suspected that my father's announcement had been the source of this mess? Angela asked, skeptical. Ty Lee shrugged. I didn't know what else to do. I thought maybe he'd listen to you. I figured I'd get my too, but at this point I doubt she'd be able to convince him not to do it. Knowing her, she might even support him on this, said Angela. In any case, it wasn't because of me, or so he told me. Well, I guess that's good news for you, said Ty Lee, biting her lower lip. If it'd been your fault then it'd be even worse. I don't see why, he'd still leave one way or another, said Angela, shrugging. It wasn't really her fault, though, no matter how they looked at it. Their father had been the one to give Angela this new title, she hadn't demanded for it herself either way. Still, who knows? Maybe Zuko's decision isn't as bad as it looks right now. You really think so? Ty Lee said, looking at her sadly. What's he going to do out there at sea anyhow? I mean, he's already been out traveling. I don't know what he's going to do, honestly, but maybe he'll figure something out, said Angela, shrugging. We did what we could already, Ty Lee. Maybe what we think is best for him isn't really what's best for him at all. Might be he's better off away. If you say so, she said, sighing, before giving Angela a small smile. But, say, setting Zuko aside, what were you doing at Sokka's place this morning? I was fleeing from the noise in the palace and getting actual sleep someplace quiet, Angela replied, truthfully enough. And yes, I slept soundly up until I heard you knocking on the door. Well, it took him a while to open the door, so I thought maybe. Ty Lee said, her smile turning into a smirk. Angela rolled her eyes. You thought wrong. There's absolutely nothing noteworthy to share with you about my stay at his place, said Angela. Not that she would feel inclined to sharing if anything had happened, anyways. Feel free to allow your imagination to run wild, but that's the truth. Are you serious? Well, damn, how do you even do it, Angela? Ty Lee asked, looking at her in disbelief. Having that hunk right there, within your reach, and doing absolutely nothing about it, your self-control is scary. I'm glad it is, Angela said, smirking a little. Oh, if only Ty Lee knew, though Angela intended to keep her friend from knowing the truth, she refused to tell her about all the times her self-control had bailed on her. Normally, her ability to restrain herself from acting erratically was commendable, but Sokka had proven himself well above her skills. What was truly scary was how easily he could persuade her, how he could melt her into his arms without barely even trying. I know I would have had some of that ages ago if he were my gladiator, Ty Lee said, and Angela glared at her. Well, you've already had plenty of yours, from what I understand. So, don't get any funny ideas about mine, Angela told her, and Ty Lee giggled. Come on, I wouldn't mess things up with you and Sokka, she said. I have a bet to win after all. Besides, Haru is wonderful in every sense. Then stick with him and leave Sokka alone, Angela said, curtly, and Ty Lee chuckled. I intended to, she said, smiling at Angela. You're awfully territorial about Sokka, though. I literally own him, don't I? Angela muttered. So I have every right to be. Lay off. Oh, fine. Said Ty Lee, but her smile soon waned and turned into a sigh. I admit you do take great care of him, though. He's pretty happy most the time and seems to like you well enough. I guess I've failed to look after mine in the same way. In all fairness, you were doing fine when you only had Haru, Angela said. I'm sorry I forced Suki onto you like that. And now you'll have to deal with the heartbreak she'll remember Zuko by. It's just so wrong, said Ty Lee, sighing. She loves him, I'm sure of it now. She always had a soft spot for him, always treated him differently, but it's clearly love. And he's turning his back on that, he's hurting her, and even though he cares about her, he's still not giving in. I mean, He's thinking about his uncle's well-being, but not about Suki's. Might be he thinks she's better off staying here, said Angela. He has no idea where he's going, after all, or whatever he's doing. She has a better chance for a future here by staying with you. What future? Said Tai Li, frowning. You know it's not like a slave can live a normal life either way. I don't know if she really thinks she has a future of any sort by being my slave. I really doubt she does. Well, then, if she has no future with you and he's not going to be swayed regarding his journey, then she really should just go with him, Angela said, simply. She'll be a bother for you if she's crying over him all day long. If she goes with him they can go be happy in their bubble of lovey-doveyness. So, this just might be the perfect solution for everyone. She was surprised when Tai Li didn't reply to her statement. Her eyes shifted towards her friend to find she was looking right back at her, eyes wide, her mouth agape. Angela raised an eyebrow. Tai Li? Are you okay? She should go with him. She repeated, her eyes now alight with hope. She could go with him. Yeah. Of course she could, said Angela, looking at Tai Li matter-of-factly. If you're not going to use her for anything important. Well, of course not. I was just looking after her and making sure she was okay, but now that you've said that. Tai Li exclaimed, jumping to her feet, her hands together as she became her usual cheery self. Angela looked at her skeptically. Oh, it'd be perfect. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Oh, I must tell her. She has to go with him, it should have been obvious from the start. Probably, said Angela, with a weak smile. Tai Li. Oh, Angela, you're brilliant. She exclaimed, before racing out of the room as quickly as her legs could carry her. I don't think that was brilliant, Angela said aloud, to nobody in particular. But I guess a display of logic can look like brilliance when nothing else makes sense. Still slightly amused by her friend's reaction, Angela almost felt as though she had nothing to do for once. Getting a little more rest would be a good idea, perhaps. But that moment's respite was over quickly when someone knocked on her room's open door, announcing his presence with the gesture. Well, now that's more like it. You look a lot more like the Angela I remember by now, Zhao said, looking at her armor with his typical smirk. Angela nodded in his direction, in acknowledgement. I feel a lot more like myself this way as well, she muttered. She tried to contain all antagonistic thoughts towards the man, to hold back all her suspicion that, as ever, he only spoke the words mockingly. Then I hope your father's next present sits well with you, said Zhao, to which Angela frowned. You just might be far too used to that armor, though, it could take you a while for you to get adjusted. His next present? Angela asked, her eyebrows raised, and Zhao snickered before ushering her to follow him to the Fire Lord's quarters. Suki wiped the tears from her eyelashes with a cloth Tai Li had given her earlier, trying to breathe evenly now. She felt as though she'd spent the entire day crying, to her displeasure. She would have been severely dehydrated by now if Haru hadn't kept boiling tea for her, aided by Sokka. He looked extremely uneasy about the current situation, most of all because he had no idea how to be of any help to Suki. They thought she was out of earshot as they spoke in the kitchen, but she could hear them easily enough as they whispered about what to do. The two of them were visibly concerned about her, but completely clueless on how to actually be of any help for the heartbroken girl. Suki would have enlightened them on that front, but she had no idea what they could do for her either. She was grateful for their support, and she truly wished she could respond accordingly to it, but as she couldn't bring herself to show them the gratitude they deserved. The situation looked so hopeless at the moment, and she was feeling hopeless, too. She wanted to stop feeling sorry for herself, to stop being miserable about this situation, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. More than ever she longed for the simpler times when she had been the leader of the Kyoshi warriors, the times when her biggest concern was how to keep misbehaving children far from the dangerous Unagi. When the war had touched down upon her island she had known her life would change for the worst, but she never realized just how badly. When would it stop? How much more misery did she have to put up with? How many times could someone lose what they cared for until they broke permanently? She feared she had reached her limit by now, loath as she was to admit it. She wasn't sure she could take it anymore. As she buried her face on her flexed knees, crouched in the living room cushions as she was, the door bolted open, startling all three current occupants of the house. "Ty-Lee!" Sokka called out, as Suki turned her head towards the door to find the girl striding quickly towards her, her hair in mild disarray, as though she had just forced her personal carriage's dragon moose to race his way back home. "Suki!" she exclaimed, heading towards the slave, who was surprised to the point where her tears stopped at last. "What's going on?" Suki asked, as Ty-Lee dropped on her knees, clasped her by the shoulders and shouted. "Go with him." Time seemed to stand still as both Sokka and Haru reached the living room, finding both Suki and Ty-Lee staring at one another. The slave's eyes were wide with confusion, while her master's brow was drawn together in a determined frown. "What did you just say?" Suki whispered, blinking blankly. "You heard me!" Ty-Lee cried out, as she pulled Suki to her feet. "Go with him, Suki. You need to catch up with him quickly, his ship will probably set sail in a few hours. So, hurry, gather your stuff right away and I'll take you to the port. We don't have much time." "Wait, but, just like that?" Suki asked, confused. "Does Zuko want her to come along?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. "I mean, it's great if he does, but..." Well, I don't know if he does, but why wouldn't he?" Ty-Lee asked, exasperated. "Come on, are we going to waste our time here thinking about it? The solution is clear as day. Azula just suggested it so easily, I can't believe I didn't think about it sooner." "Azula?" Sokka repeated, a small smile forming on his face upon hearing whose idea this had been. "But Ty-Lee, I'm your slave!" Suki exclaimed, her eyes wide. "I can't just bail on you and go with him, can I? I mean, it's not that simple, or is it? Come on, Suki, what on earth are you going to do from now on if you stay with me?" Ty-Lee asked, looking at her in disbelief. "I already have a fighting gladiator, and I don't think you're eager to return to the fighting pits, so what, are you going to be my maid? You'd be miserable all day long doing chores when you could be with Zuko, being happy and free. Wait, but then are you saying you're setting me free?" Suki asked, her eyes widening in amazement now. "I am if you want to be, and I know you want to be, so come on, Suki!" Ty-Lee exclaimed. "Get your things, and I'll take you to him before he can leave. You know it's what you want, and it's the only solution, so let's do this." Let's, said Suki, her eyes brightening now as she looked at the girl in gratefulness. "Ty-Lee, you can save all you want to say for the carriage, now go." Ty-Lee said, and Suki nodded before racing past her, headed towards her room. As she packed up, Haru took care of feeding and watering the dragon moose for the next trip. Ty-Lee fidgeted nervously at the vehicle until Suki finally showed up. Her luggage was comprised of only a pair of bags, so it hadn't taken her that long to get ready. And so, with Haru holding the dragon moose's reins, they were ready to set out. "Good luck, Suki," Sokka said, the only one who wasn't going to watch the reunion at the port. He smiled at the girl warmly, relieved to see her hopeful and no longer in tears. "Thank you, Sokka. For all of this," she said, grinning at him before giving him a powerful hug, which Sokka returned gently. There was no telling when he'd see her again, Sokka realized, as the girl climbed the carriage with a jump. Yet, despite heading towards an uncertain future, suddenly she appeared much more like her old, confident self than she had been ever since she was rescued from Huiyi. Before long, Haru shook the beast's reins and they set out, with Ty-Lee ushering Haru to press the creature on further. Sokka smiled as Suki waved at him from the window. If Suki thought about it, none of this would be happening if it weren't for the water tribe man she was leaving behind now. He seemed genuinely happy for her as he watched the carriage speed its way through the streets, his grin becoming impossible to discern as the dragon moose picked up the pace. Suki sighed, still watching him from a distance. A gladiator fight that, at the time, hadn't been particularly noteworthy, had changed her life in ways she would have never imagined it would. It was hard to believe, but if it hadn't been for that fight with Sokka, she wouldn't be racing her way to Zuko now. She owed him so much more than he realized. "Come on, faster," Ty-Lee muttered, biting her lower lip. Suki couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her, and she placed a hand on one of Tai Li's fists. Whatever happens next, Tai Li, I just want you to know she said, smiling warmly. I'm really grateful to you for saving my life before, and for giving me my freedom now. I never thought I'd be free again, actually. How could I possibly get in the way of love, though? Said Tai Li, smiling back. I've really liked having you around, Suki, but you should be with him. You want to be with him, don't you? I do, said Suki, laughing softly. I do, so badly that you don't mind taking off to this crazy adventure, as long as you're with him, said Tai Li, grinning, and Suki nodded. Yes. So, thank you. If you weren't the generous, free spirit you are, I surely wouldn't have had this chance. Hee, well, that's flattering to hear, said Tai Li, giggling and hugging Suki, who grinned and hugged her back. I'll miss you, she said, and Tai Li looked at her with gentle eyes. And I'll miss you. It was fun having another girl at home, she said, laughing a little. Take good care of yourself, and of that hopeless dork Zuko. You know he's a mess. Oh, I do, said Suki, grinning. And I mean to, Tai Li. I promise. Great, said Tai Li, as the carriage started moving uphill. They were getting close to the edge of the crater by now. It took another half-hour for the carriage to reach the port, for the place was still heavily crowded. A lot of people were going home now that the festivals had ended, so the traffic was heavy and difficult to navigate on their way to the prince's ship. His vessel was on the furthest dock to the right of the port. It was a remarkably outdated model, and not one of the biggest ship in the premises by far. But Suki didn't quite care about the size or model of the ship that she would be riding from now on. She didn't stop to ponder that it was bound to become her home for several weeks, if not months, all because her eyes were glued to the silhouette of a tall man on deck, who was facing the city's crater solemnly where he stood. Zuko! Zuko! She cried out, throwing the carriage door open harshly and jumping out of the cabin even before the vehicle had stopped. The prince frowned upon hearing someone call his name, and it took him but a moment to identify who was calling for him. His eyes widened when he saw the auburn-haired woman racing towards the ship's ramp, which was about to be lifted by the sailors Zuko had called back to service on his ship. Wait, let me up! Suki exclaimed forcefully, to which the men were left to gawk at her in confusion as she rushed on board. Not long afterwards, a girl in pink and a young man in green clothes climbed up the ramp as well, but merely to deposit some bags on the deck. The sailors paid those two no mind, for they were far more curious about the exchange between their prince and this sudden arrival. Suki? What are you doing here? Zuko exclaimed, unable to give his eyes credit. When he caught sight of Haru and Tai Li leaving the bags on the deck, he turned to Suki again in confusion. Suki, are you? I'm coming with you, she cried out, a smile spreading over her features as she looked at him in delight. Zuko's jaw dropped as he shook his head in confusion. Why would you want to come with me? He said, baffled. I get Uncle, he came along the last time, but you? What do you mean, why? Suki scoffed. Zuko, you said it yourself, you offered me just about anything I could ask for and then took it all away. Well, guess what? I'm taking it all back now. I'm taking the life you said we could have, right here, right now. I'm choosing to be with you, wherever that may take me, because this is what I truly want. But, Suki, you're supposed to belong to Tai Li. Zuko exclaimed, and Suki shook her head. She wanted me to come too. She was the one who told me to, actually, said Suki, with a sad grin. I didn't think it was a possibility, coming with you, but truth is, it's the only thing that makes sense. So, Zuko. Suki, no. Zuko said, looking at her in confusion. You're not bound to be safe with me. Hell, I have no idea where I'll end up. You can't expect me to drag you into this as well. You're not dragging me into anything, I'm inserting myself into your plans, Suki said, proudly, and Zuko looked at her in further disbelief. But why? He said. You could live comfortably with Tai Li, she'd treat you well enough. You'll be sure to have good food, a warm bed, no uncertainty in your life. I'd rather my uncertainties are regarding where we'll find food, or a bed for the both of us, than regarding if I'll ever see you again, Suki said, swallowing hard. Zuko, I'm touched that you're so concerned about my well-being, but you know what? I'm doing what I told you to do, that time when we spoke in your room. I'm cherishing what makes me happy, because life is too damn short to waste it wondering what might have been if things had happened any differently. I'm not losing you, Zuko. Not after everything. I want to be with you. So, stop pushing me away for my own good, because looking out for myself has never turned out so good for me either way. So please. Suki, this is, spirits, you're crazy, he said, looking at her in disbelief, yet by now it was inevitable that he would smile, even if just a little. Do you still think I shouldn't do this? Suki asked, stepping towards him, looking at him with gleaming eyes. Well, I just don't feel worthy, he said, gulping. You're you, Suki, and I'm. And you're you. And there's nobody I'd rather be with, she said, and without giving him another moment to think things through, she surrounded his neck with her arms. Zuko froze in place briefly as she kissed him, his arms responding after a moment to surround her body gently. Suki pulled away to smile at him, her hand cupping his cheek, her fingers touching his damaged skin. And if you're still wondering why, I'm pretty sure it's because I love you too, she said, with a tender grin. Pressed as she was against him, she could feel his heart beating wildly against her chest. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at her, and she found herself reciprocating the gesture, laughing as they both cried with joy. Zuko buried his face in her shoulder, surrounding her body tightly and shaking his head before kissing her again, still in utter disbelief. She was too good for him, he'd always known so, but by now he was absolutely certain of it. Yet she had chosen to come with him. She wanted to be with him, against all logic and reason, Zuko found. She would rather live at sea than have a comfortable life as Ty Lee's slave. She was making a choice that Zuko never imagined she would make, and unlike how it was with his uncle, he actually couldn't find a reason why she shouldn't come along. He would still make the decisions he had to make, he would still travel and learn everything he had meant to learn for himself, but now he'd have her by his side. That alone seemed to promise a much brighter future for this voyage than what he had imagined so far. Ty Lee and Haru climbed off the deck, and the sailors removed the ramp after they did. It took a little time for the ship to begin moving, time that Suki and Zuko spent embracing one another tightly, finally calming down after a most stressful day for both of them. The two of them waved at Ty Lee and Haru as the ship started making its way through the sea, and they were amused to find that the more emotional of the pair on land was the earthbender, who was even crying as he watched them leave. Ty Lee rolled her eyes at him but smiled, hugging his arm tight as she waved with her free hand. It was hard to say when Zuko and Suki would return, but this was for the best. Ty Lee was convinced of it, just as both Suki and Zuko were. This journey was a brand new beginning for them. From that day forth, their destinies were joined together definitely. They had chosen to make it so, for they had chosen one another for good. From here onwards, they would be more than ready to face everything fate might bring for them, together. Chapter 95, Giving in 1. The documents had been signed. The council, the military, the servants, the nobles, and by now, the entire city, had heard of the Fire Lord's decision, and so far, it seemed everyone had accepted it. Some noblemen were begrudging to do so, regardless of Prince Zuko's sudden departure and the fact that, whether they liked it or not, Azula would become crown princess for all effects soon enough. She had been acknowledged by the head sage as well. All the relevant factors that could have delayed or stopped her from taking up this new role had instead paved the way for the princess to rise to the highest position of honor she could reach, second only to the Fire Lord himself. It was in fact the head sage who presided the session taking place now in Oze's throne room. He stood before the princess, chanting the oaths that she would have to abide by as she became her father's exclusive heir. She was to honor her father, to serve her nation, to protect her people, to preserve her dignity. The very last one made her stomach sink, but she gave away no sign of discomfort as she knelt before the man, her head bent, her fist against her palm. Oze watched from his throne, a pleased smirk on his face, as his brother sat to his left, with a prominent scowl on his usually jovial features. Angela and the sage were at the center of the room, in the area that was often occupied by the world map. Lined at either side stood her father's council, with the latest arrival amongst them. Angela had wondered briefly if her father would have Zhao joining him at his right hand, the position that was now hers by right. He hadn't, though. Zhao stood at the same level as everyone else, even when Angela wasn't meant to use her place beside her father today. Do you swear, by the blood that built our nation, by the lives of your father and your forefathers before him, to uphold your nation's honor until your last breath? The head sage said. It was the last oath she had to take. I swear, Angela replied, loudly enough to be heard by everyone in the room. The man nodded and made a gesture towards the doors. Two servants stood there, holding a golden armor in their hands. It was the present Zhao had told Angela about when he sought her in her room, the day after the ball. He had led her to Oze's offices, where she had been measured by the designer Oze had hired for the task of creating 2 new sets of armor for himself and his daughter. Seeing as the crown prince's headpiece had been missing for over a century, he had decided to present Angela with something with even more grandeur than just a hairpiece. Of course, he decided he required one to match. It seemed it was time, in Oze's eyes, to renovate the royal family's wardrobe. The rest of the military were bound to follow eventually in the innovation of their armor style. Angela's current outfit was comprised by a black shirt, with gold cuffs like the armor that would be fitted around her body now. The tunic she wore atop it was deep red, with a gold thread highlighting its hem. Her trousers were made of the same soft fabric and shade as her shirt. Her boots were the only element in her outfit to feature only a small variation in the form of a golden ring wrapped right under her knee guard. Her hairpiece rested on her half-knot, and with its golden glow, it matched the armor that the servants had finally brought to her. With this armor, and our Fire Lord and his council as witnesses, I now declare you, Princess Angela, the crown princess of our nation of fire, said the head sage, as Angela lifted her arms, allowing the servants to slide the armor over her head and attach it to her body by the flanks. Every eye was upon her when the servants withdrew themselves, and Oze smirked before saying, Rise, my daughter, Crown Princess Angela. She shifted into a standing position slowly, with the same elegant fluidity she had performed her ceremony with. Her eyes found her father's, who grinned and nodded at her curtly as she turned on her heels, facing the rest of the occupants of the room. They all bowed down by the waist, even the oldest of them, their fists pressed to their palms. Angela stood in place, her head held high in a proud gesture. It was done now. Despite her fears and all she had dreaded, her father's will had been enforced, as expected. And seeing how Zuko had been at sea for over a week now, no factions of opposition were likely to rise against her new position any time soon. Oze had dealt with every single obstacle in his daughter's way as effectively as Angela often did with the tasks he appointed to her. Nothing could stop her, at least, not at the moment. The world was hers for the taking. Had it been a Fire Lord coronation, it would have taken place in the Coronation Plaza, but announcements of new crown princes weren't considered a public matter, since they usually weren't a matter of joy. The crown prince was always supposed to be the firstborn son of the Fire Lord. If another of his children took up the position, it was usually because said son had perished in battle, which was a national tragedy. Hence, the next heir to the Fire Lord was crowned in a private procedure and announced to the public afterwards. Angela's new position had been announced already during the ball, so the private procedure was the only thing left to be dealt with. Hence, here she was now, 1 week after her father's announcement, with a brand new golden armor and a strange sensation of ease nestling within her. He could barely believe this had gone as smoothly as it had. Fortune had taken her side this time, no doubt, or else instead of celebrating her new title she would have found herself fighting her brother in the Agni Kai arena. Zuko's departure had been just as quick as his choice to leave. Word about it had spread throughout the city easily, and along with it, the news about Angela's new status. There had been little to no unrest, though, and Oze had made a point to let her know she had done a great job at earning recognition throughout their nation as she had. Her fame and glory were the main reasons why there had been no ruckus, no scandals, after her appointment as crown princess. But she couldn't stop here. She had to preserve said fame, said glory, and since her father had no missions for her at the time, the only way for Angela to accomplish that feat was by keeping up with the Gladiator League. She had accepted a challenge recently, won by a fighter from the lower levels of the ranking, a newcomer with a mostly positive record so far. Going against Sokka was bound to result in another loss for him, though, seeing how he was a non-bender and the Blue Wolf's skills had improved to the point where he had to be one of the best non-benders of the league, if not the absolute best. Xian Long commented on her new bright scales, as he referred to her new armor, once she found him in his refuge after all the matters regarding the coronation were through. Azula rolled her eyes at her dragon but smirked as Xian Long let out his gurgling laugh. She climbed on his saddle and they flew together to Sokka's home, and Azula tried to soothe her rapidly beating heart as they approached. She'd encountered her Gladiator a few times over the course of the last week, but not often enough for her liking. She had conveyed the news about his new fight, and she hoped he would be ready to face it. The Gladiator she had chosen wasn't supposed to be much trouble, so even if Sokka hadn't recovered fully from his wounds against the Millennium Dragon, he should be able to obtain victory. He was clad in his own armor as he sat on the steps that led to the house's backyard, ready for her to carry him to the arena. Even from a distance Azula could see the large smile on his face as he jumped to his feet and picked up his weapons upon sighting the dragon above him. He squinted when he noticed there was something different about her appearance, though, and he soon blinked in astonishment as he took in, once Xian Long had landed, all that had changed in the princess's usual outfit. "Whoa. That's new," he said, surprised. Azula smirked. "It is indeed. I only tried it on for the first time a couple of days ago," she said. "It's supposed to be my crown princess armor." "You have a new armor instead of a new crown?" Sokka asked, smiling. "Then maybe you're the armor princess, heh?" Azula stared at him with a twitching eyebrow, shaking her head as Sokka chuckled at his lousy joke. He climbed on the saddle behind her, nodding approvingly at the golden armor. "It suits you really well, though," he said, grinning. "Though I guess you're not going to do any stealth missions anytime soon, with such a shiny armor." "I didn't plan to, so I guess that's not likely to be a problem," Azula said, with a shrug. Sokka smiled as a response, as the dragon took off again. "Still, I won't be wearing this armor at all times. Today is a special day, I suppose, since I've been acknowledged as Crown Princess legally, but I don't think I'll wear it too often." "You wouldn't want to dent or stain it, I figure." "You have to take good care of it," said Sokka, smiling as he looked at his reflection on the piece of armor protecting her upper arm. It was a remarkable piece of metal work, no doubt. "I intend to," Azula stated, though it wasn't her armor what she was most dedicated to protecting. Her new position, all in all, required as much protection as she could give it. She wouldn't relinquish it, no matter what. Their flight was quick, and they entered the Grand Royal Dome to a general reverence, for everyone who laid eyes upon the princess bowed down immediately in her direction. The princess strode through the vestibule and halls with her head held high, and unlike how it usually was, Sokka felt forced to walk behind her instead of by her side. This new status Azula had acquired had established further distance between them, just as he had expected. Sokka only hoped that maybe things would go back to normal once enough time had passed, but for now he would just have to bear with his sponsor's new circumstances. They remained as professional as they could as they reached Shoji's counter, who gaped at Azula before bowing down clumsily, as everyone else had. She had to order him to straighten himself up, so he would return to doing his job as he was supposed to, but he was still far more nervous than usual. Azula rolled her eyes impatiently at his behavior, which amused Sokka as he told Shoji what weapons he would be using for this battle. His opponent didn't sound like an intimidating foe. His name was Scoundrel, another name that Azula confessed she found quite ridiculous. She gave Sokka the information she had on the fighter after accompanying him to the standby room, as usual, and then she headed to the sponsor's balcony. Nothing she did or said betrayed any interest in showing him any signs of affection, unlike how it had been during the last time she had sent him off to battle. Perhaps it was because his rival wasn't supposed to be too strong, or perhaps it was due to how aware the princess had become of the risks in their relationship. It had always been dangerous, but she was far more conscious of that after acquiring a new position in society. Nevertheless, Sokka managed to give his best in the fight. His opponent was another non-bender who showed promise, but he hadn't been trained as well as Sokka in close-quarter combat. He was a skilled archer, with extraordinary aim, but with little means of defense against Space Sword, or Sokka's boomerang or club. "Oh, wow," he's seriously amazing!" exclaimed Scoundrel's sponsor, a brown-haired girl a couple of years younger than Angela. The princess raised an eyebrow and looked at her rival reluctantly. It was quite clear she wasn't talking about her own fighter, not when Sokka had only just struck her gladiator on the back of the head with the hilt of his sword, sending Scoundrel tumbling clumsily on the sand. "Why, thank you," Angela said, and the girl next to her looked at her with a large and shy smile. "Normally my rival sponsors are less willing to admit it than you are." "Well, most your rival sponsors probably didn't join this league in hopes to have the honor to fight your gladiator one day, princess," she said, bowing her head towards her. "If you hadn't joined, I surely wouldn't have either." "Were you always interested in the league?" Angela inquired, and the girl shrugged. "I liked watching the fights, but I never considered joining until I realized that there was no reason why I shouldn't. My gladiator is actually a good friend of mine, you see." "So, he's not a slave?" Angela asked, and the girl shook her head. "We made an agreement about joining the Gladiator League as partners, but we didn't know who would be the sponsor and who the gladiator. So, we rolled the dice, and he's going to be fighting in there at least until he gets to 50 fights, said the girl, smirking. "If his record is negative by then or he's injured and can't go on anymore, we'll switch and it'll be my turn. I'm a firebender so I should have a better chance than him, but he's always been good at non-bending combat, he used to be in line for joining the Yuyan archers and everything." "I'm not surprised to hear that. He has great aim," Angela said, nodding. The girl grinned. "Yours is the obviously superior fighter, though. I'd seen the Blue Wolf in action before, but it's so much better when you're sponsoring his rival," she said, her eyes gleaming as Sokka succeeded in disarming Scoundrel from his bow. "Oh, heck, he's done for. And you're happy about it?" Angela asked, amused. "Of course," she exclaimed, as Sokka delivered the finishing blow to the archer's temple, leaving him unconscious effectively. "Oh, yeah. Way to go. That's what I'm talking about, real fighting right there." "Well, this was fun, no doubt," Angela said, smiling as she watched Sokka raise a triumphant fist. The crowd cheered him on as the judges declared him the winner and the medical staff rushed inside the sand pit to pick up Scoundrel. "You're quite possibly one of the weirdest sponsors I've met." The girl was flustered by that, but the words served to reel her back to reality. She offered the bag of money she owed Angela after losing the fight and smiled politely. "Thank you, princess," she said, bowing her head again. "This was truly amazing. I'm still ecstatic that you'd accept my challenge." "It was no problem at all," Angela said, not giving away that she had accepted this fight to make sure Sokka was in fighting conditions again. The wounds in his hands had healed, seemingly, but she had hoped to make sure he was ready for combat again through a simple fight first. The result, naturally, had pleased her. The other thing she didn't tell this sponsor, though, was that she had agreed to her challenge upon being told by Shoji, back when she was still selecting Sokka's fight, that the opposing sponsor was a woman as well. Angela hadn't known there were other female sponsors aside from herself and Ty Lee yet, but this meant that at least there was one more. Hopefully she wasn't the only new one so far, Angela thought, as she made her way through the halls to find Sokka in one of the waiting rooms. Still, if there were only 3 female sponsors so far, it still meant they had made progress, at least compared to the league's state 2 years ago, and that was an achievement worth cherishing. "Hey," Sokka said, smiling at her as she finally entered the room. Again, all the physicians bowed to her upon noticing her presence, and Sokka jumped before doing the same, guessing it would be the only appropriate thing to do. Angela smirked. "Well, that's new," she said, and Sokka blushed. "Rise, all of you. Carry on with what you were doing." "There's not much for them to do, really," said Sokka, shrugging. "I'm fine. That guy didn't land a single blow on me." "Lucky for you," said Angela, raising her eyebrow. "There were quite few arrows that nearly got you." "Oh, of course not," said Sokka, smirking. "I simply moved out of the way last minute, so he would shoot them before I'd changed positions. He was clever, but not clever enough. Which is great for us, why deny it?" said Angela, smiling a little. "Well, then, if you're done." "Yeah, let's go," he said, grinning as he picked up his weapons and headed to the door she had been standing before. Again, the physicians bowed, but the princess paid them no mind this time around. "Say, we haven't checked where I'm at in the ranking, have we?" "Actually, I have. After the slate you were in the 142nd slot," Angela said, and Sokka smiled with delight. "You're likely to still be there. There were about 500 points of separation between you and the gladiator below you, so it's unlikely you were surpassed in a matter of a week." "Is that so?" "Heh," he said, proudly, as they climbed down to the vestibule. "And how many points did I get this time?" "I know they weren't too many, but—" "Around 160, I think," Angela said, frowning. "But that's unlikely to be enough for you to reach the next position, so don't get your hopes up." "Well, it's not that big a deal anyways. I must have skipped over a pretty big stretch of the ranking thanks to the slate, right?" he asked, and Angela nodded. "The problem is, as I've told you, that rising from now on will prove slightly more difficult. The distance between gladiators is bigger, the fighters are stronger, and—" She fell silent suddenly, to Sokka's surprise, and he realized that everyone in the vestibule was already bowing down to her even before she reached the last step of the staircase. Yet two people, standing by Shoji's counter, didn't bow. It was rather unsurprising out of one of them, who jumped upon noticing their presence and smiled, but her sponsor's brow had furrowed as soon as his eyes had fallen upon Angela. Unlike how it was with his gladiator, who simply wasn't the type to be respectful, his lack of reverence had an obvious undertone of displeasure to it. "Spicy dog!" Toph exclaimed, waving at them. Angela did her very best to keep her composure as they strode towards the other pair, knowing all too well that her warm and jolly uncle would be showing a very different side of his personality towards her from now on. She had seen him serious a handful of times before, but this was more than just stern behavior, it was anger. "Hey there, Toph," Sokka said, well used to her nicknames by now. He smiled and patted her head, something that she didn't seem to enjoy. "Nice to see you in a good mood again." "Quit that," she said, shaking his hand off. "Strange, running into you two here. You had a fight?" "Yep, and I won without letting the opponent land a single blow," Sokka said, proudly, as Angela ushered the people bowing to her to rise with a gesture of her hand. "Yet another victory in my record." "Huh, congratulations, I guess," said Toph, with a smirk, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. "What's with the condescendence, huh, Toph?" he asked, looking at her judgmentally as the girl snickered. "What else? Win all you want, at the slate if you wish, but it doesn't make you better than me anyhow." "I've got every right to be condescending," she claimed, grinning. "Why, not sorry to rain on your parade, bandit, but as it happens, Sokka is well above you in the ranking right now," Angela stated, and Toph froze. "Say what?" she exclaimed, and Shoji, behind the counter, gulped and nodded. The Blue Wolf is around 1,500 points ahead of the Blind Bandit, it's true," he said, and Iroh scowled upon the news. The slate gave him a boost, after all. "Heh, well that's not much anyhow," said Toph, shrugging. "Give me 2 months and I'll be the one ahead by the same number." "As if," said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. "You need a reality check, you know? The ranking's only going to get tougher for both of us from now on." "Only for you, dog," said Toph, smirking. "Iroh will make it so I take up several challenges a week. I'll rise high, keep kicking butts of jerks in the top 100, and soon enough I'll be the very leader of the league, no problem." "Not if I get there first," Sokka said, smiling and looking at Angela proudly. "Isn't that right?" Angela didn't reply right away, though, staring at Iroh as she was. The man was somber, looking about as displeased as he had when she was being pronounced crown princess by the head sage. His glare was cold, much as hers often was when things didn't go according to plan. "Of course it is," she said eventually, and Sokka beamed. "If only it could be so," Iroh finally said. Angela was sure she didn't imagine the hint of concern that crossed Toph's face when her sponsor spoke. "But I'm afraid it's easier said than done, Blue Wolf." Sokka frowned, having noticed already that Iroh wasn't in the best of moods, but his intervention right now was nothing short of eerie, if just for his voice tone. Angela raised an eyebrow, refusing to back down despite her common sense advised otherwise. She had no trouble imagining that her uncle blamed her, ultimately, for Zuko's departure. It was Angela who had been declared crown princess instead of her brother, after all. She was the reason Oze would never treat Zuko as his heir. Without Angela, Zuko would still be around. And while he surely believed Angela was the main reason his nephew was gone, that didn't mean she was the only one he blamed. Toph's tension gave away that she was uncomfortable around her sponsor right now, which was completely outside the norm for them. The Earthbender and her sponsor had always seemed to be in perfect sync, understanding one another right off the bat, whereas it had taken Angela and Sokka months to finally find a rhythm to settle into so they could be the team they were supposed to be. Genuine arguments or disputes between them were unheard of, at least as far as Sokka and Angela knew. But for the first time ever, Toph looked as though she wanted to race straight into the sand pit, not so much because she was eager to fight, but rather, because she wanted to get away from Iroh. It's likely that it won't be as easy as it sounds, indeed, Angela said. But that's not true to us alone, Uncle. Regardless of the bandits' prodigious skills, only the very best reach the top. Her perfect victory streak is unlikely to last much longer. As if. I'm the best earthbender in the world, Jewel, said Toph, smiling a little and hoping to deflate the tension with her words. Even if the higher-ups are tough, I'll get around them easily. The most challenging fight I've had so far was the one where I had to go to the bathroom, so. It's precisely why your luck is likely to turn itself around eventually, said Angela, shrugging. You're so used to winning that when someone better than you comes along you won't know what to do. But still, let's see if you two can reach the top as you want to. As it is, though, Sokka and I are closer to it than the both of you, and you know it. Only by a technicality, really, said Toph, waving a hand carelessly. The slate's the only reason you guys have any advantage over us right now. Well, then, maybe we should challenge you to the slate and see if you can push ahead again, Sokka said, with a teasing smirk. Angela looked at him skeptically. What? Come on, it'd be perfectly legal to challenge an earthbender there. It may be so, but it would be the same as fighting a waterbender inside a volcano. How do you expect the fight to prove your superiority if you are not on even terms? Angela asked him, and Sokka pouted. Here I am, trying to give us the perfect shot to beat Miss Arrogance incarnate and you shut it down like that. He said, and Toph snorted. Come on, as if. You know, you can challenge me there if you want, I don't mind at all. She said, proudly. Go ahead, really. Even while stuck in some metal cage I'd be able to beat you no problem, dog. Oh, really? With no earth for you to bend? I'd really like to see that. Sokka said, smirking, and Angela rolled her eyes. Not happening, she said, staring at Sokka sternly, but a soft chuckle startled her. She looked at her uncle with a sense of foreboding, finding he was smiling now. Well, why not? If I think about it, our gladiators should indeed fight against one another once more. It's been a while since they last did, he said. Angela froze. What? She said, as Sokka looked at Toph warily. The girl had her hands on her waist, a look of interest on her face. Your gladiator is above Toph at the moment, it seems, something I cannot quite accept, if I must be honest, said Iroh. I would if only it was well deserved, but I doubt it is. If you're so certain that your gladiator deserves that position, though, and if you're so convinced he'll reach the top of the ranking, then he should prove himself a better fighter than Toph is. I really don't see why I'd be so interested in proving Sokka can beat her, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. But if it's the slate you want, fine. In 6 months' time, we can have our gladiators fight one another there if you're so eager to see how Toph measures up. 6 months? No, said Iroh, shaking his head. I don't want the slate, I want this fight now. By next week. Next week. Angela repeated, raising her eyebrows. And just why am I supposed to accept these demands, Uncle? Why else? You said it yourself, Toph is likely to run into fighters stronger than her on her way to the top. So is Sokka, said Iroh, shrugging. Toph happens to be one of those fighters who were stronger than him, as you must recall. If he was strong enough to defeat the second best gladiator of the league by now, he should be able to defeat Toph too. That is, of course, if Toph isn't still superior to the Blue Wolf, as you refuse to accept. Is this some sort of ego trip, Uncle? Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. The man's apparent amusement dissipated at that. Or are you really trying to challenge me for the first time? I'm challenging you indeed, Iroh said. Now, the question is whether you trust your gladiator enough in the battlegrounds or not. The question isn't whether I trust my gladiator, the question is whether I trust yours, Angela stated, her gaze flickering towards Toph, who folded her arms over her chest by now. Truth be told, Angela wasn't as distrustful towards Toph as she was trying to appear. She was sure the girl wouldn't attempt to kill Sokka as she had during their first confrontation, and she was also sure that Sokka had improved enough to prevent that from happening. But her uncle. He was defying her in a battle of wills indeed. It was the same game she had played with other sponsors, taking advantage of their confidence, only to knock them off their pedestal when they least expected it. It was what she had done with Chan over a year ago, what she had unwittingly done to Aona recently as well. Sokka always seemed the underdog, but he found a way to win in the end. But when it came to Toph, just how far would Toph go to get back in Iroh's good graces? Surely, she wouldn't be willing to hurt her friends if he commanded her to, would she? The girl was spirited, straightforward, blunt to no end. If Iroh ever pressed her to do something she didn't like, she would put her foot down. Angela wanted to trust she would, if nothing else. But the bigger question was whether Sokka was ready to defeat Toph or not. Angela had no doubts that Sokka was in his best shape right now, despite the fact that his wounds from the slate might still pain him once in a while. With as many new skills as he had acquired, perhaps he could beat her right now. Perhaps. Was this a risk she was willing to take? It would be quite wonderful to deliver a finishing blow to her uncle's pride, to make him back down and leave her be for once and for all. Yet something told her this couldn't go as smoothly as she wanted it to. That was the best-case scenario, but what of the worst? Which one was more likely to take place? Well, now, Jewel. I'm not about to break Sokka, said Toph, with a smile. I know it's hard to believe, knowing what my first fight against him was like, but he's not that same wimp anymore, is he? No, I'm pretty sure I'll land a lot more than 2 blows on you this time around, Sokka said, smirking. If anything, the one who should be afraid should be you. I've trained harder than ever as of late, and I've learned lots of skills that you'll never see coming. Wow, that's just so very funny, dog, Toph said, an eyebrow twitching as Sokka grimaced, only realizing the blunder in what he'd said when Toph reacted to it. If that's truly the case, why not accept this challenge? Iroh asked, looking at Angela questioningly. He's stronger than ever, it seems. If he cannot weather this challenge, how will you ever defeat Admiral Zhao? Angela wasn't surprised to hear Iroh speaking of her ultimate goal so blatantly, because she had suspected he understood it from the start. It did surprise Sokka, though, that Iroh would speak so carelessly about the subject. He frowned at Iroh with unease now, as the man's gold and clear eyes proved more unreadable than ever for the gladiator. I will have Sokka fight Admiral Zhao's gladiator eventually, Uncle, Angela said. Once I deem him ready for such a challenge, and not a moment sooner. I'm in no hurries in that regard. Fair enough, said Iroh, with a smile. Is that the case with Toph as well? Is Sokka not ready for this yet? He's. Angela started, frowning. Truth be told, if he wasn't ready now, he probably never would be. If that's so, I won't press on, said Iroh, nodding. I understand if you're uncertain. Though it is the perfect chance to prove that you two are the superior combination of gladiator and sponsor, is it not? Goading my pride to get a fight, are you, now? Angela asked, and Iroh chuckled. It's not every day that I find my niece shirking away from a challenge. I'm curious as to whether you're simply refusing because you're already convinced of your superiority or because you truly are afraid of what the result of this fight might be. I wouldn't use the term afraid, Uncle, Angela said, looking at Iroh with irritation. But if you're really that eager to see your gladiator biting the dust, then you'll do it? Toph asked, her voice betraying her excitement as a smile broke across her face. Really? In all fairness, you're the underdogs as it is. Even if you won, you wouldn't manage to pass Sokka on the ranking, so no matter what, he remains the superior fighter, Azula said, with a smirk. And indeed, he's far stronger than he used to be, so the risks are definitely not what they were. Perhaps it won't be as bad an idea after all. Heh, when you look at it that way, they lose no matter what, said Sokka, smirking as Azula nodded, and Toph scowled. As if. She said, as Azula laughed under her breath. You know well enough that no matter the outcome, you two won't come on top. You know it. Right, said Sokka, patting the girl's head again, to her irritation. Get ready to get off your high ostrich horse, because I'll be kicking your butt the next time we meet in battle. I suppose we'll find out in a week whether you can fulfill that promise or not, Iroh said, again with that ominous voice tone. One way or another, one victory streak will be broken once we meet again in the fighting pit. Sokka frowned in confusion until he realized what that meant. He looked at Azula to find she was staring at her uncle defiantly, a flicker of anger in her eyes. It wasn't Sokka's latest victorious streak that he spoke of, but rather, Azula's. She had been successful at just about everything she set her mind to as of late, even developing new fire-bending techniques when she was cornered by the circumstances. Sokka had risen above all expectations and triumphed in the slate, granting her even more glory, and now she was crown princess, no less. And Iroh was more than willing to ruin her streak, it seemed. Rather than willing, he looked forward to it, and Azula was fully aware of it, even though Sokka was only realizing it now. It might just be so, Uncle, Azula said. Fortune should favor the better of either one of us, then. If it's fortune you've relied on so far, I'm afraid it's likely to betray you before you know it, Iroh said, raising his eyebrows. Sokka turned a stern frown on Iroh, folding his arms over his chest. You know damn well fortune had nothing to do with all she's done, he stated, startling the older man. Everything she's accomplished, she has because she's capable of those feats and much more. So how about you quit it with that attitude, old man? You should know better than to underestimate Azula. The princess did her best to keep her composure, despite her heart ached pleasantly upon hearing him say those words. She chose to give her uncle a malicious smirk, and he answered it with a smile of his own. Right. Well then, so be it, Iroh said, turning to Shoji. Schedule a fight between us, in a week's time, princess. Be my guest, a week should be fine, Azula said, nodding. Good luck on your fight, bandit. Oh, sorry for that. I forgot luck will only betray you, my bad. Sokka snickered and followed Azula out of the vestibule, both their heads held high. Iroh scowled as he watched Azula walk away, but he returned his attention to Toph moments later and ushered her to the waiting rooms, where they'd stay until their upcoming fight. That was a nice comeback, Azula, way to go. Sokka said, as they left the building's premises. Right where it should hurt that uncle of yours. That's right, Azula said, somewhat proudly, as they walked down the steps that led to the street. Though what's with him, really? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Why is he being such an ass to you all of a sudden? Well, it's probably because he holds me at least partially responsible for Zuko's departure, Azula said, shrugging, and Sokka looked at her in confusion. Say what? Why? You didn't convince him to go, or did you? He asked, once they were at the sidewalk. Heck, you even asked him not to do it and he didn't listen. How is that your fault? It's not, but that's not worth much to Iroh. I already told you he'd see my appointment as crown princess to be undeserved and... She was saying, but she fell silent upon taking notice that someone had stopped on the sidewalk to bow down to her as she spoke to Sokka. She frowned as she realized that at least 10 people nearby were performing reverences, and possibly listening to what they were saying. Oh, for crying out loud. Rise, and keep walking. Her bellow was loud enough to startle all the people who were performing reverences, even those across the street, but they were quick to obey her, to her relief. Sokka chuckled a little, smiling at her as she rolled her eyes. One would think a position like this would bring about less inconveniences, but alas. She said, shaking her head. It sure doesn't seem to be much fun, does it? Sokka asked. Especially not when you're talking to someone about matters that don't concern their lot, Azula muttered, folding her arms over her chest. But I guess it shows me not to discuss this in front of everyone. Well, you could come over to my place, we can talk about it there if you want, Sokka suggested, smiling. And we can train, too. That fight just now barely counted for anything, and if I'm going to fight Toph soon. You are, huh? Azula said, rubbing her forehead. Sokka looked at her with uncertainty. Are we sure this is the right idea? I mean, it's too late to back down now, but it may not go smoothly. It's Toph we're talking about, said Sokka, sighing. But it's true that I'm at my best right now. And heck, I've gotten a lot better against earthbenders ever since I first fought her. I might be able to pull off a decent fight against her for once. You also know her fighting style far better by now, Azula said. Fighting alongside her in Ba Sing Se helped with that. So, I guess your chances are better than they've ever been against her, aren't they? They should be, yeah, said Sokka, with a smile. So, don't worry. I can't promise I'll win, but I don't think I'll need a lift on your palanquin this time. Nor will I end up useless for 2 months either. You'd better not, said Azula, raising her eyebrows and prompting him to laugh a little. It wasn't a good moment to get lost in his eyes, but Azula found it unavoidable to do so. His gaze was so clear, so mesmerizing, so sincere, his eyes seemed to light up as he smiled at her, as though he were staring at something so precious that he couldn't help but cherish it with everything he had. And that something was her. So, should we go train? He asked her, looking at her in anticipation. Or would you rather? I'm sorry. Actually, I have some place to go, Azula said, surprising him. Wait, really? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Yes, Azula stated, crossing her arms over her chest. I'm sorry to blow you off like this. But it might be better if you train with Haru instead, don't you believe? He's an earthbender, and the reason we made sure Ty Lee could buy him in the first place was so you could train with him against other earthbenders. You have a point, but I just thought. He started, but he shook his head and breathed out heavily. Never mind. You're right, that makes sense. So, I guess I'll go to her place, then, see if Haru is done crying about how romantic it is that Suki and Zuko left together. Right, said Azula, with a smirk. If I'm done early I might catch up with you there. If not, then you'll catch up with me there tomorrow, I figure. Said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. I should have an intensive of earthbending training for now, after all. You're not wrong, said Azula, nodding. All right, let's make it so. I'll see you later, then. See you, Azula, he said, with another of his gentle smiles before turning on his heels and heading off down the street, towards Ty Lee's house. Azula released a breath slowly as she called Xin Long to her, wishing her heart would just stop aching by watching Sokka's tall frame shrinking as he walked away from her. She certainly could enjoy the sight of him, but the further he went, the more her chest ached, begging her to run after him, even if she knew better than to do so. She tore her gaze away from him almost begrudgingly when her dragon landed. Xin Long was chuckling at her, and she flicked his nose in retaliation. Stop that, she snapped, and he disobeyed her most blatantly as he took advantage of their mind bond to show her and Sokka making dreamy eyes at one another. It's not funny, I said. Xin Long rolled his eyes and tried to prod her about her faltering sense of humor, but Azula had been distracted, again, by the increasing number of people who were bowing before her once more. I'm really starting to grow weary of this, she said, rolling her eyes and climbing on the dragon's saddle. Get going. They'll stay here forever if we don't leave. Xin Long chuckled again and pushed himself upwards, allowing the winds to carry him above the city. Azula was relieved to be led away from the crowd, and she watched the people decrease in size as Xin Long flew higher still. Again, she recalled her conversation with Zuko while they both were riding her dragon, remembering how she had told him his problems might seem smaller from above. Now she found that she couldn't expect her problems to shrink away in the same way as the people bowing down to her had. Because she couldn't be airborne forever, and so, she couldn't avoid everything she needed to address sooner than later. She hadn't planned on going anywhere after Sokka's fight, and she wondered if he'd noticed she had lied to him about that. Surely not. For better or for worse, Sokka had faith in her. And even if he were to know she had been lying, he probably wouldn't hold it against her. How could they trust themselves to keep their desires in check while they were alone by now? After the ball, Angela had realized this wasn't a game she was playing anymore. Rather, it seemed like she was the one being played by the circumstances instead. How to continue resisting her feelings for Sokka? How to cope with this undying thirst when the only solution for it might send him to his death? She barely knew why she gave Xianlong the directions she did, but she tried not to berate herself much for it. If there was someone who would likely help her think properly, with her brain again and no longer with her confused heart, it was her. Still, explaining her predicament surely wouldn't prove easy. Angela climbed off her dragon's saddle in front of the house she would be visiting, letting Xianlong know she would call him when she needed him. The dragon took off quickly, chasing the sparrow hawks that hovered many feet above them. The princess took a deep breath and knocked on the door, wishing she didn't feel as uneasy about this as she did. She needed to hear the voice of reason, though, and there was nobody better suited for that role than Mai. It was Mai herself who opened the door, with a raised eyebrow that soon turned into a confused frown when she noticed who her visitor was. Her eyes scanned her quickly, taking immediate notice, naturally, of her golden armor. "Someone has renewed their wardrobe," Mai said, and Angela shrugged. "Not by my own initiative, truth be told, but I can't say I'm displeased," she said, and Mai nodded. "It suits you," she admitted, stepping back and allowing Angela inside. "But something tells me you're not here to discuss your new fashion choices." "Indeed, I'm not," Angela said, nodding in her direction as she crossed the threshold that led into the small front yard of the house. "Are you alone?" "Not entirely. The servants are around," Mai said, as they crossed the small yard and reached the front door. "Do you want me to send them away? Is this conversation that confidential?" "Quite confidential, actually," Angela admitted, with a grimace. "I don't want to risk being overheard." "I'll try to arrange that, then," she said. They entered the vestibule, where one of Mai's 3 servants was holding Uade. The child was restless, and he reached out for his mother upon seeing her. "Li Fan, could you please take Uade upstairs?" Mai asked, but before she was obeyed, the servant's eyes flew open and she bowed her head to Angela, who rolled her eyes and sighed. "Rise. Leave. Now," she commanded, curtly, and without further ado, the woman raced to the upper floor as she was told, with Uade whining softly as he continued to reach for Mai. His mother watched him with longing in her eyes, but she focused on Angela again once Uade was out of sight. "The other 2 are in the kitchen and will remain there for at least a couple more hours as they prepare dinner," she said. "Is this safe enough for your comfort?" "I guess it should do," said Angela, and Mai nodded before leading her friend towards her house's inner garden. Angela took her seat on a cushion, allowing her gaze to rake the flowers that grew elegantly before her, but her eyes were unfocused. It was more of a blur of colors, mixed and mashed, that she was scarcely interested in detailing. Mai soon took her place beside her, concealing her obvious curiosity behind her usual stoic facade. "I suppose you must be wondering why I'm here," Angela said, in a hushed tone. Mai shrugged. "I am intrigued, but I'm also amused. Not many months ago your brother came to me in this same manner," she said, smiling. Angela raised an eyebrow. "He did, huh?" she said, and Mai nodded. "It must be a family trait, thinking I'm the one who has all the answers to your troubles. If someone can be trusted to give reasonable advice, it's you, Mai," Angela said. "It's why I came to you, and likely why Zuko came as well." "You're not wrong about why he came," Mai admitted, nodding. "I don't know for certain about the reasonable advice, though. You didn't get to say goodbye to him, did you?" Angela asked and Mai shrugged as she shook her head. "I didn't say goodbye the last time either," she muttered. "Back then it was too painful. This time it was different, though. Now he has someone who will travel the world with him, after all. It wasn't something I was willing to do." "You were a child, Mai," said Angela. "You couldn't have been expected to give up your life, your education, and your family when you were but 12. "Of course not," she said, smiling. I'm actually glad I didn't try to go with him back then, and also that I didn't wait. I could have, as you told me to, but I'm glad I didn't regardless. Else I wouldn't have Ruonjian and you a day now, and Zuko wouldn't have found Suki. Somehow everything fell into place. Strangely, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. Her breath caught in her throat, though, as she tried to poise her next question. Say, I never really understood why you chose Ruonjian. I'm not saying he was the wrong choice, because by now it's clear it wasn't, but at the time, how did you know it was right? Why, I didn't, said Mai, simply. I guess I was just selfish. It almost felt like I was cheating on your brother, despite our relationship had barely just started when he was banished, and he had been gone for at least 7 years by the time Ruonjian asked me to marry him. I didn't know what to do, at all. I'm sure you remember. I remember well enough, yes, said Azula, nodding. You were troubled, and that's not something I can say I've seen often. Ruonjian had moved into the capital, even found a job, also he could provide for you, were you to accept him into your life. You remember what he used to be like, said Mai, with a smile. A conceited, arrogant fool who was certain I would be swooning over him if he just flicked his hair in my direction. But he read me wrong, and for some reason he couldn't understand that at first. He was never a bad person to the core, he was just used to having everything go his way. And when I remained unmovable he realized he couldn't get me through the same means with which he had caught the attention of other girls. Yet he pressed on, Azula said. He did. After a few weeks he contacted me again, through Messenger Hawk now, asking me what he had to do to gain my favor. I remember he worded it that way, and I rolled my eyes as I read it, said Mai, still smiling fondly. I found it ridiculous, but somehow endearing regardless. I said to him that I wasn't available, romantically, but I could be his friend if he was so desperate to have me in his life. I didn't expect him to latch onto that, but he did indeed. And then he started to visit you here, said Azula. I remember he dropped by during the festivals once, didn't he? Yeah, said Mai, sighing. And I didn't really want to admit it, but I enjoyed his company. I really did. When my parents met him, I thought they were going to kill me, especially my father. They were sure I would marry Zuko one day, of course, and gain them royal status, and yet here I was, leading on some noble boy who obviously wouldn't grant me the privileges I would obtain through your brother. I think it was my father, actually, who made Ruonjian change his approach towards me, because after a conversation with him, he started to court me seriously, almost as though defying my father. He showed me this wasn't some extended summer romance for him anymore. And I was scared. Because of your parents. Mostly because of what this would mean for my relationship with Zuko, said Mai. As I said, it was barely nothing at the time, but to me it had been important all the same, and how could I turn my back on him? He would return home to find me in the arms of another man. I didn't know if I could bear that guilt. I actually still felt guilty by the time he returned. I was beyond relieved when I noticed the connection between Zuko and Suki, because it meant he would definitely move on from me. He deserved that. Still, you haven't answered my question, said Azula, frowning. He started wooing you for good this time, showing you he was serious about it, and you were even more confused than you were before. It could have been a passing, flirting friendship at first, but after that. He was offering me a life, a future, a family, said Mai. He offered moderate wealth, also, but more importantly, he was willing to provide. He wasn't after me because of my superior noble status, he meant to work for the sake of offering us a good life. And even if I rejected him, he would continue to work because he no longer wanted to remain the spoiled child of a nobleman, never achieving anything in his life other than being born to important people. Quite an impressive resolve, coming from someone of his background, Azula admitted, and Mai nodded. He grew tired of being led on by me, though, and for good reason, she said. 4 years spent chasing after a girl with no idea whether she was going to accept or reject him would have been too many years wasted if I turned him down. He asked me one day if I wanted him at all, so he could start getting over me for once and for all, if need be. And he also thanked me for making him a better man, even if I decided I didn't want him. I had inspired him to aim higher, it seemed, because he had realized he could never be worthy of a girl like me if he remained the same brat he had been when we first met. And I suppose that made you crumble in your determination to wait for Zuko, didn't it? Angela asked, and Mai smiled and nodded. In a way it did. That was when I asked you and Ty Lee for advice. And I understood where both of you were coming from, but I couldn't bring myself to do what either of you asked me to. Ty Lee believed I would be happy with Ruan Jian, and she wasn't wrong. You believed I should have waited for Zuko. My father wanted me to marry your brother as well, but at this point my mother seemed to have given up all hopes that Zuko would return, so she thought Ruan was the safe choice. All in all, how was I supposed to make a choice? The votes were even, said Angela, smiling a little. I locked myself up in my room, and after a few hours of brooding I decided to ask myself the questions that needed to be asked, she said. If it came down to it, which was the one I didn't want to live without? Which one of them was I more afraid of hurting? Which one of them did I love best? Which one made me happier? I take it Ruanjian was the answer to all of them. Not quite, said Mai, smiling. I was more afraid of hurting Zuko, truth be told. I already knew Ruanjian was willing to step back if I told him no. He was aware of my relationship with your brother, so he understood that if I rejected him, it was because I'd choose to wait for Zuko. Zuko, on the other hand, had never known there was another man. He'd arrive as he did, to discover the truth, and he was going to feel betrayed, likely, and that hurt just to imagine. It hurt a lot when it happened, too. If that's so, why did you choose Ruanjian? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. You thought the risk was worth it? Zuko might have never returned, but if he did, you meant to deal with the consequences even if it might kill you inside to break his heart. It's as I said. I chose to be selfish. I didn't know if I could deal with the consequences when Zuko returned, if he ever did, but you see, through the short relationship I had with Zuko, I was constantly trying to impress him, I believe. I was young, yes, I surely wouldn't have done the same afterwards, but at that point I thought I had to be something more than what I was to appeal to him. That I had to be interesting, unlike all other girls, or so, and at the same time, I think he felt pressured to do the same for me. We were both hoping to impress one another, constantly. But when it came to Ruanjian, I never had to try. He complimented me on my clothing choices, my haircuts, praising me to the point where I had to tell him to shut up because he was annoying me. That must have been fun, Angela said, smiling, as Mai grinned as well. Whenever we went out, we would play this game, where he put my observation skills to the test. He'd point certain people at me, and ask me for their story, or for what they were talking about. Whether I was right or wrong never really mattered. He was just too amused to hear what I might be able to come up with as a response to his questions. Unlike Zuko, he wasn't trying to match my shadow, nor was I trying to match his. Instead, Ruan, he was a bright light, shining over me. And the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. You can't have one without the other, can you? I suppose not, said Angela. So, when it came down to it, I chose Ruan because he made me happy with who I was. I loved having him around, whether I realized it right away or not. And maybe the same could have happened with Zuko, I won't deny that, she said. But I was so comfortable with Ruanjian, at such ease. I loved the way he loved me. And really? I already was living without Zuko in my life. I was proving I could in fact survive without him, and he had been at sea for 7 years without me, too. We could be apart. Yet the idea of losing Ruanjian? It hurt me in a very different way. I dreaded what Zuko's return would be like, but giving up a chance to live with Ruan just couldn't sit right with me. Not after I'd seen everything he had done to explore all his potential, not after he'd worked so hard to become a better man. It wasn't like I felt I was honor-bound to marry him because of how much I made him change or anything, but just that I was fascinated by him, I think. By everything he had proved capable of. I really liked the man he had become. So I ran to him, and told him I'd be his wife. And every single time my mind led me to think about how miserable Zuko would be when he knew about this, I reminded myself of the joy I felt when I was with Ruan the day I said yes. And also on the day of our wedding, and when Uade was born. I could have had all those things with Zuko, but I didn't really want them with him anymore. I had found another man to love, and to this day, I cannot find a reason to regret my choice. Especially not now. That's good, said Angela. It's wonderful, actually. You made the right call, even if you say it was selfish, but you are happy now. You have the family you never knew you wanted, the husband you never expected to love this much. Indeed. Everything fell into place, as you said. But is that why you came, Angela? Mai asked, raising an eyebrow. To hear about my story with Ruanjian? Or? Well, it certainly has helped to hear of this, to a degree, Angela muttered. Though it's not really why I came, but... Then why? You've made me ramble a lot as it is. Your turn, said Mai, smiling a little at her. Angela sighed. I guess. I just needed some guidance, in a sense, she said, a hand going over her hair. You say you love Ruanjian, but say, how exactly does he make you feel? How? What do you mean by that? If this is a lewd question. No, it's not, don't twist things weirdly like that. You think I'm Ty Lee? Angela asked, and Mai smirked. Well, I started to wonder if she'd rubbed off on you that much, because honestly. Just, focus, Mai, said Angela, through gritted teeth. I mean, did your heart feel as though it was going to break within your chest if you didn't kiss him? Did he make you laugh until you cried? Did you feel so safe in his arms that you forgot every other problem that could have plagued you? Well. Said Mai, frowning a little. And beyond that, I guess it's also noticing. Angela said, her hand on her forehead now as she felt herself failing to find the proper words to describe her thoughts. That he complements you perfectly, you see. He has changed the way you see the world, even the way you see yourself. He has taught you many things, whether intentionally or not, and somehow your entire existence has become better just because he's in it now. When you go a day without seeing him it feels like a waste, but when you do see him, the only thing you want to do is run to his arms even though you know you can't do something like that, no matter how much time you spend by his side, it's just never enough. And he's the biggest idiot the world has ever seen, but then he can be so intelligent that he understands you better than you understand yourself. And at times you have to remind yourself that meeting him was practically chance, in order to stop your stupid heart from convincing you that it was destiny that brought you together. You just need him in ways you've never needed someone before. And it's ridiculous, because you don't want this. You never asked for it. Who the hell would ask for something like this? Nobody in their right mind would, surely, but you just can't stop it anyhow. The fact is, you're in love, and you wish you weren't because you can't be with him and you know it. If you gave in to your feelings, you'll likely sentence both of you to hell. But how can you resist when he's every temptation you're too weak to fight against? How, when he has that damn mesmerizing gaze that you keep getting lost in? And, does he feel the same way? Mai asked, almost startling Angela out of her monologue. The princess gulped and nodded, rubbing her eyebrows with her fingertips now. He does, looks like, Angela continued, breathing out deeply and trying to return to what she had been speaking of without being too affected by the interruption. He has said as much a few times already, voicing feelings you don't dare put into words yet. He has stood up for you when nobody else ever would, he has put your safety and well-being over his own a million times now. And he knows he can't have you, but it seems he can't control himself either. He says he's at the last of his willpower by now, too. And after certain things change, you know there's no going back anymore. You're afraid because you're certain that the next time things heat up, it's going to happen for good. You're going to cross the last boundary and then there will be no turning back. And once that happens, hell might as well break loose for good. So then, you're asking me if I feel that way towards Ruanjian? Or what would I do if I were in such situation? Mai asked. Both, I guess. I mean, I'm afraid I can't help you with the first question. That's a lot, said Mai, smiling a little, and Angela sighed in defeat. As much as I love Ruan, there wasn't really some sort of force of attraction between us that we were hopelessly trying to resist. Of course there was attraction, but not quite in the way you described. That would have been far too much to bear with, honestly. And what about Zuko? Angela asked. You didn't feel that way towards him either. I was a child with a crush, Angela, said Mai, smiling. And that crush was, potentially, only a fragment of what you described there. I don't know, honestly. If I were in such a situation I'd probably have run away into the wilderness to get away from it. That's not really an option, Angela mumbled. Then what are my options? You can either cave into your deepest desires or you can resist them. That's it, she said. What would you do? Wait, but... I assume I have been resisting said desires for a very long time as it is, and I am convinced that the next time I have a chance to be alone with him, I'll lose my rational mind and give in to the throes of passion, right? Yes, actually. And I'll be faced with being alone with him eventually, so I'm most likely to succumb, aren't I? I suppose. Well, I guess, the risk is there, right? We both could die because of this. Mai said, folding her arms over her chest. Still, if I never do it, I'll never know what all this built-up tension could result in. It'd go to waste. Wouldn't that be a pity? It would be, undeniably, but... said Angela, falling silent as she reasoned with her friend's words. To never do it would mean to never give Sokka a chance. It would mean to refuse him, constantly, until she belonged to another man. Then she would grow older, and he would likely be gone from her life eventually, and she would never know indeed. The whirlwind of passion that could unfold if they were together would become but an unattainable illusion, something they could have basked in, but had backed down on, and... You'd regret it forever, Mai said, as Angela's hand went to her mouth, her eyes widening. So you're saying I should do it? She asked, looking at her friend in disbelief. Mai. I'm not telling you to do anything, the girl said. But to be blunt, if I were in that situation, I'd do it. Curse everything, really. As I said, I guess I have a knack for being selfish, but I wouldn't possibly let this disappear without a single taste of it. If we'd be sentenced to death for it, well, I'd make the most of it while I could. I'd also do my best to protect it, in order to enjoy it for as long as I can do so. And I'd do my very best to cheat that death sentence somehow. Why not, really? Spirits. Said Angela, shaking her head. I was so sure you'd tell me not to do it. Again, I'm not telling you what to do or what not to do, said Mai, smiling. It's not my decision. Still. Angela said, burying her face in her hands. I'm not sure I can do this. Well, you won't have to do it right away, will you? Said Mai, shrugging. Take your time. Let yourself go with it when you're ready. Or, of course, you can do nothing and spend the rest of your life wondering just what it would have been like. But I wager you don't want to do that, do you? Blast it, I don't even know what I want anymore, Angela lied. Yes, she knew what she wanted. She knew it all too well. But she was scared, terrified of finally reaching out for it. She had hoped Maya would be the voice of reason indeed, but the result wasn't at all what she had expected from her friend. It was the entire opposite of that. Maya had always been the safety net she could fall into when she felt unsure about her footing on her life's tightrope, but now even that net was gone. She couldn't rely on it to be there anymore. All she could do was keep going, until she reached the goal, and hope she would reach it safely. In any case, if this is how you meant for us to restart our weekly encounters, I'm afraid we're missing one member of the group, said Mai, hoping to change the subject. It wasn't every day that she saw Angela so emotional or vulnerable. There's an obvious reason why that's the case, said the princess. Just what do you think Ty Lee would have said if she had been here just now? Probably that you need to lock yourself up with Sokka in some room for several hours and make the most of it, Mai said, with a grin, and Angela sighed. I came to you alone because I really hoped you'd be the voice of reason. I didn't expect this. Sorry to disappoint, said Mai, with a shrug. I suppose it's just bound to happen one way or another, isn't it? You've resisted longer than I expected you to, seeing just how close you are to him. I've done what I needed to do, Angela replied. But I guess I should be selfish like you now, huh? I did not say that entirely, but it just might make you feel better about yourself, Mai said, shrugging. Still, speaking of the weekly meetings, should we start them again next week? I suppose, though we can work out the details later, Angela said, standing up. I'll have a fight in a week's time, so to stay on the safe side it would be better not to have it exactly in 1 week. That's fine. Doing it the day after that would be all right by me, said Mai, nodding and following her example as she stood up as well. Do you want to do it in the palace, or would you rather come here? Or at Tylee's? It was always at the palace, let's keep it that way, said Angela. Enough things have changed as it is. All right, said Mai, as Angela entered the house again. Mai followed the princess to the door. Angela's meditative silence would have put off anyone else, but not Mai. Even when Xin Long appeared at the street she kept her composure, though the same couldn't be said for the troubled princess. Don't force yourself to do anything you're not ready for, Mai said, as Angela climbed on her dragon. Still, despite it's not the greatest piece of advice ever, follow your heart. You just might be making the right decision without knowing it, as I did. That's quite hopeful of you, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. But I'll take that into consideration. Thanks, I guess, even though you just might have made everything worse instead of helping me. Your sincerity is much appreciated, said Mai, with a smirk. Good luck, though. Thanks, said Angela, nodding towards her before Xin Long shot up into the sky. Luck wasn't reliable, though, she had been told as much a while ago, and she knew it well enough. She couldn't count on luck. She couldn't expect things to simply go her way. She had to play the pieces of the board carefully, strategically, setting them up so they would effectively fall into place at the right moment. That was what she had done about her new position as crown princess. But how to do the same when it came to Sokka? There was no way things would fall into place perfectly in the way they had for Mai. The only consequences Angela could imagine would be terrible, and yet, was it worth it? Should she give in? She wasn't the kind of person who ever stopped fighting. Surrender was never an option for Angela. But could she drop her guard just this one time, and cast caution to the wind? Fortunately, she didn't have to answer that question right away. The days between Sokka's fight against Scoundrel, and his upcoming confrontation with Toph, flowed slowly, though for Angela they were nerve-wracking all the same. The tensions between her and Sokka, and the worries that nestled in her heart over sending her Gladiator to a new fight against his biggest rival were mixed until they blended together, leaving her with an anxiety that washed over her consistently all through the week. She oversaw his training every afternoon, taking part in it once in a while to press him on further, and without a doubt, Sokka was at his best. He could fight her, albeit he had yet to defeat her, when Angela was wielding both her sword and her fire. Haru's earthbending constantly fell short against him, and Sokka kept gaining the upper hand in their fights. If seeing Sokka so strong was a relief, at the same time it was cause for concern. Because if this didn't prove to be enough to beat Toph, nothing would be. The constant training left little room for private encounters between Angela and Sokka, despite they still had chances to talk once in a while. Haru and Ty Lee were constantly with them, and their presence made both Angela and Sokka extremely aware of the distance they needed to keep with one another. Both suffered said distance in silence. Every single time they longed to kiss, to hold one another, to so much as graze the other's hand with their fingertips, they repressed all the urges immediately. But Angela knew they couldn't contain everything forever. It was as though their relationship was an overflowing dam, with leaks on the gates that would eventually shatter once the water finally found its course once more. Their desires would not remain bottled in for much longer. She didn't don her golden armor on the day of Sokka's fight against Toph, deciding against it both to keep it for special occasions, and also in hopes that people wouldn't pay her as much attention if she wore her old attire. It didn't work, though, to her utter disappointment, and as they crossed the vestibule she was again at the receiving end of all sorts of bows and reverences. "Are you ready for the fight, Princess, Blue Wolf?" Shoji asked them, after lifting his head upon Angela's command. "As ready as I can be," said Sokka, nodding. He felt more confident in his abilities than ever before, but even so, he refused to underestimate Toph. He had fought many other gladiators by now, but none had left him as broken as she had. He would make sure not to make the kind of mistakes that would bring about the same nefarious result from their last fight. Indeed he is. Sign us in, Angela said, determined. If Sokka triumphed today, Iroh would be forced to back down. His attempts to thwart her as she rose through the ranking would likely diminish, if not disappear altogether. She would finally teach the old man the lesson he had needed to learn since such a long time ago, which was, of course, not to get in Angela's way. She'd had enough of him as it was. All right, then the black sword, the white sword, the club, one bomb, and the boomerang. Is that right? Shoji repeated, as Sokka finished listing his weapons to him. That's right, said the gladiator, and Shoji smiled. Well, that should be enough, he said. You can go ahead to the standby room. Your opponents should be here soon. Good. Thank you, Shoji, Angela told him, nodding in his direction as she started towards the stairs. See you, said Sokka, smiling at him before following Angela downstairs. The princess looked out at the ring through the golden grid in the standby room, knowing it would do nothing to appease her anxiety, but unable to help herself regardless. Sokka stood behind her, his arms crossed, his eyes set on her figure as neither spoke, as they did nothing but contemplate the situation before them. Sokka gritted his teeth, his hands balled into tight fists. He breathed out and finally spoke, hoping to appease her concerns with his determination. Angela, You'd best not mess this one up, Angela interrupted him, making him freeze on his spot. A lot is riding on this fight, and I actually think you might have a chance. I mean, you did beat the Millennium Dragon, so. Yeah, though it was easier with a firebender, said Sokka, frowning. I'm using Wolf's Bane anyhow, but I doubt it will have some hidden powers against earthbenders now. Unlikely, Angela admitted. But you did insist you wanted to use it this time. It feels like a good advantage. I can handle myself well enough with two swords, he said, smiling. And I promise not to lose Wolf's Bane like I lost my boomerang the last time I fought Toph. You'd better keep true to that. Because I'm not running back here to get whatever you might lose in the sand this time, Angela said, looking at Sokka with a small smile. He grinned back. Don't worry. If I lose anything, which I hopefully won't, I'll get it back myself. At least, I hope I will. Yeah, try not to get any limbs broken this time, if you would, Angela said. Sokka smiled and nodded. I won't. His words were promises without basis, but Angela wanted to believe in them all the same. She wanted to trust his strength, his growth. He had come a very long way since his last fight against the blind bandit, after all. The concerns were still there for the princess, though. She couldn't help but imagine the worst that could happen, even if she knew Sokka was strong enough to avoid giving such conclusion to this fight. Just, do your best, she said, looking at him. You have it in you. If you could take the Millennium Dragon. I'll be fine, Sokka said, smiling at her. You can stop worrying. Plus, Toph isn't going to try to kill me this time, I think. Even if she did beat me. Try not to let her beat you, would you? Well, I'm just saying, in the off case that she did. I'd rather such a case didn't happen, honestly, said Angela, and Sokka pouted. She's been an obstacle in our way long enough. It's time to end that. It may be, but as always, I'm not underestimating her. I mean, I might get lucky and she might have had too much tea again. He said, grinning. But if that doesn't happen, I'll have to give my everything in this fight. And I will do everything I can to win, but it might not happen, yes, said Angela, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. Still. I guess I just wanted you to know that you. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows and looking at her eagerly. She looked at him, realizing that her anxiety was keeping her from saying the words aloud. She felt stupid as he waited for her to finish a sentence she couldn't complete. She felt stupider still for wishing she could just forget all her worries and qualms and throw herself into his arms. But stupid as that might have been, she found herself doing so. Knowing, as she did, that one more step could send her falling down the cliff before which she stood, she still took it. She cupped his face in her hands, her lips reaching out to meet his. Sokka nearly fainted when he realized he was getting another kiss, at long last. Another taste, as ever, of the forbidden fruit he so desired. His arms surrounded the princess, and he returned the kiss eagerly. Whatever she had wanted to say earlier was better said this way, no doubt. They kissed until they were breathless, knowing there was no way they could go any further. He had a fight, she had to go upstairs. Knowing the circumstances limited them was helpful, allowing them to have only a small but just dosage of what they had craved for desperately. Go out there and make me proud, damn you, Azula said, her forehead pressed against his as his gloved hand caressed her face. Or else you're going to get it. Sokka smiled and nodded, kissing her once more. Azula succumbed briefly, but she pulled away before long, dropping her head on his shoulder and hugging him tightly. I'll see you in a bit, he whispered in her ear. You won't have to carry me home today. Hopefully not, she said, before pulling away. Again, as she'd had to do it on the slate, she wiped his lips clean with her thumb. Sokka smiled at that, and Azula nodded at him before turning on her heels. Perhaps that kiss would serve to cheer Sokka up before the fight. Heading out there in good spirits just might be the trick to beating Toph. Sokka breathed deeply, trying to calm his heart rate after what had just happened. Would the day come when a kiss from her stopped making him this exhilarant? He wasn't sure it would. He couldn't help himself from wanting her, though, from wishing to belong to her in every possible sense of the word. He remembered her reaction after he defeated Chan's Gladiator, how overjoyed she had been. It was the first time he had ever seen her genuinely happy. What would she react like, were he to beat Toph? The idea made him nervous, anxious, and all the more eager to win. Yes, perhaps he had a death wish. Surely he was a fool for wanting Azula to himself in ways in which she shouldn't belong to him, or to any other man, at all. But he wanted her. And if somehow the outcome of this fight would lead to him obtaining that which he desired, then he'd do every damn thing in his power to make it so. He was powerless to resist her at this point. One way or another, the outcome of this fight promised to change everything between them for good. It would be up to Sokka to make it sure the change would for the best, or else. Check the description for the links to the author.